Hello, everyone. This is Defense Politics Asia, and this is Wyatt from Defense Politics Asia, and welcome to the Open Mic, episode 30. And yeah, sorry I didn't do it yesterday. Again, same thing. I burned out again, and it looks like the new content strategy is a bit tiring for me. Every weekend I have to burn out once, and in fact I'm actually very sleepy now. Despite I only awake for like 7 hours, so. Yeah, but I cannot. I'm just as tired yesterday at this time, so I thought that no, I'm just gonna drink coffee and then just just do my best. Anyway, gonna say hi to everyone. And this stream is multicast onto DPA YouTube channel, main DPA main channel on YouTube, Open Mic channel on YouTube, Open Mic channel on Rumble, Twitter, and the reason by right this week it shouldn't be on the main channel, but because Bakhmut has fallen to the Russians, so I thought that maybe there's a lot of people who are interested to talk about Bakhmut and everything that comes after Bakhmut, or whether the Ukrainians actually are still inside Bakhmut and wanting to do, or they're going to do a massive counter-offensive to recapture at least part of Bakhmut. No idea. So I'm quite sure a lot of people is going to be excited to talk about this. And yeah, so tiring, man. Okay, so so I'm not going to go through my usual say hi to everyone, like one by one name, because this is the open mic. I will do that only during the live stream. Okay, so I'm going to drop the link to join. I just realized I should have just done it earlier. My bad. Okay, let me find the. Oh God, where's the link? Okay. Where is the open mic copy? Okay, so I'm gonna to join the open mic. You need to show the link is placed. Okay, okay. The link to join the open mic. So the link is pinned on the. Okay, okay. So I'm gonna paste this here, and then I'm going to share this link. So. Okay, so for those that are on the main channel, if you want to join the open mic, you have to go to the DPA Open Mic channel, because the link will be shared over on the live chat over there. And I'm going to share the link. Okay. And the link has been dropped into the open mic channel. And I'm going to drop this in the Rumble as well. No, actually, I should tell the Rumble to come to YouTube. Yeah. Unfortunately, if you're on Rumble, come to the DPA YouTube on the open mic. I know you don't like it, but yeah. So anyway, so dun dun dun, and we have Shadowy. Hi.
Hello.
Yeah. Sorry for yesterday. I know you're waiting to join the open mic yesterday.
Yes, always.
So let me put in my earphone.
Oh, by the way, thank you for the things on Telegram, Wyatt.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, wait. Hi, Coping.
Hi, Wayne. Hi, Wyatt. Hi, Shadowy.
Shadowy, what did you say just now? I missed it. I
would like to thank you for the things, the problem with the Telegram channel.
Oh, Telegram channel. Which channel?
You solved it today and it's okay now. Thank you.
It's okay. So it's okay. No problem.
How do you like my background?
Nice. It looks very Ukrainian-ish.
Where are you located?
London.
In London?
London.
Oh,
yep.
It looks
London,
like
Canada.
London, Canada. Okay, I was going to say, we're pretty lucky.
We call it the Forest City.
The Forest
because,
City?
I mean, literally, we have so many trees here, you would not believe it. And there's huge chunks of forest belt that run through the city. Absolutely beautiful for seeing wildlife, I'll tell you.
Well,
I do a lot of camera hunting for deer, and I've got tons of pictures.
Oh, you do? You upload your own channel?
No, I haven't been uploading them. I probably should, but
yeah, I used to. I sometimes do that still. I have like just a personal. You just upload any random simple things, and there are plenty of people who don't get to experience nature much. So, just for sharing the pleasantries of your surroundings.
Okay. There's a feedback.
I mean, we've got mink living in the stream down here.
I did.
See that water?
Is it?
Yeah,
There's Mink living in it.
Scotland, if you could
Yeah,
mute the YouTube video. We're having a double feedback. If you mute the video on YouTube,
I think it's when.
I think it ended.
Scotland, are you there?
Yeah, it's good.
Let's try. Testing. Yeah, Scotland.
Yeah,
It's
I don't
alright,
think
yeah.
Do I sound alright?
You sound fine. But, yeah,
Yes,
you
boss.
sound great.
No.
So people who in the chat, do let us know if anyone's volume is a bit low or a bit high. Let me know so I can adjust. And Scotland, do you want to introduce yourself? Scotland is. Are you there? Oh my God. Hello. Are you there, Scotland? Hello. There's no sound.
There we go. I had
go
my internal speaker was on my mic, so I couldn't hear anything. I don't know why.
Yeah. For a moment, you look like a goldfish in a fish tank. I was like, what's happening?
Couldn't hear anything. I was like trying to figure out what was going on.
Yeah. You introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Scottson. I run the Calibrated YouTube channel. I'm Aiden on Twitter, and I have Telegram is my Calibrated as well. So that's who I am. I cover this war pretty extensively, this conflict. So I've done work with DPA before, and so that's who I am.
Yeah, I have been on his YouTube channel. He interviewed me once, and I also recorded, did, and dropped it on the DPA Talk channel. Yeah, for context, in case people are confused. Yeah. So what do you think? Is Bakhmut actually captured? Because the Ukrainians have not admitted that it is captured. They say that they are still holding small parts of it.
I mean, if you look at it, what was left of the area that they controlled, the very, very southwestern corner, I mean, the supply there is so iffy. I think any reasonable analyst would say that they should have withdrawn. I can't imagine that they're still holding anything around that area. So it's definitely a difficult situation for the AFU in the city. I think I don't even know if the Russians are going to be able to push into Krasnoy or even Nevsky anytime soon, because that's going to be another difficult battle as well.
Why are the rest
From my point of view, the main problem is the Bakhmut doesn't exist anymore. All you've got is a pile of rubble.
Oh, yes.
Nobody's going to attack across it because it's destroyed.
And I think the Russian is going to go more in the defense now in this area. They are going to concentrate the offensive strike on another place. Maybe at Rivka, the other pocket. They are building now.
Vladimir, do you want to introduce yourself? You are new, right?
Yes. I'm basically new, and I'm that guy that made a Telegram channel. So basically there was a little bit miscommunication because like one guy from Open Mic
you're WM. Okay.
Yes. He thought that it's a good idea if I would come to an open mic because he meant that I have knowledge and so forth, and so I just joined.
If I may, for those of you watching, may be wondering, we have communications that we organized behind the in the open mic groups and so forth, and there was a misunderstanding on how to go about it, and we have kindly asked Vladimir to come on the open mic. And I'm personally very glad that you did, because it is actually a prerequisite that you do get on the open mic before you get on the lounge. And this misunderstanding was not necessarily Vladimir. So, warm welcome to you.
Hi.
May I ask where you're from?
I was born in Germany, but I spent a lot of time in Russia. I'm one of those German Russians, right? That migrated back and forth.
Are you pro-Ukraine or pro-Russia?
In Russia.
I'm both pro-Ukraine and pro-Russia. But
So
basically, I find the pro-Russian, let's call it that way, pro-Russian position more interesting.
So you are Soviet.
We can put it that way.
Gosh, on the labeling spree, huh?
I'm just joking, man.
So Vladimir,
welcome
if
to
I'm
the jungle, bro.
yeah, we have a context here because the one who invited you had been on the stream before, and he went by the open mic name Mash, right?
I think so, yeah.
Right. So we had quite a lot. I'm not going to get into the details, but we had quite a lot of contentions regarding quote unquote European values. And I wanted, without getting into details on the value part so much, you said you were leaning more on the pro-Russian side, and I wondered if you could just give like a few concise details to like what makes you actually take any side at all, first and foremost, and then by that I guess we will get to pro-leaning. Yeah, please go.
Well, I'm taking the rather pro-Russian side, if you want to call it that, because I think it's more logically consistent. Like I watched a lot of debates, like a lot, and between experienced people on this topic, and I formed my opinion rather pro-Russia. Well, now I don't care too much about the morality of it. I care much more about what is the impact on both Russia, Ukraine, the West, right? And I think that being rather pro-Russian, like having one of those pro-Russian positions, like going for peace, is better both for Ukraine, Russia, and also for the West as well.
So tough question. What kind of peace are you looking at? Ukraine surrender right now, giving up of Donbass, or is no Russia retreat out of Ukraine? But all is peace. No, but the peace is all comes in different shape and sizes.
Yes,
what do you think?
I understand that realistically, it's not possible to have peace, even a ceasefire, because all attempts to make a ceasefire failed. And there were a lot of attempts even for Bucha, right? Now the claim is because of Bucha, no ceasefire and no negotiation is possible from the Ukrainian side, right? This is the position now. The idea where Ukraine would actually agree, where Ukraine would actually consider agreeing prior to Bucha, or some people say it because Johnson, right, visited Ukraine, is Russia retreating back to Donbass and Lugansk, and actually not giving up Crimea, not giving up the Donbass and Donetsk and Lugansk area, but rather just retreating back to the lines and then starting like a new phase of negotiation and maybe trying to repeat things.
So you think Boris Johnson sabotaged the peace in Ukraine?
Well, that is just a speculation a lot of people have, right?
Okay.
I must say, I just want to compliment you because I have to admit I had a preconceived bias as soon as you came on here, and this is very much tied to a prior, I just want to be candid with it, right? Because we had I want to be specific, and that is that you actually do answer specifically. You are actually giving whether one agrees or disagrees, you are actually answering. And this was one very big contentions we had with Mash. I hope he will be improving on that at some point. But I must say I'm appreciating that you came on here and that you're actually answering like a normal person. I just want you to know that.
Same.
Here's a question for everyone. Assuming Bucha really did happen, I know a lot of people say it didn't, but assuming it did happen, if it did happen and you were Ukraine, would you settle?
Yeah.
I think it depends on the conditions of the war. At some point, you have to understand if Ukraine wants a form of existence, they need to come to a settlement. Else, you would have events like Bakhmut and such on and on throughout the war. So the point is, do you want this war to continue? Do you want people to continue dying for the purpose of being so-called European or NATO or whatever? So I think Bucha is an event that needs to be independently investigated first before we can come to such a conclusion, and then focus on if we want to continue the war or not. In this regard, I think peace deals is the best option.
Let's just say that Bucha happened. Yeah. Imagine how many lives would be saved if they agree to peace at that time. How many people die after that? Imagine how many people would still be alive. Doesn't matter if Bucha was true or not. War is never a good thing for anyone. It doesn't matter if Russia is winning or Ukraine is winning. People still dying on both sides, and that's not good.
And just trying to stir shit. He's trying to ask you about what is your opinion on European values. You know what is European values? What is it to you?
Not that again, please.
People paid money to ask him a question,
Yes.
Yeah, but
You have to answer, no? That's the rules.
Okay, since people paid me money, I cannot say that there are specific European values, right? But there are some values that are claimed by the European Union that are requirements to join the European Union, right? You have to you have to fulfill all those requirements, and this is what you could say are European values, although I don't think there is a specific framework, right? So this might be. I'm not here to debate European values. So I came here because of completely different reasons. I just want to debate war.
Yeah.
I said that before. European value is whatever the fuck United States wants to do. That's it.
I agree with you, Voz. I agree.
So there's a few big news. One is Bakhmut has been captured allegedly by a lot of even by the president of Russia
claiming
and confirming this information. Ukrainian side, no one confirms it. Even Zelensky still says that it's not yet. And the other big news is the hacker group, the Russian hacker group, Joker DPR, has claimed, based on their information, that Zelensky has been very badly injured in a missile strike in Pavlograd. And he went through several operations, but he's unlikely to be able to command again, given his injury. So what do you guys think?
I would like to know about this guy. Is he a
I think you should stop with propaganda, right? Stop it with the propaganda. If Zelensky say it's not taken, it's not taken. Drew, hello.
I came on to answer Wayne's question, actually. Can I do that?
Go on.
Yes, please.
All right, I have 2 points to make about that. First is the people who assuming Bucha happened, so we're not going to debate whether it happened or not. Assuming Bucha happened and it wasn't a Ukraine psyop and it was actually Russian soldiers that did that, then the first thing to basically think of it from a logical and fair way is that these are the people that did that. Yes, they were Russian soldiers. Yes, they were invaders in Ukraine, but they were individuals as well. You cannot paint an entire country and risk the lives of your citizens based on the actions of a few individuals, right? So from that point of view, you should definitely want to end the war as quickly as possible so that you can get a tribunal and a independent investigation in there to try and figure out what exactly happened, and if it happened, to bring those criminals to justice, bring those guys, because during a war scenario, that's never going to happen. That's only ever going to happen if you have peace and then you have an independent tribunal, right? Okay. From another perspective.
Drew, excuse me. Where on earth do you think you could find an independent tribunal?
Okay, yes,
China.
I agree with you. I think that is
China. Do you really think United States is gonna let that happen in China? There is no way.
I agree with you, Shadowy. I agree with your point that it's going to be next to impossible, difficult, next to impossible. But so there are many roadblocks for this to happen, right? First roadblock is time. This thing happened quite some time ago, and the longer you wait, the lesser probability is going to happen. The second is finding an independent party. That is also a roadblock. Sure, we can't solve that now, but you want to solve the other roadblocks. War is another roadblock to this, right? You want to solve the war problem as well. So you try to eliminate all the factors that are going to get that will lead you to justice. Yeah. And the other point that I wanted to make about this is that it's like the rest said, sure, Bucha happened. If the war continues more, and you assume that this is a Russian trait or characteristic, more Buchas will happen. Do you want that for Ukraine? Do you want that for Ukrainian citizens, for Ukrainian soldiers? Nobody wants that. None of us want that. We don't want Russians to be butchering Ukrainians and Ukrainian citizens. We don't want Ukrainians to be butchering Russians. We want peace, right? So sure, you might have this feeling of hate in your heart, but don't let the hate blind you, because your hate is going to cause more deaths.
Drew, if I could cut you one time again, I think the shareholder of Rayton and General Dynamics don't want peace.
I agree, but we are talking among. I'm answering Wayne's question now. I'm and not thinking about like I'm sure the political leaders they don't want peace.
Sorry.
Yeah, and a lot of people they don't want peace because they're blinded by hate. Many people are blinded by hate, and the more you kill, the more you hate. And it's a never-ending cycle. It's gotta stop.
They said the only way to get peace is by sending more weapons. What kind of fuckery is that?
Yeah, exactly.
What kind of peace?
You should know it's called fucking for virginity.
They say if China sends weapons, they're extending the war. But if Europe sends weapons, they're defending Ukraine. So you see the logical loop.
More weapon is gonna bring peace. What the fuck is that?
No, peace on their terms. That's what they mean. They're missing out the last bit. They always say we want peace, but Ukraine must win. You see, that is the caveat.
But we know Ukraine is not gonna win.
Yeah, you and I.
Even if that war gets like 10, 20 years, they're not gonna win.
Yeah, I fully agree. Yeah, but that is how the politicians are actually laying it out for us. This logical.
I think the only people really want peace are the poor soldier in the trench under artillery fire. I think he's the only one who wants peace. And people, the politicians in Europe, in Ukraine, in Russia, they are ready to go to continue the war.
Yeah.
So Scottson, what's your take on this?
On which part specifically?
So, Drew's answer to Bucha, and then after. So the tribunal process, and then also potential end of the war in order to have this realized. But then also what he mentioned, the two measurements that are being used as to where sending weapons is fighting for freedom, but sending weapons is prolonging the war.
Yeah. So when it comes to I remember the question was asked, should the Ukrainians continue to fight because of Bucha? And the first thing that I think of when I think of Bucha was that at the time that it occurred, Ukraine had just started their large propaganda initiative. It was right when the Russians started to pull back from Kiev. They brought in a bunch of PR people like James Velasquez and Sarah Ashton and those kind of people who are specifically put out propaganda. So that was a red flag for me. And I don't know what happened in Bucha. I've looked at a bunch of different things. I don't know. That's where I stand. But from the way that the Russians have approached the conflict everywhere else, either this was an isolated incident or it was something that didn't happen and was, used to further a narrative. Do I think the Ukrainians should keep fighting because of what happened in Bucha? No. I mean, like Drew said, it can be individuals, just because Azov is doing something doesn't mean that, or Adar is doing something doesn't mean that, normal Ukrainians should suffer the consequences of bad individuals in an organization. Do I think that they should keep fighting because of this? No, because the only people who are suffering from a continued fight are the people that were the victims of Bucha, and those peers. It's going to be the civilians, it's going to be the people of Ukraine, and it's the poor people that got drafted into the AFU who are just sitting under artillery fire. So my position has always been, no matter what, the war needs to come to an end. It needs to wrap up. It's high intensity conflict like this isn't fun for anybody, and it's just going to lead to the death of Ukraine as a state. So was there another part of that question that I haven't answered yet? I don't want to miss any aspect of it.
The second part was the double standards. So the EU sending weapons in order to help Ukraine fight for freedom.
I mean,
and then China.
This is just a tale as old as time, right? When we send stuff, it's for the betterment of the world. When they send it, it's evil. It's just the classic scapegoat kind of argument. The war will end when there's no more money to be made. That's what happened in Afghanistan. As soon as something becomes so unpopular and it starts draining resources instead of producing resources, that's when a war will end. So as soon as people come to the conclusion in the West that Ukraine isn't going to win and this is just extending suffering and the government can stop benefiting and profiting from this conflict, that's when the weapons will stop coming in. I mean, as to the double standard, I mean, I'm sure the Russians say the exact same thing, right? They're extending the conflict. It's just whatever narrative you're looking at.
Yeah, so I have one point that I do want to extend on. What's up, Bradley?
I wanted to get in on Bucha because I heard you guys had Bucha talk.
Wait,
so
before you go, Bradley. So my take on it is that point you mentioned, the conflict will continue as long as there's money being made. The problem is who's making the money, and there are several entities involved. So if you look at the US, it's definitely making money, and then with the EU as a backing, they are not making money. They are losing it. So do you expect either a rift, or do you think this is going to stay as is?
I mean, I think we're already
Hold on. The people who needs to make money, they are making money. They're not losing nothing at all.
Yeah. That is part of it. The people in Europe who are making the decisions are still making money. They're not the ones suffering. It's the European people. I think you're definitely going to see a rift. I think as soon as the economic consequences of what has been transpiring over the past 3 to 5 years start hitting home, you're going to see governments change in Europe. You're going to see the direction change. You're already seeing France, pick sides kind of with China and say that, France needs to think about what's best for France. I think they're kind of the canary in the coal mine for this situation. Germany, I can't believe that they're
Don't forget that's Macron you're dealing with. Don't forget that guy.
Yeah.
That guy.
I could speak hours about him, but that's not the place. Forget about France leading US aside.
Yeah.
Okay, hold up. Before we move too far from Bucha, okay, because this is my pet issue. Okay, so what went down in Bucha? I got banned from Twitter and I got banned from actually writing. I used to write articles. I got banned.
And you want to talk about Bucha here?
No, don't worry. I'm not gonna get you guys banned, right? I'm not gonna. I know on that issue it's very sensitive, so I'm not going to run my mouth too much on it. But what I'm gonna say is that Bucha is a huge PR
just in
exercise.
case. Sorry, Bradley. Just in case, let's call it burgers from now on.
Okay, fine.
Special you.
All right. So what happened? What went down at Burgers was very well documented false flag, and the reason being is because it doesn't matter if you're a very astute observer or not an astute observer. Everybody that saw the corpses, right, noticed that the corpses had white armbands. First of all, white armbands, not blue armbands, right? And the second thing that everybody noticed, right? Even Western media had to admit it. MSNBC admitted it. Washington Post admitted it. That the victims died not from bullet wounds, they died from shrapnel wounds. And what happened was while the Russians were occupying Bucha, the Ukrainians were bombing Bucha because they were trying to get the Russians to get out of there. And civilians died in the process. And there were two types of photos. There were photos in this basement where there were like half a dozen dudes with their arms tied up, and those guys were shot. So there's like 6 guys that were shot, and then there was the bunch of bodies that were spread all over the streets, right? But those bodies weren't there in the first days after the Russians left. Those bodies had to be brought in, and there was so much evidence for that because in the first days after the Russians left Bucha, people were taking selfies, people were taking videos of the streets, and there were no bodies. And not until days later did they finally have that out. And the journalists that were there were saying that they weren't allowed to go around the streets of Bucha. They were allowed to go on tours. So the Ukrainians were taking them on tours where they had bodies laid out, and you weren't allowed to just go and interview people. They were interviewing PBS, Associated Press did reporting on this. They would interview Ukrainian soldiers. The Ukrainian soldiers would say, "Oh yeah, it was horrible what the Russians did." They weren't interviewing the citizens of Bucha. They weren't allowed to. So there's a lot of sketchy stuff about Bucha, about burgers. Those are the sketchiest burgers of all time. Do not eat those burgers. Those burgers are full of BS.
And Slava Ukraini, because we need to balance out.
Exactly. I want after Bradley, I would like to hear Vladimir's take on it. Sorry, Ross.
Yeah, so I myself talked a lot on chat roulette with Ukrainians, right? This is the best way to communicate for Russians now with Ukrainians. And so what I noticed is that when they talk about Bucha, they focus primarily not on people that are dead from shells or being shot. They focus primarily on people being raped, right? Children being raped. This is their primary concern, right? And probably some of you know that it was spread, and the primary source is Ombudsman Denisova. This is a politician in Ukraine, and she later confirmed herself that she
lied.
Yeah, she just said that she wanted to bolster the spirit of Ukrainian fighters, right?
She said it was feelings of patriotism. That was her quote. She said she did it out of feelings of patriotism.
Yes, and but it didn't arrive to Ukrainians. This message, they didn't get this message because they only look for certain stuff, right? Ukrainians. So Ukrainians still think that it's rapes, right? And so they focus on it. That is what I have to say.
Yeah. Anyway, for Vladimir, you are in Russia, right? So anyway, for those that are in sanctioned land or police states or whatever, please don't say things that get you arrested. Just want to highlight.
Listen, Chairman.
Don't take unnecessary risk. Like for example, if you don't like Putin, don't say it out loud. If it can get you arrested. Similarly, if you don't like Zelensky, if you are still in Ukraine, don't say it. Yeah. Not
So
worth it.
speaking of
Not worth it.
so speaking of which, so I'm just gonna immediately break Wyatt's rule right here and ask you, Vladimir, what is your opinion about Nord Stream?
The incident.
Oh yes, you're the best
That's a
person.
good one.
You are
No,
chairman.
Yeah, I'm both, right? I'm culturally primarily Russian, also German. So yeah, I don't know. So well, I understand the arguments of the Germans, right? I understand them. They are not completely weak, right? But you know, yeah. So my position is probably that they were destroyed by the Americans with help of other European countries as well, right? Because it's always necessary to when you do something, right? If you do something shady or like not completely right, you have to take other countries in so that responsibility is not only on you, and so other countries would defend you as well. So
To spread the blame.
this is what happened. I think Norway helped out. According to what I have seen, this is the most probable scenario, right? It's always possible that Putin did it. Probability is very low. You all know all the facts, probably. So, yeah.
Copy. You think in Norway got something to do with it, with that?
What I think and believe doesn't actually matter because whether Norway
So
did it.
So basically,
whether
you
Norway
do.
did it, I
That's a good
refuse
way,
to-
man. Deflect.
No, but I will say it candidly. I refuse to make an answer on something I cannot tell for certain. What I will say, and I will admit this, it is plausible and to some extent feasible, but it isn't necessary, because at the end of the day, Norway benefits tremendously regardless. At least in the short
Yes.
run, we are gonna, like, now the war may end, and our oil and gas industry are gonna still reap the benefits of Nord Stream being hampered. So the only reason we we did not. Super chat or not, Norway had nothing to do with Nord Stream. I stand by that statement.
Copying. If you are afraid that the Norway police is going to arrest you, you could keep quiet, okay?
Wait, one at a time. One at a time. What?
Nice
come
hope,
on.
nice
Everyone
hope.
knows it was Petro Canada.
I
That
yeah,
was
just
Shell Oil.
I'm not going to point fingers and shame.
Five guys and a girl on the boat. End of story.
Yes.
I can tell you.
That's
I can tell you.
the New York Times story.
I think an interesting question would be like, because regarding Nord Stream, I think that's pretty much clear and cut. Regardless if Norway was a part of it, we will benefit from this whether or not the war ends now. So for the oil and gas industry, this war might as well end now. Except for, of course, our price manipulations, and they're cutting oil productions to keep the prices high. So this benefits Norway as well. So there are arguments for Norway to still want this war to go on. But if there's anyone who really wants this war to go on, it's our arms industry, which is busy expanding, and they're having issues with the actually energy supplies getting from our hydro and so forth. So I wanted to bring this back to Vladimir then. Do you think Germany has any benefit from having this war continue?
I don't think so. But the position of Germans is that Russia will go further, right? They're afraid of the Red Scare, right? They're still thinking that Russia, after Ukraine, would break up the European Union, right? And then this is the argument, and then take one European country after another.
I got a mute voice. A mute voice. Oh my god, he laughed. Don't laugh with your mute on. With your mic on. I cannot hear. Sorry. Your last sentence.
So this is the argumentation, right? This is why Europeans don't. The public, right? The simple people don't want Russia to win. And also because of Bucha and so forth, right? Germans are emotional, right? There is a distinction between people at the top. They are also German, right? They are also Germany. They also represent Germany, and people at the bottom. But both of those groups have different motivation, right? The people at the top, they're making money, right? They are influenced by United States. I don't think they will change their mind. The German elites, when Germany is still ruled by young leaders, right? Those people
like
are
in
basically,
France.
yeah,
Macron is
like
the young
in
leader
France,
too.
right? They're basically trained, right, to have a certain mindset, right? And also they're pretty corrupt, right? Which Germans themselves acknowledge, right? Now, in reality, in my opinion, it's bad for Germany. Germany and European countries have to pay for this war, not US, right? US benefits compared to Europe and Russia, and Europe that is reliant on Russian energy, reliant on trade with Russia, with food as well, right? So Russia holds. This is why sanctions didn't affect Russia so much, because Russia has all the resources for survival, right? Energy, food, etc., 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 right? All the metals and so on, right? And Germany and Europe in general doesn't have that, right? Europe is dependent on the resources. So now it has to trade more with other countries, which is not beneficial.
May I interject? Like, do Germans, because I can get it that you are getting this, but I Norwegians don't generally get these kind of things either. Like, even if they kind of you show it to them. So I was wondering, like, because I get this still a year into the war, and it seems like the same kind of narrative, it's stuck there, and they kind of don't want to progress on that. And I wonder, like, it's some changes going on in Norway, but I imagine it being slower than Germany. Maybe you could tell me, like, are the mentality on the ground for people like changing? Like, well, there might be a little bit more nuance to this war that we perhaps should consider. Maybe this, like, for example, the fact that the sanctions are not actually even implemented. The only thing, it's just a whole roundabout where the Europeans are paying extra for still getting Russian oil and gas and so forth. So, like, are there some awareness to that, like from the German perspective? And I guess if you have anything to say on the Russian, that would be interesting too.
Well, Germany is probably the last European country to acknowledge something or have various and different mindsets, right? All the Germans are kind of the same, although there is a group of people that other Germans consider to be on the right. So actually, there is a philosopher, Dugin. Have you heard of Russian philosopher Dugin? His daughter was killed, right, in a bomb, with a bomb, right, by Ukrainians. So he talked a lot about Europe, right? He talked primarily about having. We had previously we had the right and the left, which was opposing, right? Now we have the center, right, where the most Germans are, and now we have also the right and the left that actually have different opinions, and they are coming together. So there is a party, the Linke, has low support in German, I think 5%, and AfD around 15%. So around 20% of Germans have a slightly different opinion, although they still primarily don't like Russia that much. They just wanna peace, right? But I don't think they have any power, any real power in Germany. So
when you say peace, this is an interesting thing that tends to be differing from person to person. What would you say is a German perception of peace? Because in Norway, it's still, yeah, the Ukrainians are going to take Crimea, maybe not Crimea, but at least the rest. Like that's the spectrum. It's really just either Crimea or they will take everything else except Crimea. That's generally how people see it here in Norway. So that is peace here in Norway. So what would be kind of peace in Germany? Like, what is the criteria for, now we can agree not supporting the war in Ukraine, or we will. These are the peace conditions that seem, yeah.
So both German parties, the Linke and the AfD, so the left and the right party, they argue for a ceasefire. This is the idea, just to have a ceasefire and then look what happens next, right? And then open a debate, open a discussion. This is what they expect, and I think it's nothing crazy, right? If you think that Russia is Russia is actually kind of collapsing. This is the arguments that are coming from the West, from some people, that Russia is corrupt and the only way Russia has is down, right? Then why not just wait until Russia collapses, right? If it's a degenerative country.
German think that Russia is weak, but they're gonna take the whole Europe. How? They don't have weapons enough to beat Ukraine. How they gonna take out all Europe? How? I just wanna know how. Are these people in Germany that stupid?
I haven't debated the Germans on this war because I understand that a lot of people they don't care about truth. Actually, they care about what is reasonable, in the sense of their asses being warm, right, and their family being fed and so forth, right, not losing their job and so forth. And you can lose your job if you are openly pro-Russian, right?
So that's how World War II happened, right? Sounds exactly the same.
They just wouldn't debate it. They listen and read about Russia and Ukraine between the like breakfast and going to work, and then in the evening, right? The people that aren't really in this conflict, they kind of consider it something between a war, which is horrible and so forth, and a computer game and a movie, right? Something in between. So Germans don't care that much, right? So their opinion is just based on what is reasonable, right? And what is reasonable in Germany is what the majority thinks. Otherwise, you have problems, right? You cannot be too different. It's not appreciated by others.
Yeah, I must say that the wife of former Chancellor Schroeder was just lost her job for going to the Russian embassy to participate in the 9th of May Victory Day celebrations. So that's a pretty big deal. I mean, for me, that's totalitarianism. I have to say. Another thing I wanted to say is what is really the far right party AfD pro-Russian, or rather they are like ambiguous, because in general what I see of the far right of Europe, for example Meloni in Italy or even Le Pen in France, that they have moved to be pro-Ukrainian, and only very few people in the left, especially in Germany and in Ireland, are speaking out more clearly against Ukraine and all the fascism or nazism that is associated with it.
I could answer about France on this one.
We just hit a point, guys, where public opinion no longer matters. And the reason I'm saying that is I've been tracking weapons and equipment deliveries into Ukraine. And Ukraine has enough right now to pull off a successful offensive if they do it properly. Now, the question is, are they going to hit the right places? I don't know. They could turn around and totally botch this up and attack themselves for all I know. I mean, they might be totally incompetent at this. But based on the equipment deliveries, they can do it. They've got more than enough to give the Russians, one hell of a time. And when I say equipment deliveries, it isn't just volumes of equipment. It's like the old case of the bad example, World War I infantrymen against 20 Roman legionnaires. The 20 Roman legionnaires don't stand a chance because he can shoot them before they can even get in range. And some of the Western equipment is that long ranged, and that's going to make a huge difference. If you can't hit back, you're dead. I keep on reminding people of the Battle of Cape Matapan, where the British basically blew away the Italian heavy cruisers because the Italians couldn't see them.
What technology does Ukraine have that outranges Russian technology?
It's the sensor technology. They can see further. And when I say see further, I mean see further on the battlefield. A lot of people were saying, T-2s, for example, are no longer being used. They are being used. They're being used for surveillance, which is what they were designed for.
That's fantastic. So are you talking about radar sensors? Are you talking about the effectiveness of thermal optics on certain vehicles? Are you talking about the capacity for ISR aircraft to do their job essentially outside of the danger zone? And if so, which ISR aircraft are you talking about? Like, I think there is a need specifically for precision in this kind of statement. Because you could say, well, yeah, the AR-15 can probably shoot 200 meters further than an AK-47, but the Russians aren't using AK-47s in mass, so it's a kind of a old, worn-out statement. Are you talking about JDAM accuracy? Are you talking about laser-guided munitions? What precisely are you talking about?
I'm talking about a wide variety of munitions. Like, for example, the Challenger tank can reach out and touch touch another tank at 5 kilometers and destroy it. Nobody else can do that. It's a capability that just is non-existent in other tanks.
If that's the case, why have we seen videos of T-90 tanks reach out and destroy Ukrainian positions and Ukrainian armored vehicles at 6.2 kilometers?
I haven't seen any like that.
All right, I can. Yeah, I can share that. I can share that stuff.
Another question.
No. I'm not done. I don't want this to be a dog pile. I do not want this to be a dog pile. I genuinely want to hear Wayne. I want to hear you, like, okay, maybe not the Challenger, maybe yes, maybe no. But it sounded like some of the comments kind of backed you up, saying the ISR capabilities are superior. And if so, is that what you're talking about, or?
Yeah, it's ISR, but it's also accuracy. This gets into some technical stuff, but back in 2014, Russia was banned from buying certain types of steels, and these steels form the basis of high quality gun barrels. They can't get those materials easily anymore. So what this means is they're now producing softer gun barrels, which wear out quicker. Softer gun barrels are less accurate because you've got more windage around the shell.
Well, of course, you get as well as you get a.
And it's a huge, it's a huge part that goes not only across that, it also affects other things. As a lot of the Russian rocket artillery is unguided. Grads, for instance, which is great for hitting a football field, for example, but I've seen grad barrages where basically the target in the middle still stood. And, it's not efficient. Whereas if you were to take something more accurate, you could knock it out with a single shot.
Well, I think it's important to make a distinction between efficiency and cost. If it's cheaper to fire 15 grad rockets and hit a larger area where you hope one kills the target, and it's cheaper to use 15 rockets instead of 3 HIMARS missiles that cost $4 million a pop, you have to find a balance between that.
No, it's more expensive because you're not taking into account transport costs. You have to get the munitions to the front, and when you're shipping 20 grad rockets or 40 grad rockets as compared to one other, precision rocket.
And there is a question of stockpile. HIMARS is certainly way better than grad rocket, but if you don't have HIMARS on the other side of grad rocket, the grad rocket is going to win.
Wait.
RL, please. RL's been waiting to speak.
First of all, fuck Zelensky. I don't care. And fuck his wife throwing all over the best shop of Europe. For making a new
okay. Do you have anything to add?
Then about specific question. Wayne, you have to understand that Russia has a range of weaponry, a range of different kinds of ammunitions. And among that range of weaponry and ammunition, they have non-guided munition, and they have also guided precise munitions. Proof of it, they have hit the west part of Ukraine with kind of Tomahawk version of what Russians have called the caliber. Yeah, I mean, they got calibrated, and those missiles seems to be kind of precise. Yeah, and also you have to, that's the caveat, Russians have their own standard. So what is precise for Russian doesn't mean it's the same as precise for the West. But even if they judge it as precise, it is precise for them, no matter what we may think about it. I'm not talking about the Iskander missiles. I'm not talking about their drones. I mean, they have proven to be able to pinpoint targets. They also have precision shells like Krasnodar, which is the equivalent of the Excaliburs. About the new, I'm not finished, please. Thank you. And about their guided bomb, or the equivalent of JDAM. Russians have proven to have kind of JDAM. They just put wings, 2 cent modification, wings on that bombs that have a greater range than JDAMs, for instance. And about the cost of logistics, tell me how much it costs oil to put in the trucks for Russia than putting oil in a truck for American or NATO. It's not the same price. They don't have the same availability of that oil. Russia is a big oil producer. They don't have to ship that oil in the European theater. Do you understand what I mean? And about the rest, like the steel, I'm just finishing about that point. And about the steel, I mean,
just let us know when you're done so we can move on to the next person, because Vaughn also wants to speak.
Fuck Zelensky, voila.
All right, go ahead, Vaughn.
I'm here late, so I'm just gonna go back over some stuff. The idea that the Challenger is the superior tank in the world is a fucking joke. I mean, please. You got one fucking long shot, and now everyone acts like the fucking tank's the greatest tank in the world. I mean, please, it's like, oh, there's a Canadian sniper that shot some dude from 2 miles away. Well, obviously only the Canadians can shoot people at long distance. Really? Just for a little anecdotal bullshit, when I was in the Army in training, I killed a T-72 at 8,600 meters with a side shot in training. Did it happen? It happened in training. Was it real? It was real in training. Did they score it a kill? They scored it a kill. So there, I done fucking beat your motherfucking Canadian ass in a simulator. The idea that the Russians don't have good weapons or their weapons aren't as good, the thing in that soft gun barrel bullshit, well, they probably ain't run out of the hard barrels from the Cold War yet, so I wouldn't worry about the soft barrels. You know, unless you're going to talk about like a T-14 or something really, really, really brand new. Really, dude.
This is why we love you.
I just woke up and I might be a little grouchy, but some of that shit I just had to call.
I think we lost Vane.
Yeah. if I could get in after Vaughn, it'd be what I kind of want to kind of touch on some of the stuff that are all said as well. There's one thing that the Russians can maybe make too much of. It's going to be probably steel, and I'm sure that you can say that the steel isn't as high a quality of alloy or something like that. I don't really know. Sure, maybe. I'm not a military person. I'll even buy that, But number one, the tanks are getting destroyed by artillery, right? Not by getting their barrels worn out. That's what's happening with the tanks on the front line. Is the Russians are pulling out tanks that are really old, right? They're pulling out really old tanks, and they're still being able to use those. And there was that quote that one of their top Russian propagandists, I think Solovyov, said. He was like, when they were talking about T-55s being dragged by trains out to the front, and he was like saying, listen, we have a lot of T-34s still. If we have to, we'll use T-34s and we'll drive those all the way to Kiev. Doesn't matter. What a tank is better than no tank. Even a Humvee is better than no Humvee. A vehicle is better than no vehicle. And the problem isn't that, sure, maybe there's better tanks, maybe there's better vehicles. The problem is also quantity. That quantity counts for more than the quality when it comes down to the fact that there's just no more left of the quality stuff. So how many HIMARS rockets do they make a year? Like, let's say they make 1,000 something. I forgot what it was. I think it was like 30 HIMARS rockets a year that were being made. I'm sure maybe now they bumped it up.
A month.
But that's not going to be, I can guarantee you that even a really precise HIMARS rocket that you can't make in quantity is going to, in the end, lose out to a lot of really dumb artillery, really stupid artillery, firing 52 millimeter shells from Cold War era. That's just the bottom line.
Yeah, I also
I've got a question.
I'm sorry, I gotta step in here for a second. You don't fire Cold War artillery shells unless you are really, really desperate, because
that's false.
The,
that's 100% false. Every artillery shell we fired, every artillery shell we have fired America has fired, or any Western country has fired since Desert Storm has been in a Cold War artillery shell. We have made at most 5,000 artillery shells per year outside of the beginning of Desert Storm.
What is
we still make artillery?
Why do you think?
It's you're wrong on that.
I'm
You're
objectively
making
correct.
way
You
more.
know, you're not going to sit here and say that we fire brand spanking new, just straight off the production line artillery shells we ship to Afghanistan, to Iraq, to everywhere else, and fire them fresh, brand new because we produce so many. That's absolutely not the case, and it's the same case in Russia. They don't produce billions a year. I'm not saying they do.
First in, first out. You use up the old stuff first. The problem is that Russia is now using up the old stuff. They didn't use it up first.
Why do you think Ukraine? Why do you think Ukraine wants to invade Transnistria?
Multiple people. Hold on.
Why do you think they want to invade Transnistria? For the Soviet shell.
Invade what?
Invade what?
Transnistria.
Transnistria. Ukraine needs that Soviet shit. It's very old, but they need that.
Yeah, wait, there's most of these weapons. I'm like, okay, so the artillery shells that we're making right now that we're sending Ukraine, we're sending them Cold War artillery shells. Like, it's not like you make a new artillery gun every decade, right? They're still using, there's still 105 millimeter shells being produced, you know? That's a gun that the US doesn't really use anymore, but they still make that shell, and that shell is still being shipped to Ukraine. And it's because we can't ship them enough 155 millimeter shells that were also produced during the Cold War. Just because the weapon was made in the Cold War doesn't mean it's obsolete. Something like an artillery, they still make the 50 cal, right? The 50 caliber heavy machine gun is still being made, the M2 Browning. So this argument about if you're using Cold War shells, that means you're running out of shells. I think that's a fundamental misunderstanding about what kind of, not every shell needs to be across the pole. Not every shell has to be an Excalibur. 99% of the shells are just dumb shells, and that's totally fine. And we do it the same way. That everybody does it that way. So I don't know. I'm confused about your arm here.
Wayne, someone in the chat.
I want to say the two things. If you let me, one,
you need to.
No, Voz, let Voz first. And
Okay, go. No, Luis, go.
Luis, go.
No, I wanted to answer your question and also mention something about the missiles and the shells and the materials. I think as for the latter, they fulfill different purposes. You don't use artillery shells to bomb backstage or rear guard depots in Kiev or Lvov or whatever, or Tiraspol or whatever that is called. You need high precision missiles. You need high precision missiles also to kill Zelensky or whatever the name of the Minister of Defense of Ukraine, who is apparently dead or in coma or something like that. You need those HIMARS or Caliber or whatever they are called. On the question of what's about Transnistria, I think the issue is solved. It's as solved as the dissolution of the USSR. Transnistria has three ethnicities, as far as I know, which are about 1/3 each. They are Moldovan, Russian, and Ukrainian. And there was a coalition in Transnistria between Ukrainians and Russians to break apart from Moldova in the time when the Soviet Union was still alive, but several republics were seceding, one of them being Moldova, and that resulted in Russia unilaterally going as peacekeeper and all that thing. And that has been lingering for 30 years, more than 30 years now, and it's like the farther west that there are ethnic Russians in that area, at least at significant level. So for Russia, it's a symbolic thing, Transnistria, because there are Russians there, or they have been, and they want to be independent and eventually maybe joining Russia if Russia manages to capture Odessa and so on. That's the reason of Transnistria, but it's a complicated issue that has been lingering since the early 1990s, I think 1991 or something like that. Go ahead.
Vaj, you had something to say?
But I was just someone on chat was saying that to Wayne, he needs to switch off CBC. I believe that's a Canadian TV. Yeah, because they've been telling bullshit.
Vaj, he can read the chat. We don't need to throw insults at him like that. Vladimir, I saw you also had your hand up too.
Yeah. So I wanted to say a short remark about the topic that was touched on, detection, right? And I think Russia is struggling because the problem existed already in Soviet Union, that Russia had problem with micro optics and microelectronics, right? And after the fall of Soviet Union, the factories weren't successfully rebuilt, actually. So this problem wasn't solved because Russia was consistently buying microelectronics and micro optics from the West. And that led also to another issue, because you need microelectronics and primarily micro optics to create chips, right? For laser lithography, you need there is a technology that creates chips, right? You need optics, and Russia didn't start to build it, both of those things before the war, right? Russia only woken up after the war started. Same. Yeah, you're shaking your head, maybe, Errol, but I have a lot of scientists I know from Russia.
I'll let you talk. No problem.
Right now, working and developing the solutions that weren't there, right? And also that needs time to solve, right? The question is whether Russia really needs all those optics. Maybe, right? Russia also can buy a lot of stuff through just third parties, right? But it's more complicated, right? So it would be better if Russia would produce all this stuff, right? Which Russia starts only now. This is a big problem. Like with drones, right? Russia only started to produce. I know a lot of people that have personal initiatives to create drones for Russia, right? So now Russians are waking up and creating more and more drones, actually. But the prerequisites and all the stuff that comes into drones isn't there.
Right. I want to actually talk about the production within Russia, because this is a topic we've actually spoken about before, and there are several things I've got actually noted down here, because this is something we've spoken about before. I noted it down because it's very important to me. Has to do a lot with the field that I'm trying to work with. About the production in Russia, or that it's being escalated now, that mass production is being escalated in Russia, that I don't know your background, so I'm going to speak off what I understand to be the correct information. The information I have is dated to 2021, right? So this is not post-initiation of the conflict. This is pre-conflict. Pre-conflict, Russia did absolutely have a mass production of computer chips and every other sort of computer technology locally inside of Russia, but not just mass production, but this is something Wayne actually and I have spoken about before, but fabrication as well, right? The coalescence of all the technology needed to produce it is made inside of Russia. That does not mean they outmatch or outproduce Taiwan, some places like even the United States, because we have a growing production quality, but that's still a fact, right? There is a domestic production fabrication, and you were talking about acquisition through third parties. It's fairly straightforward to acknowledge that there is information, or there is chips coming into Russia from China, and China absolutely does have a domestic production of computer chips. Now, they don't have the most precise computer chips, right? They don't have, I think they're called 7 nanometer chips, like the hyper precision chips you need for 3 nanometer chips. Yeah, they don't produce those domestically, but they do produce computer chips with the capacity of basic computational skills, like things you're going to see in GPS guidance, right? Which is going to be almost all of their precision weapons. They don't use a lot of laser guided weapons. They use the Krasnopol round, but that I will admit is a difficult source to acquire. A lot of their precision weapons are going to be GPS based, and GPS chips they're not easy to produce. I'm not going to say they can make them just like that, but they're absolutely capable and have been producing them since the creation of what's it called? GLONASS. And that's my piece. I saw Vaughn had his hand up, and Bradley, I'll let you guys figure it out. I just wanted to say that.
Okay, go ahead, Vaughn. I'll go after you.
I'll just say real quick. I mean, I don't know the guy's background and his information, so I'll let that. I agree with what he's saying as far as maybe they are ramping up production. But I look at Russia as, for the last 10 years, they've been under sanctions. There's no doubt in my mind that they haven't been stockpiling everything they need for an extended sanctions regime or war. The idea that they're not getting stuff right now is a joke. I mean, all you got to do is look at the Iranian F-14 program. They're still flying to this day despite decades of sanctions. And the Russians have far more fingers in the world and resources to go out and acquire things than the Iranians ever did. So I would imagine there may be small slowdowns in the supply chain of certain ordnance or parts for that ordnance, but they're still being made. And they're only going to be made faster as this progresses and Russia develops more industry and continues to fight. I just don't think it's that bad of a situation that's being made out to be by any stretch of the imagination. I would say the United States arms industry is probably in more dire straits than the Russian arms industry as far as being able to go the distance right now.
Okay.
You don't need
just
7-nanometer chips. You don't need so basically for military and like space stuff, what you need is 90 nanometer chips. That's the minimum requirement for modern computing that you can get away with a lot of just the way that you budget your silicon. They can do stuff with like 40 nanometers domestically, but that's not as important for military applications. You just don't need that for military applications. Stuff for military applications is supposed to be robust. It's supposed to be it solves a particular thing that it's meant to solve, right? Like the computers that you're going to put into a Su-35 jet are not going to be the 7-nanometer chips that you're going to put into your iPhone. They're not going to be even the chips that you put into your car. The Russians bought the old hardware, the old stuff that they used to make Nintendo 64 chips. That's like 300 something nanometers, and they use that for a lot of their space and defense industry stuff. You can put a Nintendo 64 era processor and just program the Kaliber cruise missile to use that and get away with it just fine. That's one of the reasons why the Russians and especially the Soviets had larger aircraft was partly because they needed more of that space for more of that silicon. But at this point in time, we've reached what's called a point of diminishing returns. And so there's a huge difference for a 90 nanometer chip from if you're using it from a 90 nanometer chip to a 10 nanometer chip, if you're using it in your laptop, if you're using it in your cell phone. But even the United States, what's in the F-22, it's a Sega Genesis chip. You know what's in the F-35, it's the same 90 nanometer chips. You're not using that ultra bleeding edge stuff for, the only time that you use that in war is if you're trying to quote unquote modernize your tank or your aircraft with like an iPad. That's it. You don't need that kind of high-end computing at all. And the Russians have that low-end computing on lockdown.
No, that's the problem. They don't. They can produce small volumes. Note that I said small by our standards, but these volumes just are not enough to support the entire country.
So they're not
enough to support the consumer base. They're enough to support the army. That's what they're enough for. They're enough for one thing. It's enough to build enough C-35 jets.
They cannot support the army without society. They can produce enough chips to produce caliber cruise missiles and weapons, right? What are they going to do?
I think Russian society
to the field.
Yeah,
they need
they don't make
they
got China for that.
Other things. They cannot produce enough to handle their entire requirements. It's not physically possible.
I agree with you, point. What's happening is if the Russians need to buy iPhones or the Russians need to buy like Huawei phones or whatever it is, they'll borrow that technology from China. They'll borrow that technology from whoever it is that's willing to sell it to them. They don't need that technology to make caliber cruise missiles. They don't need it. What was the old joke that they used to say that they're using chips from washing machines? That's not technically totally wrong. What they mean is that they're using these really small generic chips that you can use in a million different things. If you look at how a lot of devices use the same exact processor, right, for a million different there's processors that were made in the 80s that are still being made, that are still being manufactured, that you're still going to find in your car. You're going to find it in your I just recently bought a digital piano. Some of the chips in there are made in the 80s, and they still make those Motorola 6000 whatever it is processors. And those Motorola 6000 whatever it is processors, those are the ones that are on
Bradley,
300 nanometers that are being made.
entered the chat.
Patreo, you are the chip guy.
Yes, I've been hearing so many things. So where do we start? Let's get to the bottom of this. What does Russia produce? So basically, Russia has a full indigenous chip manufacturing. So again,
we said we woke you up and you were mad.
No, I just hear chips, and then I hear a lot of things happening, and I thought, fuck, I need to get in.
Your knowledge on us. Let us know. Come on, set us straight.
So the chip manufacturing industry is really small, but it is actually very big. So Russia is part of the chain, but the thing is, Russia is one of the very few countries. So there are 3 in total that can fully produce indigenous chips. So Russia has a significant chip manufacturing industry that is detached from the rest of the world. They can couple it or recouple it, but they are detached and independent, unlike other countries. So the only other 2 countries that can compete in the comparison, like Russia, so have a fully made indigenous chip, are the US and Japan. All the other countries are not in this realm of chip manufacturing. And then the capacity that Russia actually produces is quite significant, more into the likes of Europe or European countries, because Europe actually produces chips too. So if you go to Belgium has IMEC, the Netherlands has NXP. You can find the global foundries in Germany. France has 2 manufacturers. So Russia is in the realm of these competitors. If you want to look at Korea or Taiwan, and in some cases Intel, then you are looking at high volume manufacturers. And yes, they are in a different, how do you say that?
Category.
Universe. Category or of sorts. And then if you want to talk about how capable the chips are, you first need to define what the chip needs to do. So if you want to designate a so-called very high-tech chip, so I often hear 7 nanometers, you first need to understand what the 7 nanometers is. So is it on the wafer? Is it on the semiconductor? Is it on the integrated circuit? Or is it a node that is actually not even on the fucking chip to begin with? So don't worry about nanometers. That's my tip. Don't worry about nanometers. Look at the function of the chip, and then look at the whole infrastructure. So the actual architecture of what the machine or module needs to do. It's because one chip doesn't do shit. You need a combination of chips, and they need to integrate, work together, because a CPU cannot function with a memory. So this is things that you need to consider as well. Russia has a well-developed chip manufacturing industry. Don't worry about them. Taiwan is another factor, but since they don't mix too much, don't worry about them either. Look at China in this regard. Vaughn.
Yes. Vaughn's up next.
Oh, never mind. Go ahead. I forgot what I was going to say. I was waiting.
No worries, man. I saw Vladimir holding his hand.
One thing that
I remember real quick.
Vaughn.
Yeah, I was just going to say the whole thing about the Russian society and chips. I don't think Russian society cares about its chips as much as Wayne thinks they care. They have a simpler lifestyle, a simpler culture. I mean, they don't have to have a chip in every single thing they use. Look at Dan. Look at his woman. It's very anecdotal, but they live in a very rural part of Russia. They have most of the modern amenities that we have. They don't have a Switch. They don't have a fucking Pokemon toy or something. I mean, I don't think they give a shit about where their chips are going. They probably got a phone. They can call their family. They can get on the computer. They go to work. They're probably good. They probably don't care about the chip production in Russia.
So before I give it to Vladimir, so basically you have to see it like this. Marketing is an actual thing. Marketing is really big and makes the difference. Russia, you don't see marketing that much as you would see in Europe or the US. So in this regard, you should consider marketing being a very primary tool used for the consumers. But Vladimir, what was your point?
No, shortly, I wanted to know that the focus when I spoke about some problems wasn't on the chips themselves, although chips are problematic if they're a little bit heavier, consume more energy. Maybe that would be important, but the biggest problems come with optics, right? So basically, if you want to create a drone, right, let's not specify what drone it is, right? So we are creating a drone. We need lenses, right? We need lenses. We need detectors that actually take in the light, right, and process the light. For example, a matrix, right, of those detectors. And those lenses will be not optimal, right? First, they will be more impacted by temperature, right? Second, they will be heavier. Sometimes it matters, right, when the lenses are big, because in order to take a lot of light, in order to have a good detection system, you have to have a great lens, right? There's no workaround. This is why, for example, Apple phones have 3 cameras, right? Because they want to take as much light in as possible, right? And then also those lenses will, the specific form of the lens will be harder to get, right? Because you need a lens in a specific shape. Although Russia can cut lenses and create lenses in different ways, but still the amount of lenses is capped, right? And so you have problems when you are a drone developer to have all what you need, right? And also the problem is with detectors of this light, right? Which is processed by the lens and then it comes into the detector. Russia doesn't have too much matrices, right? Small matrices with a lot of detectors. Russia often uses more primitive systems where like it has an eye with a lot of a small amount of pixels, right? It's not optimal. It's suboptimal, right? Although it's not that important.
Vladimir, when you say it's optimal or suboptimal, compared to what? Which standard? Your own standard or the Russian standard? Because you're talking about optics, you're talking about lens, you're talking about the amount of light. Yes, of course, when you see footage of American Reaper video footage, it's fucking nice, clear, it's the quality of that footage, it's wow. And then when you see a Russian drone, the quality of the image is not that great. But that's for Russians. And maybe Russians, for them, it's largely okay. Because they don't need to make a Hollywood movie with those footage. And just look at the Lancet drones.
if you look
So
at those
effective
Orlan
they are.
drones,
Oh,
they're
one at
using
a time.
Japanese lenses. They're
One at a
using
time.
Japanese lenses.
Hold on, Bradley.
Even still.
That's for the Orlan drone. But the Lancet drone, they have their own. You forgot about Leica, which is a very famous Soviet company that was making a photograph machine. I mean, they have detectors. They fucking send a probe to Venus.
There's
And they
there's just
shot
a
some
payoff
footage on the surface of Venus. My
There's
God.
a payoff. We agree that the Russians can make a camera. What Vladimir was saying was that there's a trade-off in terms of weight, in terms of energy requirements, in terms of what can you actually turn into a working product with your indigenous homemade lenses and chips. You know, those things still matter, but just for war, they don't matter the most necessarily always.
I would
just one last point.
Because
and,
one
and
point that
about the
Vladimir said
consumption of
was,
the ships. Just finishing about that. Yes, bigger nanometric, a bigger ship will consume more energy. But what's the meaning of having a chip or components,
not
electronic
true.
component that consume more electricity if the thing where you put it has an alternator?
I think Vladimir's point was more to the
One
point that
thing maybe
if you want to operate a drone, Vladimir, you may correct me if I was wrong, but as far as I understood you, what you said is that the issue with the chips is that it is a compounding factor in addition to issues with making good lenses, and this matters for like the chips don't matter much for like a cruise missile because it's lifting quite a lot. The chip size is not going to make a difference, but on a drone where you need to make this self-contained unit and you add up with the lenses and you need to have it be able to communicate in a variety of ways, then these issues with the chips they matter a bit, quite a lot more when it comes to the size and the nanometers and so forth. Did I understood you correctly?
Yeah, so not completely. What I said is lenses affect processors, right? Because in order to create chips, you need lenses. But when I talked about lenses and microelectronics as well, and other optical elements, they also are a problem, right? Although they create another problem with chips, but they are themselves a problem, right? You can obviously buy chips from lenses from Japan, right? Japan. You can do it, but then if you're creating an optical system, right, you have to have specific lenses, and you can replace them with non-specific lenses that aren't created completely as you want them, right? Because lenses
Bring it
aren't
back to chips.
So and they affect chips, but lenses in themselves and optical elements and microelectronics, they are in themselves a problem, right? Independently of chip.
Yeah. So
What about-
wait. Sorry for the interrupt. So
Yeah,
basically, it is no longer about chips. If I understand, because I am not too familiar with lenses and then also the capabilities in production in Russia when it comes to the production of lenses. But the reality is, when it comes to chips, don't worry about size. So we have already passed the how do you say that? If there's like an equilibrium where you would have optimal function with energy uses. So this is already passed. Even the Russians have passed this. So you can have a bigger sized chip and have it being used in the most optimal form of way. So like I said earlier, look at the function it needs to serve, and then look at the size of either the module, machine, or equipment that it needs to fucking, how do you say that? It needs to serve or create. So when it comes to chips and the correlation to lenses, I'm sorry, lenses are one thing, but it won't affect the capabilities of the chip because the chip will be designed for it. So this is a little bit different topic. Maybe others who are more familiar with lenses and or mirrors, they should jump in on this. When it comes to chips, I can at least guarantee you is that this is not a problem, especially for drones, is because drones are quite big. So you don't need a microchip to serve the drone. A regular chip, even the bigger Intel chips, would make this drone fly and function fully. So in this regard, I would say focus on the purpose And then all the other components, whether they are autonomous or semi-autonomous, in a very big construction or structure, they can function either way.
So I have a purpose. I have a specific purpose. I'm not sure if you can answer it, but I'm curious. When it comes to AI, how are the Russians actually going to pairing up compared to the Americans and being able to apply that in the?
A quick shout out to NGS.
Ah, nice. Tusen takk, kompis.
Yes.
Why
I
use
have-
the best chip
I have
defenses
something
in
Do you remember when British or no, it was US ship traveling in the Black Sea near Crimea and was attacked by electronic disruption systems by the Russians. And apparently they went very scared. That was before the war, before the special military operation. I have the impression that the Russians are less reliant on high electronics than the USA or NATO would be. And on the other side, they have they have developed some specialized techniques like those electronic disruption systems or the hypersonic missiles that the West doesn't have or doesn't have those so well developed. What do you think about that?
I would just repeat the important statement that you don't need the most sophisticated chips for military applications. If you have super specialized job, like we still don't know. Okay, the Russians have the Zircon, right? For example, the hypersonic scramjet missile. We still don't know how they can control that missile. It's maneuverable. How is it maneuverable when missiles are moving at that fast rate? We don't know how to make our super sophisticated chips communicate with the super sophisticated chips on, our hypersonic weapon. How did they solve that problem? We don't know. So there's more facets to developing a actual working weapon system than just being able to have the best sights. Infrared sights are outdated. Guess what? You can go to look at the front line in Ukraine and still see vehicles using infrared sights. Super outdated infrared sights, it's still working, So they could be just a little bit ahead in one specific area, and then we're a little bit ahead in one specific area. You don't need that. You need to have your material science to be at a certain level. Maybe the Russians can't do as sophisticated physics fluid calculations, but that didn't stop them from developing the scramjet, the working scramjet weapon before we did. It's like buying a computer with way too much RAM and not enough of something else. It's more important to have an evenly balanced system, an evenly balanced load. And if you need 90 nanometer chips and a little bit more advanced material science, or maybe not even more advanced material science, they could just stuff more titanium at cheaper prices into whatever it is that they need to do, and it works for them. That's going to be a weapon that can win a war. If they can produce it in quantity.
A quick note though. So from the semiconductor industry, don't worry about nanometers. It's marketing. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, and about technology, just look at the Taliban.
Yeah,
I was also going to say that super chat, like it said, why would you use your high end expensive chips and kamikaze drones and stuff when you can accomplish the same thing with a lower grade chip that's not going to, hit your inventory of what you might need for like Kinzels or whatever.
Exactly.
Maybe it's not as
That's why
maybe it doesn't have as much precision, but it doesn't need to.
I'm not a computer scientist, but that makes sense to me that you would use your lower quality shit to destroy it and save your good stuff for when you really need it for something good.
So coming back to that
working
point,
for Russia.
Look at the purpose the chip needs to serve. Look at that first, and then make the judgment. You can pay $150 million for a super nanotech kind of chip, but if you're going to blow it up, then why the fuck you put the chip in it to begin with?
Juan and Atreo, are both of you suggesting, because Juan is saying like, why will you use your most advanced equipment and so forth, and putting a pretty compelling argument, and you are saying, you know, if your chip has its function right, it's made for its function, that's nothing else to worry about. So when are we going to be seeing chip enhanced shovels?
We need no. We need AI. AI
guided shovels, man.
So for the AI guided shovels, I would go for a little bit like let's say a medium range of transistor density, and then through so the light source needs to be collected through a 5 nanometer node. Then we would have something like a semiconductor that could run on AI autonomously, but you know, it's still a shovel, so you would need to manually operate it.
Well, are we looking at having flexible shovel heads, maybe?
You could have automated shovels and you can help them travel, right? The logic goes, the shovel knows where it is because it knows where it isn't, and it knows where it isn't because it knows where it is. So they could get to their target by simply following that logic.
You're not going to see the chip. You're not going to see the chip shovels until you see the mobile Gundam assault on Odessa. So just wait. Be patient. It's coming.
Yeah. Atreyu keeps making this point, and I just want to nail this down. Yes, it matters what it is that you're using your chip for. Still, chips made in the 80s are still some of the most produced chips, but it does matter what your transistor density can be on a certain wafer and all this other stuff. That does matter, but it just doesn't matter as much for the applications that we're talking about. When they're sending a rover out to Mars, they're still using a PowerPC chip in there. IBM doesn't even make those anymore, but they still make them for NASA.
No, so the thing is that the reason I emphasize on purpose is because when you want to design the chip, so chip is the end product. So if you want to go all the way to the start, so when you actually look at the semiconductor, you don't talk about nanometers. It's because the nanometers don't really happen on the wafer itself. So when people mention 7 nanometers, 20 nanometers, 14 nanometers, it's all
marketing.
Games.
It's marketing. We understand that. But when Intel tries to tell you why you should be purchasing a 13th gen i9 versus a 9th gen i9, they're going to be throwing around that number. So the layman thinks in those terms, even though you're right to say that these are marketing terms and they don't really show you everything you need to know about the process. We can still make the generalization that the process is more advanced. The Russians can't make a 7 nanometer chip, or what TSMC would consider the equivalent of 7 nanometer, and that's different than Global Foundries 7 nanometer, whatever. That's an anachronism we don't have to get into.
So to give you an impression for people who are more pro Intel, so the 14 nanometers on Intel equals that of 7 nanometers of TSMC. So
if you look at the density, the transistor density, right? But that's stuff that
and then
we don't
the
really
transistor
have to
density. So transistor density does not equate to nanometers. So you don't measure nanometers based on transistor density.
Yeah.
So you have to understand is that the nanometers that they use in order to measure the width of a node, it does not equal to actual capacity of how close you can get a transistor.
You're correct. I just want to make this simple for the layman and say that generally, yes, we can make more advanced chips, but what chips you're going to use for your Xbox Series console is not the same chip that they're going to put into an F-35, and it's not the same chip that they're going to put into a Su-57. Those chips are hella old. Those chips they still use Nintendo 64 era chips.
No, so they can actually use modern chips for those. But the difference is that the smaller the chip gets, the more smaller the device needs to be. So if you look at the car industry, a lot of modules in the car need to perform semi-autonomously. So in order to do that, or in order to achieve that, they would need a sequence of chips being able to communicate with each other. But a lot of modules are very small, so they need a very small microchip. So if you look at the aviation or the missiles, you would need bigger chips simply because you're going to destroy the piece of equipment for one. And then the missiles are really big, very big equipment. So you don't want to waste high amounts of money, but also you don't want to waste good quality simply because you are going to destroy it. So the purpose beats the size, basically. And you can make for example, just to give a reference. So if you want to look at a 60 nanometer chip, you can make it as effective as a 7 nanometer chip.
Yeah.
But you need the size in order to do so. Hence, I try to focus on purpose over size or nanometers.
Yeah, you're right. I just wanted to put a pin in that there is a difference in sophistication at the end of the day, but these terms, maybe they don't necessarily describe everything about these chips, that makes them more sophisticated, and smaller chips come with their own problems and all this other stuff. But that difference in sophistication, sure, maybe American weapons can be more precise, but maybe you can make fewer of them.
So this is something to discuss here.
My question is... hold on. Vaughn, Mehdi has his finger up.
I just wanted to ask, hey, everybody, I just want to ask, if Russia is this behind in that type of technology, why do they have Poseidons already functioning and out at sea, working on AI intelligence?
They're fake.
That's what I was saying earlier, is that you run into what's called a diminishing returns, right? You get to a point where it matters what your material science is. We don't know how to communicate with our hypersonic missile once it reaches hypersonic speeds. We don't know how the Russians solved that problem. Maybe it's a super unsophisticated, really stupid thing. We have no idea. If we saw it, we'd be like, what the fuck? But it works, and that's the important part.
Have you heard
that's how you make a working weapon system.
Have you heard the theory? I read a theory that they figured it out by simply making a ablative antenna that sticks out the top.
I was just gonna say that.
Yeah, there's a theory that they made a simple ablative antenna that kind of degrades over time, that kind of erodes over time because of the air friction. So they don't need to really have any high-tech communication. They just communicate with the satellite because the antenna is just like sticking out through the plasma.
Which how can it be?
You would think
the
though,
best weapon is got just an antenna sticking out of it.
You would think something traveling in a ball of plasma.
No. The whole point is it sticks. It's covered.
I know. I got it. But what I'm saying is, even still, if it travels in its own ball, it creates its own ball of plasma that it's traveling through the atmosphere through, right? It has to have some type of independent intelligence to continue to function on mission, because it knows it loses communication with its data point. And it's like any other at that point. It's like any other type of what I want to say, like drone or anything. There's always going to be the one weak link, and it is the data link. But once that's severed, it seems that Russian weapon systems just continue on mission and hit where they're supposed to. Unless, of course, they enter into Ukraine, and then they multiply in number and get shot down all at once.
Yeah. So any other questions? Because I want to drop out.
I was just going to say, basically, with the chip, nano size matters basically with what you're building. If you need something light and, the smaller the chip, the better. Avionics, obviously, you want lighter chips. Missiles, you want lighter chips. So really the whole nano thing basically comes down to like how ergonomically you want to design this particular item and how small you want to make it. If you don't care about the size, then you'll use older chips. If you want a small, sleek little thing like a iPhone, then you'll use the fancy shit.
If you already design your system from the ground up, to do a certain task, you can design your silicone, because the Russians can custom design their silicone, and they do. You can design your silicone to do that job effectively, right? In your cell phone right now, you have a chip that allows you to do things like decode probably, let's say, 4K 60 FPS video. That chip is a tiny little chip, and it can do this amazing, wonderful work that before you would need a supercomputer to be able to do. That's supercomputer levels of processing. Guess what? It's very dedicated. And because everybody knows that you're going to be watching YouTube videos on your cell phone, every cell phone is going to have that super specific chip that does a super dedicated job. And that chip, guess what? You can make it bigger, you can make it smaller to make it do that job. What the issue that you start running into is if you're going to put a chip into your cell phone that has to be able to do a lot of different kinds of things. It has to be able to handle like a lot of spindly code and all this other stuff. But for dedicated tasks, for a dedicated, like I'm designing a pistol, the Makarov pistol, and I'm designing a round to go with the Makarov pistol. It's the 9x18 millimeter round. That pistol is going to fire that round pretty reliably. From the ground up, they were designed to work with each other.
Okay.
So
wait, I want to first comment on this. So
But
basically,
hold on, how much dedicated
Alan,
RAM do I need
Alan,
to have to operate Minecraft on my computer?
Alan, I'm very sorry to interrupt you first.
64 megabytes.
So basically, chip is a very vague term. Chip is an end product, and the chip does not function alone. So if you want to look at a chip, what does it come with it? So you also need a memory, and then you need an additional backup to that memory. So you have the SSDs, which Samsung is very famous of. And then for others who don't know, there's another company called Hynix, who are also very capable in making chips for memory. So a CPU can only function if it comes coupled with other aspects of the whole process of the chip. So you don't really work with just one chip. You work with the sets of chips. So the capabilities of the chips based on what it needs to function as, but also based on the gold list from the read-only memory and based on the capabilities of the read and adjust memory. So you have to kind of figure it out in this regard. So if you want to look at the capabilities of the chip, look at the whole process or the whole architecture of
the end product.
The product. Yes. So and then yeah, I kind of lost my train of thought. But if
sorry,
there's
Maddie,
other
what were you going to say?
No,
Maddie.
no worries. I was going to say if there are other questions. If there's no other questions, I'm going to drop in the background.
After Maddie, I've got a question for you. One more. Go ahead, Maddie.
I have one.
You're muted, Maddie. Maddie, you're muted.
Muted,
Maddie, you're muted.
All right. Adriel, you guys, great stuff bringing up stuff I don't know and knowing more specifically about the chips and the chipset. This is great to learn and understand about what is a chip. And like RL said, it's a rather broad term because it includes so much more that has to go with it, where the chip is just one part of a whole system, of course. But I wanted to get to optics because when we were talking about the lenses and Ralph Snyder in the chat brought up the Z-square, those lenses. I used to be a photographer, but right now, if you notice, most terms, am I doing? Stop it, Vaughn. The assholes that really optics are now just for a degraded last of line type of fire system for any tank now, because we've all went to electronic targeting systems. By what I mean is that they view the optics, but they enhance it through there, and that's why you see everybody now is playing Atari when they're in the gunner seat or in the commander seat. That optics where that clarity of optics is going to matter out to 5,000 meters just isn't really needed anymore. It can all be enhanced just like your phone, where you just expand it out, where you're going to maybe get a pixelated version of the target, but you're going to be able to tell there's a target there. And that's kind of what I'm saying is that the optics used to be a huge thing. The grind of the lens and the fallout at the ends and the distortion, but it's not that anymore because everything is just like playing on your phone now. It's the same view.
Yeah. So just real quickly, just before Trey has to go. One of the interesting thing that you brought up, which I'm curious if you're able to shed any light on this. So I've done enough reading on Russia's domestic kind of chip production and stuff, but I've not really been able to see that much info about Russia's ability to produce actually memory modules. Because from what my understanding is, what they do is they do a lot of work with Hynix and they repackage their stuff, but I don't know if they do any domestic serious memory manufacturing. Can you speak to that?
So they have an R&D on it, and it seems that they do have the ability to produce it. The problem is that Hynix is just simply far better and far more capable. So functioning or rather outsourcing this ability and then keeping the rest in R&D seems to be the most beneficial in this regard. So I would admit that in this, if I were to investigate, I would definitely need to have to spend some time on how capable and how well developed the Russian R&D is on memory. But I do know that they are in the R&D phase. But then again, yes, Hynix is a very, very big player, even in Russia. So yeah, good point. Very solid point.
All right, awesome. Thank you. Really appreciate that.
So yeah, I will be dropping to the back. If I hear some crazy shit, I'll just come back and terrorize everyone.
So yeah, that's to answer Maddie's question.
Hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
Trey, hold on.
Yeah.
What song you think the Wagner needs to play on the Losing funeral?
So I am probably not the right guy to ask. So as many people know now, by now, I'm an engineer and I work in a particular sector. But I actually do like gangster rap. So for me, I would go for Tupac. What's that song? Oh shit. I can't.
Eat them up.
Fuck your bitches in the click, the clang.
Eat them up.
Hit them up. Yes. I will go for that one.
You claim to be a player, but I fuck your wife.
Yes, yeah. I would go. I'm sorry. I'm not the right guy for music, I guess. You know.
Okay, but who was in Paris?
Kanye? Was it Kanye?
Yeah.
Wait, Shadowy. He's close to Paris.
He's like our Kanye here. French Kanye.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, as you were talking joysticks and stuff, that today is the anniversary of Pac-Man. I think it's
was late.
5th anniversary.
So I assume we haven't talked about the big dance.
I don't see anyone wearing suits today. That's all I'm going to say, man.
I decided to be respectful to the men that fell in Bakhmut. So I wasn't going to celebrate other than to congratulate Wagner for a job well done and pity the people that died there and their shitty commander left them to die.
You know, people now.
Wait. Treyo's about to leave. He's going to say something. One last thing.
So basically, I was scrolling through the chat, and there is a guy. He's called David King, and he mentioned that once the funding stops in Ukraine, it will switch to Taiwan. So basically, saying Taiwan is going to be the next conflict. I'm currently in Taiwan. It won't happen. And then if something looks like it, Vaughn himself is going to drive his tank over the ocean and come and save us.
I'm working on one of. I'm trying to design one of those amphibious skirt things for the M1, and maybe we'll make it.
Atreya, what are you talking about? Dan actually has a tank.
Yeah, he does.
Taiwan is just 5 Bakhmuts.
That is going to be one hell of a tall commander's tower that sticks way up to the surface that allows the air to fuel down into the engine compartment. Holy
Hey, Trail, if you're really worried about it, just kind of scope out where the nearest amphibious assault vehicle is, and when the time comes, just hotwire one and get the fuck out of there.
Yeah, I'll
Just-
be waiting for
just
you.
turn
But
the
I will
paddle-
signal.
Just turn
I
the
will
little
signal
paddle
the
thing
DPA
on and
flag
just
so
head
you know
on
it's
out.
me.
Just put a DPA flag up. That way everybody knows we're cool. You're just here to report from the front. We'll get you a plate carrier that says press on it and an oversized or undersized helmet, and you can be the Taiwanese Patrick Lancaster.
Oh shit! So stuff.
We're gonna send you a
Signing
fiver
off, man.
every time you go
He
live.
goes, I'm here on the beaches of Taiwan. You can.
You can actually interview the Chinese soldiers as they come. You can interview the Chinese soldiers as they come ashore and ask them what they'd like to see, and maybe even point out a good place to catch a bite.
Oh,
Remember
shit.
when they
Chimichanga.
filmed the U.S. Navy SEALs landing in Iraq and Kuwait? Like it was some secret mission, and the news team.
No, that was it. That was in Somalia when they came ashore at night, and CNN was waiting for them, and they're like, "Hey, how's it feel to land in Somalia?" Well, you know, I was trying to be secret about it, but thanks for putting me on the fucking news. Yeah, I think it was Somalia when they went in. They're waiting for them on the fucking beach with cameras. It's like, thanks. I mean, that kind of shit right there is the kind of shit that pisses military guys off because it's like, hey, go on this secret mission. Oh, wait, there's a news crew waiting for you when you get there, by the way, so it's not really that. I mean, just shit like that gets people killed.
You're not allowed to talk to your family
Yeah,
where
but
you're
that's
going by
how
the news.
what it is
The
now.
news is gonna report that live. The fuck is that?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like your wife and kids are like, hey, I got to leave. Where are you going? I can't say. Oh, hey, there's Dad. He's on the fucking beach in Somalia at fucking 3 in the morning with CNN doing an interview.
And all I got was this fucking lousy T-shirt.
You can only make it that not happen by forcing people to not share anything as they are doing in Ukraine, where they are persecuting the people who filmed the bombings in Kiev.
And people still do it.
Yeah, people still do it, but they are risking 20 years of jail. So
Guys.
the only way they can do it,
That's why I think that.
I mean, everyone but me has an iPhone with a camera. So they
I
go
think
around.
that's-
Unless you jump the internet altogether, the news is going to go out somehow. The news.
I
and
think
the-
that's one reason. I think that's one reason why you see a lot of those bombing videos where they digitize the bottom because they're trying to hide where they are in the city in relation to the explosion, so they can't get in trouble for filming the explosion. Because I mean, there's hardly any of them you ever see where you can't tell where the skyline is, and obviously the ones like in that Patriot strike where you could see everything. Those people probably all got arrested.
Well, no, that was CCTV camera, like the Ukrainian government footage.
Oh, I thought they actually had a guy that might have been on an apartment balcony or something. That
There were 6 people that were arrested for filming. There were multiple people filming the explosions and stuff, but there was CCTV footage of the Patriot firing the 32.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I just assume that
I wish
people
I had
take precautions.
$1 million to throw away.
I thought
So the guy on CCTV is the one who leaked that.
No, it's live. It was on YouTube, like live stream on YouTube. Yeah.
Yeah, there in all the cities around Ukraine, there's usually live streams that go on, or there were at least. I don't know.
It's
if
for
they still have.
propaganda. It's for propaganda mostly.
A lot of times those cameras are aimed in the direction of opposite of the attack, so they always show the clear sky. Oh, there's nothing to hit Ukraine, but if you flip the camera around and half the city's on fire. I mean, that's what they do a lot of anyways, because I used to sit there and watch those things all the time, and it's like, you know, the missiles got launched. You can hear the raids going off. Sometimes you could even hear fucking Garan motors, but you never saw shit hit. And that's probably because they moved all those cameras around so that you can't see. I mean, they're probably, like if the Russians are firing from the east, all the cameras are probably pointing west or south or something, so you don't really get to see. maybe you'll see a flash on the camera or something, but you won't be able to tell where it's at. I'm sure they've done that by now. I mean, they can't afford to have people watching cameras. And I mean, like the night they took Zaporizhzhia, I watched that on a live stream. They can't really have people like me watching that shit. If I can watch it, God knows the Russians were watching way better footage than I was.
So what next for Ukraine? Everyone now is talking about F-16, 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 because I think NATO has sent everything they could. What comes after the F-16? Nukes?
Unicorns.
Okay, I've got
Aircraft
a theory.
carrier. Aircraft carrier.
Aircraft carriers. No, I think the first step is going to be a new city is going to become the new Bakhmut, right? Whether it's going to be Siversk or it's going to be Avdiivka. I personally think it's going to be Avdiivka. But as the battle progresses in that city, what we could probably see is the tentative steps of, hey, what if we send in X number of NATO personnel to man positions in Lvov for security purposes, and then it's going to be pushing the red line. Maybe we'll see something along the lines of cruise missiles being delivered to Ukraine more than just the Storm Shadow. Maybe they'll send them. What's the land version of the Tomahawk? Or I think the land Tomahawk can be launched from land, can it, or does it have to be launched from a strategic bomber or ship?
I think they've got pod launchers for them, and then they've got ship and aircraft. If not, they've got. I think there's even a land-based version of the Harpoon. Which is
that's my point. I think we'll start to
box launcher.
We're going to start to see Ukraine get a lot more cruise missiles.
Yeah. Any
But everyone in the West is saying they're gonna send F-16 to Ukraine. But how
That's
many?
Gonna take, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I know it's gonna take
literally
like
a zero. It's literally a 0
but-
point conversation because nothing's going to come of it.
How many of this country are willing to send their F-16?
What was that one? I think one country already promised it. Belgium or the Netherlands or something like that. I could be wrong.
Was it Portugal or Spain?
I think Portugal go
This is
for.
the Netherlands because what I read was
how
that
many they're gonna send?
they are supposedly selling it to some company to, I think, for scrapping or something, because they are replacing it, and then they stop the transfer, and then it's probably something to do with wanting to transfer it to Ukraine. Yeah, that's what I read in I think a pro-Russian source. Cannot remember which channel.
If I remember correctly, are they not saying that the Ukrainian pilot training program is cut down to 18 months? And this is what I think about the F-16s and the M1s, and I've said it before. They're only being offered because they know they're never going to fucking deliver them ever. They're not going to deliver these weapons. They're just made for being thrown out there for propaganda to keep morale up, whatever. Americans do not want, especially MOD, do not want to see smoking U.S. airframes crashing to the ground or smoking hull to M1 tanks in Ukraine. They're not going to allow it to happen. I'm telling you, none of this shit is going to make it there. They're only offering it because they know they'll never deliver it.
Why did they send the Patriots then?
Patriots a redundant piece of shit. It's already been.
To disagree. They are testing the capabilities of
really
pilots,
badly.
and they are also sending all junk in general. Even F-16s are relatively old junk. They are from when I was a kid, so they are pretty old already. I don't think they care that much about seeing the stuff being destroyed. Obviously, they would prefer to win the war, but that may not happen, to be optimistic in the US sense. But the question is, they are testing the things. The Patriots are being tested, not just there. They were also tested in Israel and so on. They are not doing that well, as far as I know. And they are also sending just stuff they have in the stores.
Okay. Can I be heard?
Is it more difficult to shoot? Oh yeah, sorry, Simeon. I'm sorry.
Very well. First and foremost, I thought we agreed that we would dress fancy due to the capture of Bakhmut.
That's what I said.
What happened, dudes? Either ways, next up,
we gonna get
regarding
there.
the question by the super chat, no, because in the context that we're talking about a BBR fight where everyone is just trying to stay as far away as possible from the contact line. The contact line being like the barrier between the countries. So neither side will trespass that line unless it's like ground support bomber aircraft. But aside from that, no, those fighter or fighter bomber aircraft will never enter into a dogfight nor anything of the sort. We're actually being more easier to take down will matter. In BBR fights, if you enter the zone where it's a sure kill zone, it's a sure kill zone for a reason, and it's because you're dead. And that's what the Russians have been exploiting. And they also have been exploiting the fact that they can also back up on an actual set of air defenses that the Ukrainians cannot back up upon because they don't have the space. So no, doesn't matter what's easier to take down. What matters is the BBR capabilities. Right now the Russians have better BBR capabilities, and the missiles that they are using to shut down the Ukrainian aircraft have better BBR capabilities than the... What was the name of that missile? The AIM...
AMRAAM.
IM-120.
Because it's used to take down bombers, strategic bombers. That's the missile that they are using to shut down Ukrainian aircraft. Those have extremely long range, and they are just guiding it with the radars of MiG-31s or Su-35s over a very, very long distance. Go ahead, Atreyu.
Yes, so actually I quickly jumped in because of a statement that Luis made. Before I entered the semiconductor industry, I used to be in aviation and actually worked on the F-16. So one of the statements he's made, I need to correct. The F-16 is not junk.
I didn't say junk. I said old junk in the sense that there is stuff that is relatively old, that is not, that is Cold War era almost. Yeah, not almost. Already Cold. Still Cold War.
Okay.
Cold War.
The F-16 is a formidable and a sexy aircraft that is very capable. I absolutely wish it will not enter the war for several reasons. Obviously, one is the engine, which is very capable. The Russians would love to have it. But also, I do not want to see the aircraft I used to work on lose in such bad conditions. I would like to see more fair conditions to begin with. It's not junk.
Okay, I wanted to point something out.
Old stuff, you know, stuff that is not being used so much anymore, that is stored, that is mothballed.
Louis,
1 second.
NATO is using...
When we talk...
let me jump in that F-16 stuff. And then I will let you
Let
talk.
Simeon finish.
The F-16...
Okay, what I wanted to say is the following.
No, RL, let him finish. He wasn't done.
What I want to say is the following. Both sides are operating with 70s and 80s tech that just has been upgraded. The F-16 is a 70s tech that has been upgraded. The Su-27 is a 70s tech, I believe, that has been upgraded over time. Same with the MiG-29. It's not new stuff. It's just been upgraded. What they are receiving is a less upgraded version of that. Doesn't matter. It's still a capable aircraft. Everyone in this conflict has capable aircrafts. Just keep that in mind. That's all.
Yeah, and the F-16 was one of the most, if not the most successful fighter jet sold.
Yeah, but everything from
the
the
international market
sells a lot.
All the upgraded version you can find in the Turkish Air Force, in the Israeli Air Force, even the
Japanese
Pakistani F-16 are very potent.
I will admit that the F-16 has flaws. Obviously,
it's not perfect.
It's not the perfect aircraft. It is a highly capable aircraft when it's in the air. So in many regards, we have to consider the capabilities in the air. If you want to have the takeoff and landing, it's a different story. But in the air. It is highly maneuverable. It has a good range. If you compare it to, for example, the MiG-29, which should be somewhere closest to its equal, then I would give the edge to the F-16. And in some cases, I would even give the edge over the F-35s in many regards, because the F-16 was built to actually be able to battle other aircrafts over all the other nonsense it would be performing otherwise. So in this regard, I think the F-16 is still a very formidable aircraft. And I worked on it, so obviously I have personal sentiment.
Only on Hollywood movies only.
No, it's
Shit.
real. F-16 is a real ship.
Yeah, it's a real shit. Have you ever seen F-16 against the F-300? Okay, there you go.
You're muted, Andrei.
That was the point I wanted to bring up. It all depends on the operational environment it is. I'm not saying the F-16 has been around forever because it's a good platform. And it's been modified several times. It's in several generations throughout the year. But what generation of F-16 would these pilots be flying? I mean, let's look at the capabilities of standoff weapons of Russian munitions that they have just for air-to-air missile engagement. They have them that are over 400 kilometers in range at detection. The F-16 at best is only going to get it out to 180. That's the thing. It's a different environment. We're not. If you want to talk dive fighting, which will probably rarely happen, I can understand that, especially with the capabilities of the F-16. It's always been a good scooter, from what I hear, and I don't fly jets, so I wouldn't know. But when you can get detected and targeted over double the distance that you even can detect your enemy firing platform that's shooting at you, you're dead. There's no way. That's why they were saying, remember at the beginning of the war, they were talking about some Ukrainian jets were getting struck from places they never even knew where the missile came from. And they found it was someplace out in Russia that actually launched it from I think it was an Su-35 or whatever that nomenclature is. But that's the thing, is what they are carrying now and the packages they have in them are what determines how successful those weapon systems are going to be, no matter how old they are.
Well, I think one thing Otero said yesterday was, on his experience in a normal time, at 4 months, you haven't sold an F-16 in a normal training. And he said they're already trying to do that at 4 months, where they're flying the aircraft with a trainer. And that's on an abbreviated training schedule. I mean, just that little tidbit right there. It's like, they're doing stuff where he's like, they never did that before. That's not normal. That's not standard. That's cutting corners. So if they're cutting corners on one thing here, you can imagine how they're cutting corners. And I think a lot of people have said these guys are basically going to take off, fly to a waypoint, launch a storm shadow, turn around and try to get back. They can't really get into it and provide close air support like the F-16 could with, gravity bombs and rockets and, all the stuff it can carry. I mean, they're basically probably going to carry some kind of standoff ground attack missile and shoot it. Maybe if they survive the war and something's left of Ukraine and you're the last F-16 pilot, you'll be pretty good, but they're not going to be doing anything other than that, probably, just because everybody's saying the Russians have way more aircraft. They have way more platforms. They just got way more ways to take shots at them than the Ukrainians do to the other side. So, like somebody, I don't know what they call it, a truck, a bus. That's all it's going to be, is a delivery platform, and it's good for that. It's excellent for that, and that's probably all it'll be. But once the Russians figure out they're only going to fly 100 kilometers from their base, who's to say they won't send in Su-57s or something and try to do the same? Or better yet, they got DRGs and they got handheld man pads. Why not sneak up there and do the thing that they did in Belgrade the other day, where they got the 2 helicopters and the 2 jets? I mean, once they come into the theater, they're priority number one, just like any Western tank. You know, no matter what they do, no matter how safe of a mission profile they think they're going to fly, the Russians are going to get them. They're going to do everything they can to get them. And like somebody else said, take out all the airfields. I mean, there might be some roads out there in the middle of Western Ukraine that you could set up for a runway, but well, once you do that, that attracts attention and somebody's going to know. So how long will that road even stay open? I mean, you don't think the Russians haven't already analyzed every mile of road in Ukraine and figured out what's suitable for a runway?
Super chat?
Or suitable for an air assault?
RL's been waiting to speak.
That was my guess, because I had to go put my kid to his bed. I was wondering if you were talking about the airstrip, because the F-16 need a nice, clean strip to take off and to land. And as Van just mentioned, Russians just need to bomb all the airfield, all the straight bitumen line, whether it's a road or highway, to impeach those F-16 to fight. That's why I think, that's my personal point of view, F-16 might trigger kind of World War III, because the West will be kind of obliged to use their own airstrip in European territory to make those F-16 actually take off and land. This is my worst worrying thinking about the F-16.
The other thing is, too, is you've got to...
1 second, Ban.
Yeah,
can we talk about the super chat? Can we talk about the super chat?
I want to talk about the F-16 also. So I want to just share. Singapore have F-16, so I kind of know it a bit well. The F-16 is a very very flexible aircraft. It actually can be used as an air-to-air fighter. It can be also used as a strike aircraft. So this is why the Ukrainians probably want it, because it's very numerous and it's highly flexible. You can use it like a Sukhoi 35 to do airstrikes on ground targets. You can use it for air-to-air engagement, which is what basically that's what Singapore do as well. We use it. It replaces the A4 Skyhawk, which is we use it as an attack aircraft, but then it also replaces the F5. F5, which is the short-range air-to-air interceptor. So then after that we got the F-15s to concentrate on the air superiority. So the F-16 it will not be used like a lot of how a lot of people will imagine it. I think it will be used mostly more like an airstrike rather than the air-to-air strike aircraft. I mean, not less likely to be an air-to-air fighter, because they cannot compete with the Russian most advanced fighter jets, because they're going to like just now was mentioned by Semelon, beyond visual range, Western aircraft is going to have problems with Russian aircraft, the most modern Russian aircraft, because the Western MRAM is just don't have the range, because we have no more Phoenix, right? The Western aircraft, there's no more F-14, there's no more Phoenix. The longest range is the M120 MRAM. It's just not long range enough to deal with Russian long range missiles. And then it also will be in range in the S-300, S-400. It's going to be one hell of a problem. So I think they will be used mostly as an attack aircraft. So, but that's just my take. And I'm going to drop off for Bradley. Oh, but Bradley is not on, the camera is not on. Yeah. So never mind. You guys can continue.
Yeah.
Alan, actually, would you mind covering the question from the super chat, which was, what will happen after Bakhmut? I had an idea, but I want you to cover yours.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I covered that. I think before you came, I also answered it. I think the next steps, I remember in a different discussion we've had, and I've said this before, next point after Bakhmut is going to be consolidation, and then probably a move on Avdiivka. It's already partially encircled already. They can already get the supplies in to bombard the city. It's one of, if not the most heavily defended cities on the face of the earth. It's the Baghdad of 1990, right? There are tunnel networks under tunnel networks under tunnel networks under Avdiivka. They've had 9 years now to dig in, build tunnels, build ammo bunkers, food depots, everything. I'm not going to talk about the civilian population, because the pro-Russians are going to say they're using the civilians as human shields. Some other people are just saying they can't leave because they're trapped and because blah, blah, blah. It doesn't really matter. There are probably still civilians there. That's something we have to take into account. But when it comes to next steps, I could be completely wrong. They could go invade straight to Kiev again, right? But from the way I've seen things, and I think most of us have seen things, they've already partially surrounded Avdiivka, like significantly surrounded. They hold the heights and everything. So they might besiege it. They might just wipe it off the face of the earth. I don't think they'll wipe it off the face of the earth. They have the capacity to. They've got the guided bombs. They've got the grads. They've got the everything they need. I just don't know how they're going to unseat bunker networks under the city.
I think Avdiivka is already half destroyed.
It doesn't matter because the bunkers are not. The trenches are not. The tunnels underneath the city are not.
Yes, right. But the city has been
May I
destroyed.
May I expand the scope here a bit?
Well, I want to let Simeon finish because he also wanted to state his point, and then I guess we could open it up to Prata.
Actually, I'll go last just to let others speak. Go ahead, Coping or Prata. I don't know.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, because these points that we're talking about, like Avdiivka and Bakhmut and so forth, these are pretty much like the pressure is going to be maintained there, and they're going to keep on going, and then there's going to be a next hard point. And, you know, for obvious reasons, we tend to focus on them. But I think it could also be worth putting into consideration what will be the operational or regional objectives of the Russians. Because as they have expanded closer and closer to Bakhmut, and the counteroffensives of the Ukrainians don't seem to have so far tried to outflank the northern flank. They failed on trying to push back the Russians in northern Bakhmut. And we keep in mind here Siversk, right? The Ukrainian commander there is apparently quite skilled, and he's holding a big salient, which the Russians at some point need to consider. So when Bakhmut falls, they may indeed want to just, like as mentioned here, consolidate, but they may also want to get rid of the salient here. I think that might be actually a more important priority for the Russians than necessarily, you know, any other hard points. They just come. Yeah.
Okay. Well, if I could just say one thing, I actually kind of disagree with that about breaking salients or anything like that, because there is still the stated goal of the SMO, and that is, I mean, we've been hearing it, liberate Donbass, right? Lugansk and Donetsk. So it's logical to me. We've heard the rhetoric come from the Russian side say, yes, we've won in Bakhmut, but we still have many fights ahead of us. In my head, that tells me that they're still completely going to acknowledge the fact that they have to break through significant lines of defense, whether it be Avdiivka, Siversk. Maybe it might be Siversk, but I think Avdiivka makes more sense because it allows the two highways that come out of the city for them to push up and threaten the supply lines to Siversk more than Siversk itself. They could allow that kind of to shrivel and die on the vine, so to speak.
But wouldn't Siversk fall under the Russian political objective, a part of Donbass?
Yes, but as you just stated, if there is a significant capacity to defend the city of Siversk, and they're not even at the edge of Siversk either, right? You need to understand the geography there. I think
it was the region I was thinking of,
right?
Compared to, instead of just
I'm talking specifically about the city of Avdiivka, and then which would but would imply the Russians would begin to move northward, right? Not even to Siversk, but threaten. I think Slovyansk and then Kramatorsk behind it.
All right. So what you're saying basically, by going through, adding more pressure to Avdiivka, you're basically referring to a roll-off effect, so that the whole flank like Siversk will have to be abandoned due to the expense of holding it.
Right. So why have to why fight it if you've lost already, or unless you can say lost. I've been unable to take it, failed already, whatever. Why do it over and over again when you can just cut them off and they have to pull out anyway?
Do we know about reinforcements to that area? Because I've only seen that there was a lot of reinforcement to Zaporozhye, but like if the Ukrainians are trying to make a counteroffensive from Siversk, right? They are able to. Okay.
Vaughn?
Yeah, let Vaughn jump in.
Wait, the whole idea of them consolidating, the Russians probably will consolidate, but that's probably an ongoing process. You already rotated Wagner out for the most part on TV. Chechens are there. You have hundreds of thousands of Russian troops that are rotating to the front. Those troops are rotating in and rotating troops on the line out constantly. More than likely, there's already fresh troops on the line. They're going to assess the situation and see if it's worth chasing. Because if the Ukrainians are running, then they'll chase. But if they're not, then they'll just rotate the fresh guys up, and then the veteran, the guys have been fighting back. That's already been going on with the Avdiivka. Go look at pictures of that place. It's flattened. It's gone. There's no way those guys are alive unless they're deep underground. The Russians, if they do anything, will probably just surround it and do an Avastal thing and just starve them out. I mean, there's no fucking reason to go in there. I mean, that place is flattened to nothing, and they're still fighting. So that means there just must be, like Al said, bunkers and tunnels, and because that's the only way they're surviving the heavy rounds that are coming in and the glide bombs and stuff like that. But the Russians are probably already reconstituted constantly. I mean, without saying a whole lot, there's a lot of troops moving to the front, and those troops are constantly being rotated into the fight, and other troops are being rotated out. There's literally a nonstop flow of fresh troops and veterans to the front. And on top of that, they have vast reserves already positioned. We know about T-90s and all this. They can move troops wherever they want, whenever they want. They can make whatever they want appear to be a new offensive, a new grouping, whatever. I mean, they have unlimited options to move forward now. It's all in their favor. And I don't think Zelensky's dead. I think the fact that things have changed and Ukraine has actually withdrawn and maybe saved some guys is only because Zelensky is not in the country. And people are making decisions while they can, since he's not there to micromanage. And if you look about the time the flag blew up, he left the country. That's about the only time anyone in Bakhmut on the Ukrainian side started having a real chance to survive and surrender, or at least get the fuck out. Because that's the only time they sent anything up to secure the flanks and push back enough to get that fucking road open. And that's all they fucking did. That's all that offensive was.
I think
what your offensive was, you chased the Russians 2 kilometers after they ran away ahead of you.
I think
and
what
then
you just said now,
you secured a road, and that was all.
It's one of the most
Didn't do
important
anything.
things you just said, Vaughn, which is Zelensky is not in the country. You're not listening to me?
Yes, we're listening.
He's all right. He's all right. Go on.
Zelensky is not in the country. This is one of the most important things. He has been out of the country for a long time now, since the drones attacks in Moscow. He was there 1 or 2 days, and that was it. He's been going and coming.
Yeah.
It will be very surprising to know where he goes next. And
Japan. He's not going home.
He's in Japan. He's in Japan now. But where
He's in Japan at the moment.
Yes, right. But where does he go next? Because
Australia.
I have the feeling he's not going to Ukraine.
For what?
He's running away. He's running away. And something very important. People are discussing what will be next now from Bakhmut. It's a diplomatic war, which is started. Lula da Silva refused to meet Zelensky in Japan because he was surprised, and everybody was pressing him to meet Japan. Even the French Macron, this is public, pressed Lula da Silva to have a meeting with Lula da Silva, and he was so stressed up that he refused to meet him at all. And this is the thing. What these guys have been doing in Japan these days is probably a really diplomatic pressure that goes beyond anything we saw before. And Zelensky is refusing to go into the country. I think he's very afraid. So we could see some change of heads in the Ukraine for the next days. Hopefully.
I think Zelensky is just a figurehead. His main role is public relations, and that's what he's doing. And someone else, probably a NATO general or something like that, is actually micromanagement Ukraine.
Right, but
yeah,
you can't.
Assuming Zalutsky is the
beginning. But you
wanted to say.
Whoa, hold on, Prada.
All I'm saying is that Zelensky's absence has created an opportunity for people there on the ground to maybe do some better decisions.
Louise, I want you to speak. Louise, but hold on. But you, when other people try to talk over you, it just gets into a crazy chaos thing. So let's try.
Yes, I know, but it's impossible sometimes to get a word.
Go ahead, Luis.
I wanted to say about the issue of what next after Bakhmut. Obviously, Avdiivka is one of the obvious targets. They are fighting there. I've seen videos. They are shooting at least. Some they are in trenches, whatever. I don't know exact details, but they are there. My issue is that if Wagner Group retreats as they have said they will do, and all this saga we may talk later, maybe a bit more. If the Wagner Group actually retreats for, I don't know, 6 months or whatever to lick their bounds, as they say, who is going to storm those fortresses? Because the Russian army doesn't seem to be able to do it, or doesn't want to waste, I don't know, get the death toll associated to storming fortresses. The Chechens, they are talked about, but they never show up except in very specific locations, and they don't do that much. What was that city on the north, which is
Severodonetsk?
No, it's like Basiliska or something like that. Whatever. Yes, they are attacking there, but they only got some advances. They didn't really take the city, only just a small fortress. They are not doing that much, the Ahmad militia. So I'm not really sure how Russia is going to be able to actually storm the next fortresses, because they don't seem to have those kind of stormtroopers that only Wagner is able to produce.
Well, I don't think it's just Wagner.
Can I answer the first things? So when a general abandoned.
Oh, go answer. I will jump after.
Well, we just refused what I said. So I'm going to answer just like this. It's just like when a general abandoned the battle is over. So it doesn't matter if the guy from NATO is ruling the little strings. If Zelensky is not in the country, somewhere in time, people will start to feel that he left the country.
But
he left the battle.
But Ukraine is not ruled by Zelensky. Ukraine is ruled by the deep state, which are the Nazis, which are NATO. It's not Zelensky does not run anything.
It was my answer, so Raul has to speak now.
Yeah, I say that Zelensky doesn't run anything. He's just a figurehead, and if he moves out of what NATO commands him, he's shot in the head and gone. That's it. And he knows.
The thing is, you can't kill Zelensky.
Guys, let them speak.
No, about Zelensky being outside his country and maybe it's kind of diplomatic opportunity. No, it's not. It's just the same way that the West are pushing others, so-called non-aligned country, to align with the West, with Zelensky. Zelensky met with Modi, the Prime Minister of India. Okay, Modi received him in Hiroshima. They talk about Ukraine war and stuff. With Lula, it doesn't function. And just before that, he was invited in the Arab League. Invited. What I've heard about that, it was the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Iraq that mediate kind of to Ben Salman, so you invite him. Yeah, but if you know that guy is an American student.
That's crazy, dude.
Whatever. And about what will happen after Bakhmut, I think one of the good thing in a strategic point of view Russian can do is to shorten the front line where they can. And Avdiivka or Siversk are two spots where they can shorten the front line. Voilà.
Go ahead, Bond. Then I'll
Okay. Hey, I don't want to get hung up on Zelensky and if he's a puppet or not. Okay. Zelensky's being gone is a problem for the people of Ukraine and the military of Ukraine, and it's the perception. Okay, everybody knows Zelensky's a puppet. Let's not worry about that part. The fact that he's not in Ukraine is causing a problem. It might be perceived by certain people and certain elements, and like he's running away and he's not coming back. So let's focus on that, and let's not focus on the fact that Zelensky's a puppet. Okay, he doesn't. Whatever decisions he makes. He does it. He stores code. Blah blah blah. Whatever.
If you kill Zelensky, the West is gonna be in trouble because Zelensky is the, how can I say this? Is the guy for the media.
He's the main
People in the West list.
He's the main
they
character.
need Zelensky.
I think killing Zelensky is the worst thing to do for the Russians.
Let's just look at the message he's delivering and not worry about the messenger.
Well, but the question of killing Zelensky is, however, interesting. But who kills? That is, I think, is more interesting. Because if the Russians
That's a matter who kills him. The CNN and the BBC already go who killed him.
Oh, sure, they will want to replace and get a new hero figure, of course. But it also matters who kills. Like, is it for example, internally from Ukraine, or is it the Russians who wipe out
on the end of the conflict? Zelensky has to
guys...
die. We can have thousands of
Why do I think that conclusion? Are you talking about Zelensky or talking about
Zelensky?
Zelensky.
Oh, Zelensky. I think he's saying goodbye. I think he's saying goodbye.
For me, if Russians decide to kill Zelensky, it will be a big mistake for
It
Russia.
will be a mistake. They can't do that because
Russia.
anyway, there
them-
enough people. There is enough people that will do that job. They don't need to do it, and also
the
it's
best-
speculation.
If Russia wanted
let the
him,
guy
he
live.
would be dead already.
But Errol,
didn't
you
finish.
talked about
Please.
the Arab
Please.
League. Errol, you talked
Please.
about the Arab League. I just
Rada.
wanted to add that many people in the Arab League were very unwelcome about the fact that he was coming. Very unwelcome. He also appeared unannounced and on surprise, and many countries were very mad about it. So there is
That's about MBS because he's the host and he decides. MBS.
Sure, El,
So
but he was not welcome.
That's another topic. But about the
Sure.
killing of Zelensky, the best scenario for Russia is someone in Ukraine, within Ukraine, decide to kill Zelensky. That's the best outcome for Russia.
He gets the
About
Ceausescu treatment. That's the best
Kind
thing
of,
that
yes.
happens.
Yeah.
So I want to add something before I swap myself for Waka. So I don't think Zelensky is the puppet. Confirm 100% US NATO is going to influence him for sure. 100%. They are definitely trying to control him or influence him. But I think Zelensky makes a lot of decisions. From what my observation over the past few months, I think that he's actually have a lot of power. In fact, he threw his generals under the bus for staying in Bakhmut. The generals, if I'm not wrong, wanted to withdraw. Zelensky threw them under the bus and then say that, it's the generals that advise him that they want to stay in Bakhmut. So I wouldn't say that Zelensky is a puppet per se.
If you stay, he said to them, if you stay 1 million for your family, that's easy.
Yeah. So the thing is, I think that Zelensky, it's very simplistic to think that he's a puppet, but I think that he is his own man in a way, but he is working within his limitation and restriction. And I want to also add that Zelensky is highly, highly important for Ukraine because he is ultimately still a charismatic person, which is why he can go around and beg for money and supplies and everything. You give it a totally different leader, maybe the old guy. That usually the Ukrainian leaders are very old. If you replace them with a traditional Ukrainian leader, the Ukrainians may not get all these supplies and everything. So I don't think it's a good idea to just write off Zelensky. I think Zelensky has a huge thing to play, and as far as I'm concerned, given the restriction that he cannot surrender and he must fight the war, he's doing a tremendous job as the president of Ukraine. So while I drop this bombshell, I'm going to let Waka in. Oh me, Torfo.
No bombshell. It's all true. It's all true. But anyway,
Hello, Walker.
Hey, Walker. Anyways, I think it's a bit speculation to talk about Zelensky being killed. Well, it depends. You would have to see. The Russians want to, but I think I agree with Errol. The thing will be when his patronage lose the patience. Not even the neo-Nazis will do it, because otherwise it will bring chaos to the country. It will be that when the patrons decide he's not welcome, they will be on the end of the war. Now he's being pressured to do a diplomatic war. And this is the big dangers on it, like we were saying, is that as longer as he doesn't stay in the country, things will become very problematic there. And that's when the Russians may take advantage. And that will be probably a surprise. We will look like, well, they go Adivka, they go Voronezh, they go Servietsk. Oh, who cares? They just need to control the narrative. This is very important. The Russians, the Ukrainians control the narrative of the offensive, which didn't work. Obviously, we see it now. Now the Russians have to continue controlling the narrative, making the initiative. That's how they win the diplomatic war. Sorry.
Yeah,
No,
but
no,
I just want
no,
to say real
hold
quick.
on. Let's do Vaughn first.
Yeah, do Vaughn.
And then Lambo.
All I want to say is my whole thing is the longer he's out of the country, and while he's out of the country, it's creating opportunities for people that don't share his view or maybe want to make more, let's say, sound military decisions. So the longer that lasts, I mean, it's kind of fucked up, but in a way, it's probably better for Ukraine because things might start going in a direction of peace or the ending of the war, or, you know, he doesn't come back. I mean, like I said, it's all, don't worry about the messenger, worry about the message that what he's doing is sending, not just to the world, but especially to his people, his military. I mean, you got to know there's people taking advantage of the situation right now. I mean, like I said, why else would they all of a sudden do this offensive that wasn't an offensive, that basically accomplished buying some time to get a few more dudes out of Bakhmut and fall back? And the only thing they did was chase the Russians after the Russians left. I mean,
may I just add to the queue here before everyone that we have
And
the
I-
super
that's it,
chat.
I'm
You
done.
guys have spoken. If we can address the super chat at that point.
Let's finish with
After
finish with
Mr.
Vaughn.
Lambo.
Lambo wants to go, and then we have a couple other things, but we'll do it
Yeah.
after Lambo. Do it after Lambo.
I just don't think it make a difference if Zelensky is in the country or not. He is just chasing after money, after weaponry, and he has his military staff beneath him that does what he's. The guy has no military experience, you know, so he's working with the NATO. That's easy. They do everything for him, and they. Even if you're killing Zelensky, is a stupid idea because you just need to remember how many money and weaponry went to that country. The West never gonna let that go for that. We're speaking about huge numbers, and my question is first, because there was also a super chat, so I just showed the Sukhoi 27 and the F-16 just to show the size comparison. So the 27 is 2 times bigger than F-16. Actually, it's better to compare the F-16 and the MiG-29. These are more comparable type of planes and tactics. So that is more important. So it's not about the Sukhoi 27 is more about the MiG-29 compared to the F-16, and that gives a little bit more advantage. Got tactical flying for the Ukrainian pilots, a little bit, not too much, but like everybody said, is not going to make a difference to put an F-16 in the country. That's my opinion. But my real question is, what is Ukraine going to do now? Are they going only defensive, or are they going to try to attack something? Because for me, it's just a lost war for them. That's my real question.
What did the super chat say?
I think we talked about that question already.
I was maybe not online.
The capture of Bakhmut and it's an okay. Someone else can talk on that.
Yeah, if you allow, I can comment.
Yeah. We
Yeah,
have
but-
Simeon and Luis, but I think Wakar, you could go after those two are done because you two have.
If someone
have
could
been waiting for
cover
a long
that super chat, because I'm not into speculation, so someone could cover that super chat and then I'll go.
Oh, I think it's not the capture of Bakhmut that coincide G7, but it's the G7 that coincide the capture of Bakhmut. Because the capture of
I will
Bakhmut.
say this. You see the picture of Prigozhin and his boys with the flags, and then you see the picture of the people at the G7, and then you see the picture of the people with Winnie the Pooh. And, you know, it's like Asians are together working out Asian problems. And then there's this, you know, G7 meeting. It's like a
a bunch of white European lesbians and boy toys. And then you look at Wagner and Prigozhin, and it's a cross section of Russia, and they just took the biggest non-important city in the war so far.
If I may answer the super chat, I would say it's pretty much not a coincidence. It plays along perfectly in the timing, but also a provoked coincidence by the Ukrainians. They left the city, actually. It was almost falling, but they actually wanted to leave the city. And I have really the feeling that it passes perfect at the moment that Zelensky is asking for more money. He's getting money from everybody, but like he's now crying for humanitarian help more than weapons, actually.
Luis,
Okay,
go on.
Humanitarian help means money in his pocket.
Yeah, Luis, you've been waiting.
Okay. First, on the super chat, I think a coincidence do happen because a lot of things happen and sometimes they happen at the same time. I don't think that the Bakhmut liberation or conquest was programmed, and the G7 was probably scheduled months ago, so just happened, On the issue of Zelensky, which I wanted to discuss, is there are three reasons to kill, and three different people who may want to kill Zelensky. One is Russia on targeted assassination just to create chaos, because as you say, he's even what Wyatt said. He does actually have some leadership. That's okay. I am not going to exaggerate the figurehead thing, although he obviously cannot derail from the NATO pathway. That's very clear. A second reason could be that there is a coup against war in Ukraine. Not likely to happen yet, but maybe in the future. And the third reason could be that he actually derails from NATO pathway for some reason, as he may have tried to do early on, and he was threatened with death. And in that case, he would just be removed and replaced by some sort of junta or vice president or whatever the system goes. He cannot. That's why he cannot move in, partly because he was elected on a peace platform, on a more or less pro-Russian peace platform. Let's make peace. Let's apply the Minsk Accords and so on. And then he just shifted completely. And the question is, did he actually have all that shift prepared before assuming the presidency, or he was coerced into doing that? We don't know for sure. But in any case, there are all those three reasons to get him killed.
I think he meant it.
Can I?
At the beginning, I think he meant it.
No, I don't think he meant it.
Okay, so I'll go now. First and foremost, regarding the Zelensky thing, I think right now it's unimportant because it's just outside the country. His death currently is not a thing, so let's not speculate in that regard. Right now, what we can talk about, at least I, as a dumb grunt, I can talk about military operations. So let's talk about that and go back to the initial topic. What I can see happening is the following. Once they consolidate their gains in Bakhmut, because I think they consolidate, and you might say, oh, but they don't have, say, Wagner Group, and the Chechens are not capable. The ones that broke Izium were neither the Chechens nor Wagner. Izium was broken by the Russians. All that northern flank was broken by the Russians, by the Russian regulars and the VDV. So let's keep that into account. The Russians were the ones that took one of the most fortified cities in the northern flank. The one that
before we move on, I don't think Vakar got to answer the super chat.
Okay, go ahead, Vakar.
Before we continue.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Yeah, I'll just analyze. I have bad throat, but I'll try to make it easier. I'll try to analyze it from two different perspectives. One is the hardcore war fighting and military operations, because I have a military background. So, and then is the information operations, which is more in the post-truth domain and how it's being played on media and basically psychological warfare. There are two different things. Now, as far as Bakhmut is concerned, and Zelensky, I think they became synonymous, like Bakhmut garrison and Bakhmut Stalingrad, and Zelensky was the savior, and they said they'll do it at all costs. So that's one, the importance of Bakhmut. And then is the outsourcing of the war. I think I'd put it that when you're fighting a war, in case of Russia, it's a monolith. You have their president and the military commanders, and the army and military is going in one direction with one aim, whatever, right or wrong. But in case of Ukraine, this war has been, the command of the Ukrainian forces has been outsourced to NATO. And that's the problem, because they don't care how many people have died. I think there's a calculation now, the losses are 300,000 killed in action from the Ukrainians. That's a huge loss. So basically, it was the NATO was trying to play it for info ops, whereas the Ukrainians were suffering on ground. Okay, we also discussed that in case of Bakhmut, there was also talk of, mind you, the counter-attack, counter-offensive. And our reading was that it would be better for the Ukrainians to conserve and be defensive and don't shove it, in this meat grinder. Then we saw the Russians basically trapping them. And the last reports that we saw was that in Bakhmut, I think they lost another 10,000. Either they have been captured or they were killed. So all told, I think Bakhmut itself has taken about 70,000, either killed in action or captured or injured. So that's a huge loss for a town. One is that. The other is, the Ukrainians tried to hit Kremlin. I think we are forgetting about it. And that's why Zelensky is out, basically. And at that day, I think he was in Norway or Finland. And they tried to show it that they could hit Kremlin with drones. And that was the attack on the sovereignty of Russian Federation after World War II. It was the first time. And I did a vlog, draw a very, very heavy response as far as the Russians are concerned. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are.
You are. You can continue. Walker. Continue.
Okay.
Anything else to say? Okay.
Am I audible? Because there was a
Yes,
discussion.
yes.
Yeah. So that was very critical, So it allowed now Russia, because they were trying to, they then projected it on the media that it was an assassination attempt against President Putin. And they were trying to, I think, demean it and claiming that we have hit Kremlin. So this then becomes, the presidency of Ukraine becomes now a prime target. And that's why I don't think so Zelensky is going to appear very soon in Ukraine. Because now he knows that probably they're going to be. So there was a massive retaliation by the Russians. I think a lot of firepower was used. Now Bakhmut is gone, and Ukrainian forces are demoralized. Even in the Arab Summit, Arab League, I was following it. Actually, I was there in an RT Arabic, documentary. They have done it for Kazan, summit. Russia's path to Islamic world. I think they hold it regularly. So I was given some opportunity to talk on Pakistan-Russia relations, but that documentary is not available on the YouTube. But I'll try to put the link. So there was a discussion with the RT regarding how basically things are happening in the Arab world. The Arabs were reluctant, I think, because basically they were looking at integrating Syria back, peace in Yemen, and then, the rapprochement with Iran. And so basically it was a thing thrust upon them that you have to host Zelensky. And when Zelensky came, I think the Syrian president probably took off his earphones because he did not want to listen to that. So it was more of info ops. And but the underlining thing that Ukraine is now requesting the Arab world is for peace, basically, that they can help in. So this talk of F-16s coming in and all that, more of an info ops, I think they have psychologically lost the war. And there are also reports of, I think the Ukrainian military chief is not traceable. I don't know. Somebody talked about it. Zaluzny, I don't know whereabouts. So there are, I think, a lot of things happening in the info ops, but on the ground in the operation, they have lost a lot. And now Russians have their options open, so they can now start rolling up to Kramatorsk or certain other areas. But we'll have to see that is if the peace is given a chance, or then the war continues. But I think it's going to be Ukrainians are going to start losing it gradually as things progress. So that's my take.
I think I agree, and I would say that going to Saudi Arabia, Zelensky is trying to look for support, a diplomatic out of the war, in order not to face. It's like he's asking the allies of the Russians to intervene in his name to allow him to get out of the war without losing too much.
He already
Okay,
lost a
can I
lot.
finish my point? Because I was interrupted in the middle. Okay, so I clarified that the ones that took Izium were the Russian military and the VDV. Now, can I present my screen?
Please do. Wyatt
Okay,
needs to approve.
so
Wyatt needs to approve you though. If Wyatt's
share
here.
screen. Screen sharing is okay. Share screen, and what I'll share is the slide that I have around here. Oh no, let's just go to the Streamyard. There we go.
Can I something in the meantime to what Pata said? I mean,
Okay.
the question is,
Are you seeing my screen here?
okay.
Yep.
Perfect. So I took a snip of the map here, and I'm going to mark the Ukrainian concentration of forces. So we know they have a concentration. Let's just mark it around here. Around here. Somewhat around here. Then they have a rather large concentration in this whole area. Then they have this pocket here. They have the large concentration over here. Then they have some mobile forces and some concentration of forces over here. This is the battleground that we're playing with. As for the Russians, let's change to the red pen. What we know is that they have forces that are on reserve around here on the Popasna area. I don't know if that's Popasna, but should be
That's
close enough.
Popasna. You're good.
Okay, then they have some forces, not a lot, around here, but with a large concentration on Bakhmut itself. Then they have an extremely large concentration in this area here that has been gathered.
Yeah, and it's
over time.
important. It's important to give context for Crimea. The concentration of troops in Crimea are almost all Russian regulars. They're not Wagner or anything like that.
They will get Kupiansk back. That's for sure.
Okay.
That's their goal.
Then they have another large concentration around here, at least as far as I know. Then they have some forces around here, in this area here.
Francisco, go to your point. Sorry.
No, I'm just mapping the forces before I make my point, because the point was what goes after Bakhmut, right?
But that's the job of Wade to do.
Okay, so over here, they'll just consolidate this area. Like the riverbank is around here. They'll just consolidate this area here after capturing Ivanivske by pressuring through Bakhmut. Right after that, what I think is they'll put pressure on Avdiivka, but they won't
I'm
try to
sorry,
capture it.
no, I'm not seeing your cursor where
It's
you're
where I'm
talking.
drawing.
Yeah, you have to use a
Oh,
different
there.
color.
You're drawing red
If you
on the
use
red,
green,
you know?
you
It's
use
hard
green.
to see that.
Yeah, okay, and they'll reinforce the flank here because they don't want to take the area of New York Toresk. They'll just want to completely ignore that area because the area is right now completely useless to them. They already have one pincer from here, and if they move north from Avdiivka, they have another pincer through there, and they can cut this because this area here does not have any sort of city. This is just road, literally, and it has rivers to the sides, so they can just push north, and they can reinforce the flanks with the rivers. So yeah, Avdiivka would definitely be the next position to assault to allow for this push, and if they manage to drag Ukrainian gatherings, say from over here, let me see where my cursor is, to this area here, then they could attempt to shorten this front line over here by just doing a push in these two directions and reinforcing the flank here so that they can't return the forces here using the riverbeds, and then pushing this whole Ukrainian flank from this direction.
Yes.
Well,
I think this is pretty much speculation. We can definitely not make any, because look, Francisco, you're also not a military expert, and I think the Russians have proven that they are a bit are able to make us some bit of surprise quite often.
Okay, there we go.
So I think we should stay to our opinions instead of trying to do this type of analysis. Wade does that, and that's why we are all here.
Okay,
we can talk about a little bit of battlefield strategy, but seriously, I mean, if you want to get really crazy, just save it for the voice chat after this show. Because there are a lot of options on the table for Russia going forward. They can pretty much do what they want.
Before Hey, Vaughn, would you like to record that one?
The question is what is willing to risk or to put in the battlefield Russia? Because one of the issues that has been going on as of late, the big saga Prigozhin Shoigu, has been whether we fight offensively and we take territory, that's the Prigozhin stand more or less, or we just hold on, do something here and there, some shooting, some artillery duels, and basically bomb the hell out of Ukraine logistics and civil infrastructure. That's Shoigu's strategy, more or less, Shoigu's, Gerasimov, and so on. So there's it's like Russia is not willing to attack.
They will when they need.
1 year without almost moving the front.
Because they just want to waste this war. Let it go. Let it last.
Maybe.
They have so much.
Two things. So, for one, shout out to NGS for all of those super chats and his activity. And then shout out to the group chat, in particular AIM and a bunch of Arabic words. Unfortunately, I cannot read Arabic because I neglected it. He's going to be on the next open mic. He's going to buy a mic tomorrow. So let's hope for him. Sorry for the interruption.
He just need a smartphone.
Yeah, just need a smartphone.
Or
a computer at the moment.
No, or a laptop with a microphone. Luis, he already said he doesn't have a smartphone. You know?
I am by
the way, I wanted to cover something.
Not Skynet anymore. It's YouTube.
Yeah, Prada.
Luis, Semilion, what was exactly your point? What do you think is really going to happen? Give it to you. You don't need to show it.
I don't think that Russia has the will to fight for the terrain much, at least.
Yeah, but let Semilion finish his
want
point.
to get some victories here or there.
Luis, we understand. Semilion went to a great deal of work. He wanted to explain us, but I was trying. Give us what you want to say, because it's probably very valuable. So let's hear it.
Okay, so first and foremost, it is speculation, and the question was speculative. So yeah, let me speculate. Either ways, the next step would be, just like Alan said, at Divka, to allow a breakthrough north through that road, because that road has no cities in the middle across it, meaning they don't have to penetrate any sort of fortification once they take up Divka, and they can just drive north, literally drive, because it's a road, and it has rivers to the side that cover it. Once they do that, the Ukrainians will definitely try to move forces to stop that advance, because if they advance over there, they get to the flank of Konstantinivka. Konstantinivka is one of the roads that supply Chassis PR, and also New York.
Go on,
so,
I'll tell you what, as a sugar daddy, look, $20. He just made $20. Thank you, David. You sugar daddy, Atreyo. Ooh, nice one.
That guy, David.
Yeah.
Thank you. In name of everyone, in name of the DPA.
Ariel, go on.
Be a soldier and join us.
Sharel, go on.
I mean, yeah, they will do that. They will do that. I saw many channels, YouTube channels, where you see people putting a map of Ukraine and making arrows because, yeah, they will counterattack and they will flank and they will
That's the
encircle.
idea. That's the question.
And we never saw that in reality because the Russians
Yeah.
are doing their thing.
Exactly.
And
But that was the question. What will happen after Bakhmut?
according to the statement of the Russians, one of their
Million, let's get
stated
yourself
goals.
surprised.
Wait, one of their stated goals was demilitarization. Actually, in front of Bakhmut, Bakhmut has fallen. In front of Bakhmut, it seems that Ukrainians are around 55,000. There are around 55,000 in the vicinity of Bakhmut or Chasiv Yar or whatever, in that part. So maybe the Russians will continue to push there, maybe.
Yeah.
Because you have
That
the
was the first
manpower
point.
there. Yeah, but I don't think you need to draw arrows that will make an encirclement and flanking things. I think the Russians are more frontal as far as I see actually, except in some specific places like Avdiivka, which is a strong Ukrainian strong point, so they have to envelop it. But generally what I see is Russians are going kind of frontal.
Yes,
because they want
History Legends said
to
that
face
too,
the
Errol.
Ukrainians and destroy them.
It's I think they called
Voilà,
it deep
that's my 2 cents.
deep
Deep
frontal
battle,
strategy
deep
or
battle
something.
doctrine.
Yes, exactly. Thanks.
I think just very quick, the $20 from the David. Can he just ask a question that we need to reply because it's $20
Let
per
me
Uh-huh.
month?
answer to her first. The question is, some say that the blowing of the bridges near Chasiv Yar or Chasiv Yar was actually meant to hammer the remaining Ukrainian force in the Bakhmut sector. On the other hand, some people are saying that if Wagner retreats and has to be replaced, the new troops, even if they are willing to fight, they will be not knowing the terrain very well and so on, and they will need a week or more to adapt. So I'm not so sure exactly how it will go. Go ahead.
So then, Wakar, you were saying that you expect somehow Zelensky to keep going on this kind of military strategy. What do you think about Zelensky, in your opinion, being so long away from his country at such an important moment?
Yeah, because this is a critical juncture, and actually you should be there. In wartime, the leader actually should not be moving out. If you look at President Putin, I don't think so. Less he's gone to, I think maybe Belarusia once, but otherwise he has been, and he is, I think, because nowadays you can connect through, let's say, online or Zoom or whatever. You can attend, let's say. So in case of war, I think Zelensky should have been there and leading. But after the attack, Kremlin, I think there was, because from that day onward, I have not seen him. Maybe I'm wrong, but
It
he's
was
not
1 or
present.
2 days.
Yeah. So it's basically moving around. The other thing is that that he put in a lot of effort on Bakhmut as a symbol of resistance, and this was a poor strategy because when you outsource the war, you outsource the command actually to NATO. So NATO has their own way of looking at it. It should have been an indigenous, let's say, fight by the Ukrainian and supported and commanded by the Ukrainian forces. But now you have a couple of commanders, and that's why there is a confusion. I feel that I think they are looking for, although there will be a lot of info like F-16s coming in, and somebody mentioned that Americans would not like to have M1 Abrams tanks knocked out in the field or F-16 shot down. But this will be in the info ops because I don't think so. In Bakhmut we saw any Leopard 2s and Challengers, and where are those tanks? Because I don't think so they have even crossed the Dnieper River. So these will be used for information operations, and meanwhile they'll try to bargain, pressurize Russia,
Initial calculation was that economic strangulation, sanctions would hurt Russia more, but it happened other way around. I think the West has been hammered. The dollar, people are talking of de-dollarization, so strategic effects are too much. Europe is also, I think, tired of war. So it will be more an info domain. And I somehow have a feeling that if the Ukrainians are smart, they should go for peace negotiations and whatever Putin had demanded initially. I think still they have a lot of chance that they can finish the war in something. But otherwise, they'll be losing troops. As I think RL was mentioning, it's demilitarization is the objective. So it's not a space-oriented war. It's forced destruction. And Russians are very happy. It keeps on going. They can keep on shoving troops, so they keep getting destroyed. So that's why it's become a meat grinder. So I would say it's a poor leadership on part of Zelensky, and there should be now a lot of upheaval in the military command and politically also. I know the mayor of Kiev, that boxer, what is his name, Klitschko or something. Yeah, he's also vying to be, the next president or something like that. So there are people like, yeah,
Victoria Nuland say he's weak. Victoria Nuland say he's weak.
But this outsourcing of your country, if Victoria Nuland has to run Ukraine, so it's very unfortunate. So I'm sure there'll be internal pressure now, and maybe there is a coup within Ukraine, political or military, that we had enough and let's sue for peace. So there's going to be, I think, a lot of demoralization in the Ukrainian system.
Vaughn, go on. Vaughn.
I was just gonna say real quick, and then maybe it's just I'm not like some like army whisperer or some shit, but I kind of feel like since the Bakhmut collapse and the capture, it almost feels like you can feel like this pall over the Ukrainian army. Like if I kind of got it kind of seems like to me it's got to be pretty bad. I mean, not like I'm sensing it and shit, but if I'm thinking that, I'm thinking the guys on the ground that are still alive. I mean, and also to the coup thing or whatever, maybe just, discontent in the ranks. Who are you going to be loyal to, Zelensky or the guy that made the decision to put the resources in place to give you that one last chance to get the fuck out of town and live? I mean, there's a lot of things at play, I think, right now. I just feel like there's a pall. Like you don't hear the shit talking, you don't hear the premium cope. I mean, it just seems like everything. It's like there's just a pall over everything right now. Like they know they got their asses handed to them, and they're hurting.
Something bad is going to come out to the public. I have the feeling as well. So maybe
like you just get the bad feeling, like something's in the background is just really bad going on.
Can I add something here?
Go on,
about this.
Go on.
Thank you. You know what? With Zelensky taken out, we really don't know if his whole entire cadre staff went down with him. And that's a problem because who is actually running? I don't think
he's dead.
It doesn't matter. He's incapacitated for sure. We do know that. And so we don't really understand how much of the command structure at what level still exists at this point and how they're communicating, because how are they going to coordinate all these withdrawals back that they need to do while they still maintain a cohesive unit to not be able to break and flex and allow the Russians past them?
And look at the offensive talk. It doesn't even seem to have the same oomph that the other offensives had that were far more obviously devastating visually to Ukraine as far as the amount of information is available. You know what I mean? It just seems like there's no oomph anymore in the Ukraine. Like this is it. Like, not that this is the end all be all, but they definitely got the wind knocked out of them. It feels like you could just feel it. And then just all the potential things stewing in the background, it just gives me a bad feeling.
Yes, I agree with you, Vaughn. We definitely have the feeling that something is going to come out that will leave many people with a very bad image. And that's why as well we see this kind of last attempt in the G7. I kind of evaluate the whole G7 as a desperating meeting. The Brazilian president was quite heavy in his comments. There are some there was some comments about what he said. He said that in front of everybody in his discourse, that was a group of rich people, that we need that the problems have become too complicated for the rich ones to solve, that we need everybody around to solve those problems. We need a new type of global, and that was impressive because not even Modi had the courage to say that. And Modi actually went with the wave. Modi met with Zelensky, promised him the whole help he needed. But Lula, which is actually a guy much more flexible than Modi is actually. Modi is not very flexible. He has his ideas and he stays there. It's Indo-nationalism. It's what it is. But Lula da Silva actually refused to meet Zelensky.
Lula is a CIA. He needs to play cool.
Who?
Lula is a CIA. He needs to play cool. So everyone's going to believe he's a hard man. But we know what Lula is playing at.
Lula
He's playing a good job now. He's playing a good job, I think. I'm quite surprised. Nico, hello. Go on, Nick. Go on, Andy.
Thank you for letting me speak. Going back to that, I have to ask this: at what level are command decisions being made right now? Because what it seems to me is like these decisions are being made at the local level, and they're not getting the premier guidance they would need from operationally above. So you got everybody just kind of functionally winging it, just trying to stay centric with the mission that they're supposed to accomplish. But there's nothing. It's just a feeling. There's nothing that seems to be following down from this. Is that you have been given your final orders. Good luck, fellas. That's the kind of Paul I see happening there. Is that, I don't know, when will the command structure break down? And at one point, and it has it already. But how long are they going to be able to maintain coordinating themselves just at the local level? Because that takes a lot of reaching out from one unit to another and such like that without it being coordinated behind them, where they can just be told where to go and meet the other unit there. You know what I mean? This is what it seems like to me. There's a missing gap right now in what's going on.
Nico, go on. You have to unmute yourself.
Yeah, I know. I just wanted to say that I don't know if you approve it or you are the same opinion, but I think that Russian intelligence really improved in the last few weeks and months. I mean, it's crazy how much they destroyed in the last few weeks and months. How many commanders are dead or are injured. So can we talk a little bit about that? I mean, it's crazy. In the first few weeks and months, it wasn't like that, and now it completely changed.
In the last 8 weeks.
I just want to say real quick, when I mean Paul, I'm talking about like they're hurting. They know how bad they just got beat, how many guys died, how many guys got blown away. I mean, I'm not talking about worried about the command. That's part of it too. But I mean, they just took a massive hit and they fucking know it. They've got to be hurting. I mean, licking your wounds and shit ain't doing it. A hug ain't doing it. A fucking service fucking animal ain't gonna fucking. I mean, these motherfuckers are hurting. That's the way I feel like. I feel like that kind of pall is falling over them right now. And with Zelensky being gone, that's got to make it even worse. Because then you factor in the whole command structure, what the fuck's going on. And on top of that, you just lost probably tens of thousands of motherfuckers for nothing.
Things are now quite complicated in Ukraine now, because if you look at the most visible leaders within Ukraine, we have the president Zelensky, we have their defense minister, which is the bald guy, who always say
which you know what like.
Yeah. Then there is Zelensky, which is now allegedly very badly injured in the missile strike at Buffalo, right? And then we have Zersky, which is the commander of the land forces. So if Zelensky is not around, Zelensky is badly injured, we only left Zersky, then there is a possibility why we are seeing some kind of delay to the Ukrainian offensive, because the Zaporizhzhia offensive is supposed to have started by now, but they have not started it, and then they lost Bakhmut. Bakhmut offensive also. I'm quite sure Bakhmut offensive is commanded by Zersky. So, but it is the rest of the war zones that is now is in question because Zaluzhny might be supposed to be in charge of that. So I think everything is in flux, and then Zelensky is like, I'm not sure why I'm not sure if he can influence anything, and I'm not sure the defense minister is actually even can do anything or not, because I don't think he's also military. The defense minister, I don't think he's military as well. So
I was just going to say real quick, if you look at the lines from Zaporizhzhia, from Kherson all the way up to Kharkiv, other than a few little spots, it's basically the Ukrainians did nothing. Nothing's changed. The only advance has been by Russia. I mean, that kind of shit's got all the hype, all the promises, all the talk, then all the massive hits, the questionable hit on the bunker of commanders. I mean, and then Zelensky's gone. It's just nonstop, just downhill. I mean, if there's a way for somebody to map it, I bet you at a certain point, this is going to be a downward trajectory of so many different parameters that an army needs to fight effectively that it's just going to. That's why we're wondering why they haven't collapsed yet.
Okay.
G7 is going to
What do you know? What do you know of the other general that was apparently or allegedly killed by Wagner near Bakhmut a week before Zaluzhny also? He was the commander of the Territorial Defense Forces, which I think is some sort of militia. He was relatively important, not that much, but also he was supposedly killed. Always with some doubt because they were investigating if their information was correct and such. But I don't know, Tanuki or Tanuts, I don't remember the name, something with T. Don't you remember that?
I would like to answer to Nico, and I would say that the terrorist attacks in Russia have provoked the population to unify, and I think that helped a lot as well. Perhaps these extra event of professionality or ability to achieve results. So it's my small feeling. I think the Russians under pressure react very good and do amazing stuff. Bradley, go on.
Yeah, what I was going to point out is that when in the beginning of the war, especially during Russia's first initial, 100-something thousand troops, piling into Ukraine over the border, and then in those initial stages of the war, that's kind of when we saw a lot of the, let's just say, crimes against humanity committed. And that in and of itself alone had the opposite effect that the Ukrainians were trying to get, because the Ukrainians were trying to basically get the moms to come out into the streets and say, you're sending my son into this war zone where people are coming back castrated, stuff like that. And actually what happened was it galvanized the population, people that were on the fence about the special military operation, with all the terminology and all this other stuff, that actually helped galvanize the population in favor of Putin's war, Putin's special military operation. He's never been this popular, since he raised since his pension reform. This has been a big boon for him.
Jump in, Vaughn.
You're muted, Vaughn.
Nico was talking about the commanders being taken out and stuff like that. Before we get into all that, like I see a lot of the pictures, like this guy was so-and-so and he has this like resume or dossier and he was liquidated here or there or whatever. Can you maybe explain some of these guys and some of these characters and I don't want to get like deep in like, the history of the Donbass, but just like maybe the units they commanded, maybe a little bit of their background and why they were important to get rid of. Because I do agree, I have seen a lot of new pictures like this guy's liquidated, and it's all guys that are, maybe like veterans of nationalist battalions in command positions. So that's all I wanted to say before you get into that.
All I can say to that is, you can see that the difference between the way that the Russian foot soldier expects his command. What they just have different expectations for the commanders. I mean, when we saw this stuff about this general got killed, that general got killed early on in the war, some of it wasn't true, right? A lot of it wasn't true, but I'm sure a lot of it was, and it's a different standard because Russian soldiers expect to see their officers there. Even when you have actions like in Bakhmut, there were a lot of instances where people are like, oh, this lieutenant colonel died and that colonel died, you know, and this major died. And that just happens. It's just a difference in philosophy.
Mandy.
You're muted, Mandy.
I remember the mute button. One thing to remember, though, is that Russian leaders, if we're going to be judging that, we have to take off our Western goggles because Russian officers lead closer to the front than Western officers do. And what I've learned so far is this, which is pretty cool, is that if you want to be a trigger puller and be an NCO, not a conscript, but a contracted NCO, that's about going to get you to squad level. And they still get 4 years of schooling just for that. But if you want to be an officer that actually leads the, you know, from platoon all the way up, or even, you know, where maybe a platoon sergeant would lead, that is where their officership begins. They begin inside the war, and they will remain with their MOS specialties throughout their entire career, where we force officers to go do this thing and then go do that thing because it's what pumps them up the promotion board. It's different on their level. So it's really hard to judge, you know, because everybody's going, oh, look, we killed so many generals. Well, yeah, their generals are usually a lot closer to the action than ours will ever allow themselves to be by our standards. So I'm just throwing that out there.
Luis,
what about the criticism Prigozhin made to the Russian military, the Russian regular military, about commanders actually not doing what you are saying they do, not being in the front line, but being in their dachas, whatever.
I think that was all theater.
Not doing really their job properly. I mean, he made a huge.
Well, okay, so I will say that Wakar, for example, could probably speak to this better than anybody, but
he made a huge criticism of 10 years, which is approximately the tenure of Shoigu, being a disaster for the Russian military in terms of proper hierarchy, proper generals, proper, I don't know, meritocracy, if you want to call it, in the sense that there are people that are actually in the front lines, as you say, instead of being people who are back in their homes and looking at the platoon and their brigades or whatever from a distance.
okay, so I think that Wakar could speak better than anybody in the panel about this, but anytime you have a bureaucracy like an army, there's going to be some level of corruption. There's going to be some level of nepotism. You know, you think Shoigu reached the position where he's at, where he gets to take his picture taken with Putin all the time because of his competence or because of his loyalty, you know? So there's some level of nepotism, but there's also a greater degree, let's say, of expectation from the foot soldier, from the regular Joe Schmo, to see their commander there. That doesn't mean everybody's going to be that way. It's just a difference in culture. And maybe Wakar can talk about the corruptions in the military.
It doesn't come from the military. It comes from the civil defense, which was militarized, but was not strictly the military. To me, for what I've read, he was chosen because he was in no faction. So he was neutral, but that was 13 years ago or 11 years ago. So you cannot be that long with that much power and not being in a faction, even if it's your own faction, the faction of carrierists or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Wakar.
Is it okay?
Someone need to mute the mic.
Is it okay now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll just cover the what could have been a logical let's say, sequence the Ukrainians could have followed, and I think avoided a disaster. In war, in case you are inferior, then you have either you should have a elastic defense, that you have a sensible defense, and then you have a counteroffensive. So what you do is basically compensate for your inferiority in number and firepower. And that was very obvious right from the outset that Ukrainians were inferior in numbers and firepower. But I didn't see any, elastic defense. That was one. Now, in case you cannot even do that, then you trade space for time, basically troops, So you try to get to certain positions so that there is a cohesiveness in the force. Now, if you just keep on throwing it, I would say aimlessly and just to, let's say, for the info ops of your seniors, of your political leadership, or the NATO wants it that no. So then this is what has happened as the collapse of command structure comes in, because logically, I think they should have abandoned Bakhmut maybe 4 or 5 months and then consolidated. So you trade, space for your troops and gain time and gain strength. And the troops are also then, with their commanders. But if you are aimlessly just throwing them, and the troops know it that they can't do it. For instance, Bakhmut could have been, I think, not more than 20 to 30,000 troops. You don't have to shove 70,000 troops. And the troops, they know it, especially the conscripts after they've lost, like, I think it was 200,000. Now the figure is 300,000. So I think the front line, the regular troops and the officer cadre is mostly gone. So you have the second line or reservists or conscripts coming in. So still you need to basically command them, and so there has to be. So if you are, let's say, sending the military commander, the highest military commander, just to Bakhmut's sector because this is a matter of prestige, and then he's killed or injured, it means there is basically no planning. It's more of info ops, and that's why I think they are suffering. Yeah, what I foresee is probably they're going to be collapse in the command structure, and Russians are waiting for that because there'll be there is the absence of political leadership, the other is absence of military leadership. And Russians have been very, I think, especially after the strike on Kremlin, Russians were targeting their command headquarters. I know they were targeting all brigade headquarters and all army headquarters, including the bases. So they went for the jugular. So I don't know what has happened. I think somebody was mentioning, it was Nico, that probably he has some information on how targeting was done for the military commanders. So if you take out the command structure, then there is a possibility of collapse, confusion, people not knowing what to do. So I'm sure that things could have been better, but they are in that stage.
So
Prata,
Nico wanted to talk first.
Prata, you need to sort out your
No,
microphone.
I'm done. But
I will do it
Vaughn
in a
fingers
second.
up for a long time, so let
Yes,
Vaughn speak
go
and
on.
then Mehdi.
Okay, then it's Vaughn and Mehdi afterwards.
I was just going to say real quick to what Wakar was saying about space for time.
Prata, your microphone, please. Yeah, okay. Go on.
With what Wakar was saying for like space for time, a perfect example of that is where the Russians withdrew ahead of the Ukrainians to the canal and then let them come to them. And then I'm sure the Russians took casualties, but from what I can tell, they never really crossed the canal, and the Ukrainians would more than likely have taken tons of casualties because they had to come to them. And that's basically what they did. They just dropped back and sat there, and you can see there was a gap from the time the Russians left to where they resettled versus to when the Ukrainians got to the old Russian positions, and then they just smoked them the whole way there. It's it's simple stuff like that they're not doing, and it's just got to be hard on those guys. I mean, just
Mehdi,
wasted like that.
Mehdi.
Yeah, Wakar is just always on point about, especially about the space for time. I mean, had they really looked at it, what was the one operational goal the Russians had was to denazify and demilitarize the Ukraine. Well, that should have told them to go west, so that the Russians are extending their logistics line as far as they can, because you want it to start to become a problem. And they do not have, nobody really, for that size of logistical line, they wouldn't have enough people to totally protect it. And that's when partisanship works in your favor, because it acts where you can't be. but with your support. And they never did that. And just like what Carr said, they sat static. They almost guaranteed World War I type destruction by doing that. They took away any. Oh, go ahead.
Mr. Lambo, with their diminishing air defense,
you wanted to talk.
Well, with their diminishing air defense, if they're falling back and trading space for time, they can keep themselves protected with air defense versus sitting in the same spot and everything getting picked off all around them. It's like, because they're, the air defense envelope's getting smaller, the front's getting smaller, so you're concentrating that defensive power more. It sucks, but you're at least at some point you're going to be in a safe area or a relatively safer area versus sticking out, out in Bakhmut somewhere with no air cover, no air support, no air defense, no nothing. I mean, that's the whole point. You'd make the Russians come to you and bleed them the whole way, and then you get to a point where you can hold them. That's not to say we're going to push back and take back everything, but then maybe you negotiate for peace, but they're not doing that. I mean, they're just pissing away everything they have for nothing.
I just want to react on things that was talking about in the chat of the YouTube chat. So they are saying that there are Tupolev 95s that just took off to attack Ukraine. Also need to note that these planes are missile carriers, heavy bombers, not dump bomb droppers. So they need to know that Tupolev 95s just carrying missiles, long distance missiles. So yeah, they are busy attacking again tonight. Very interesting.
Luis, Ukraine can catch a break.
Luis.
Okay, so I was gonna say,
Sorry, I didn't ask.
I was actually gonna pose a question to chat on this exact topic, to bring it because I missed the F-16 conversation. What do you guys think? Maybe it's possible that what's happened is after the spectacular failure of the Patriot missile system, which
it was no failure. What are you talking about?
Let me finish. Hey. After which already failed spectacularly in Iraq, right? So it failed in Iraq, and what they did was they were like, okay, we fixed it with software updates. Those systems cost $1 billion each, so they fixed it with software updates, which means they didn't jack shit, and then they for the first time, they've actually had to use that system against, whatever. I don't know what the Russians really did there, right? It's confusing. But whatever it was, that system, I think, after that, it demonstrated that it's insufficient, let's just say, to protect Ukraine's skies. Maybe these F-16s, could it be that they are an attempt to use them in a defensive role to try to shoot down cruise missiles and rockets and stuff like that, because they might do just fine for something like that.
Okay, so Luis wanted to talk. Be very short because Nico has been trying to speak for a long time. So keep it short. Sorry, go on.
No,
Luis.
I didn't. No, I didn't want to.
No, Luis, go on.
No.
I didn't want to
can do it. Come on,
Nico, go on. You were having the finger up.
Come on.
You can do it. Don't be shy, mister.
Anyway,
that's
my question.
Okay, then I place a question. If Luis doesn't talk, is could it be that Patriot system is very difficult to move? Because he was so much he was so much target. It's like
no.
It's mobile, but it would take a couple hours to get it up and move.
Yeah.
I mean, like if you had a well-trained American crew, I'm sure there's things they can do and stuff they figured out to get it up and going fast. But it still would, I would assume, take a couple hours to get that thing disconnected, boxed up, and on the road. But it is technically mobile.
Yeah, I'm not saying that Patriot doesn't do its job well. I'm just saying that whatever it is, it doesn't rise to the occasion of protecting Ukraine's skies the way that Ukraine needs them to be. Imagine if they start amassing these troops, right, and the Russians just start hitting them.
Yeah, but Bradley, what would be better than a Patriot, Mr. Lambo?
I think.
I'm saying could the F-16s be an effort to try to do that, to try to cover for that gap? So we failed.
I also think Ukraine needs S-300. And
I also think if you were to look at a comparable system like the S-300,
I have
Let's
a point.
not make chaos. Mr.
I'm posing the
Lambo,
question.
go on.
Just-
Mr.
I'm
Lambo.
posing the question.
Wow, Mr. Lambo now, sorry.
No, just where the Patriot system were, so in the airport is a perfect location to put Patriots because you have the long open place, so they can intercept. The missiles can be launched very easy to intercept everything and shoot down. The idea to use an F-16 compared to the Patriot is stupid. Why? Because you always need to have an F-16 airborne. The Patriot is always active researching and looking for his targets. It's just, for me, why in Kiev? Why in Kiev? At the front, they have nothing anymore. They have nothing
I have a
anymore
point.
The other thing,
I can't raise my finger. I can't raise my finger, but I have a point.
Okay, Mehdi, then Treyu, and Ron and Treyu. Mehdi.
Well, if anybody's been kind of paying attention, the Russians just tested the S-550 system, which has capability extending up into low orbit space to hit satellites. So I have to ask this. We have the Patriot system that we've been talking about for at least 20 years. How many reiterations and generations has Russian surface-to-air missile systems went through in that period of time? We can't expect us to be able to just automatically catch up to them with system software redesign, because from what I understand is that one of the big problems for surface-to-air missiles is that when they come out of their tube, they have to be angled correctly into the target frame so that they're able to pick it up and go on their own at that time. That's my understanding. There's also some type of trajectory thing behind it that I don't understand. But, there are physical things that need to change as well. And that's, like I said, like the person said, you can't just update the software and expect it to be a brand new system. The Russians, ISW already said that we are behind in surface-to-air missile technology and also electronic warfare technology. And they said this back in 2018, and they've known it all this time and have done shit about it.
Ron, jump in.
Okay, I was gonna say with the fighter aircraft, the Tu-95 Bears can loiter for hours and hours, so they can literally fly up with missiles loaded and loiter and wait till the F-16s have to rotate off to refuel. They could. I seriously doubt the United States Air Force is going to fly a KC-135 tanker into Ukrainian airspace, so they're going to have to rotate up. And once those aircraft are off station, there's an opening to launch missiles. Or if you want, you could even launch backfires or 160s, which are faster to do quick strikes. But I mean, as far as that goes, and you don't use fighters to shoot down cruise missiles. That's very inefficient. It's very difficult to do. You're going to reduce the chances even more if you're trying to shoot down some kind of hypersonic, even if you're out ahead of it and above it and all that kind of bullshit. I mean, like I said, the Bears have the advantage that's the majority of their bomber force. They could just loiter across the Russian border and just wait for the F-16s to, go back to get more fuel and then just fire their missiles. So there's really no chance the fighters would ever really be a threat to the bomber's payloads other than if they actually tried to attack the bomber, which they're not going to do because those things will be very well protected.
And don't forget, it's very fast.
Yes. So basically, I wanted to come back to a comment. So the Patriots basically got humiliated because of the conditions they are in, not rather because they are Patriots or insufficient, incapable, or whatever. Consider is that Ukraine has received Patriots only, or Patriot batteries rather, and then they had to perform this so-called air defense, but do that alone. So usually, if you want to have a proper air defense, they need to come with more devices or more equipment than just the Patriot itself. So you would have a diverse air defense system with sophisticated weaponry besides rockets or missiles that would be shooting. Because if you look at the videos that we saw, they shoot 32 missiles in the same round, which is not normal. Which, if you compare it to, for example, the Iron Dome, you wouldn't even see it. So consider is that the current conditions the Patriot has been put into Ukraine is simply unfavorable to the Patriots itself. And then if there's time, or rather, I will go on the next round to come back on the F-16 for Bradley. So
Yeah,
on to the
please.
next one.
Mr. Lambo, fast
Well,
answer.
I mean, just real quick, just I try. Well, I try it's gone now. Never mind.
Do it, Brady. Do it, Brady. Do it, Brady. Do it. Do it. Do it.
Oh well, I was gonna say to that well, it's that's just my point. Is that I'm not saying the Patriots a bad system. I'm sure it's really good at what they designed it to do. It just doesn't, for whatever reason, right now rise to the occasion. Maybe there's not enough linkage with whatever satellites they have. I don't know or care. I'm just saying that they got to do something about their skies. Otherwise it's gonna.
The Russians humiliated them. That's all, Mr. Lambo.
But the best part is the Russians don't use their big toys. They don't use the best of the best. We're talking about the Zinco, the Zinco, what it is.
Zircon.
The Zircon, they didn't use it yet.
So
everyone were asking when the conflict started, where is the Russian Air Force? Russia knows how good the S-300 were. And what they start to do is destroying everything Ukraine had. And now you can see everyone is flying like it's a
They are
prison.
not flying like flying, but the S-300 is good, but not so much better than the American system. But Ukraine just have to complete things about the Patriot.
Mr. Lambo, if Ukraine get hands on S-300 again, you're not gonna see the fighter jets working around the way they're doing.
They are bringing them from Africa. Luis, well, no.
Angola has a lot. Angola has a lot.
Come
I
on,
think
Luis.
the Patriots are overrated. That I'm not a military expert, but remember that even Israel, which had them, or the United States in Iraq, which had them, were hit. In the case of Israel, by Hezbollah, which didn't even have supersonic missiles. And in the case of the United States in Iraq, by Iran, which is lower tier than Russia. So I don't think the Patriots are that good. That's my impression.
The Israeli system is called Iron Dome.
Oh, come on.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say, but the Israeli system is called Iron Dome. It's a modified version of our Patriot system, and he's right. It doesn't work that good.
Many people want to talk now, so let's keep it short. So Nico, Wakar, and Vaughn, okay? Nico.
So first, the Zircon is a anti-ship missile made against aircraft carriers. So
don't need to.
Second, I think the biggest problem for the Patriot was that Ukrainian thought, okay, we will put an Patriot system in Kiev and everything will work fine, but nothing else wasn't there. So if we look, they mostly shot those drones with the Patriot battery, with the Patriot missile, and not with NASIPs or something else. And third, about the S-300, because of us, I think the biggest problem is that Russians didn't use aircraft because the Ukrainians could use the S-300s near the front line, and now they couldn't because there aren't missiles yet. So I'm done.
Wakar.
George Bush.
Yeah. I think it's important to understand the environment in which a weapon system is inducted. I think there was a hint by people. What impression do we have about the Patriot is we have seen them in Iraq War, and then probably the Israelis using it for the Dome. I think these are the two where the Patriot. So look at the environment in which it was placed. In case of Iraq, it was against the Scud missile, and the American and the coalition had huge, air superiority and everything. So you could find its effectiveness. So it became a name. I think it became more of an info ops weapon system. But here, when you're inducting it in Ukraine, it's in a very different environment. Number one, they are already, having no worthwhile air defense system. Russians have taken out their command structures, and then there's a training required also. That's the Ukrainians not having the air force like the U.S. Air Force, because air defense is a combination of the satellites, C4ISR systems, a ground-based missile system, and the aircraft, including the AVAX system, which provides a lot of coverage. So this whole package it helps, it complements each other. For instance, if the AWACS is there, it helps the patriots and vice versa. But in case of Ukraine, yeah, it's coming in an environment which is very, very bad. There is lack of planning, and basically it's outsourcing of command of your troops. So it's not going to be that effective. The other is the technology. I'm sure the Russians have gone into, I think, third or fourth generation, and patriots by upgrading their software cannot be that effective. So I think that is the problem. So it will not, it only is more of an info-ops weapon at this time.
Go on. Jump in.
Yeah, I was just going to say with relation to the air defense, like the S-300 is like a theater defense. The Buk could be maybe like the theater defense. And and the Ukrainians, you can see how they're just have all these gaps. It's like you should have your S-300 or your Buk system, and then you got your Tors and Panzers, and then your Star Streaks and other smaller systems. Then those Gepards and stuff should have been sitting there at the battery as the last ditch thing. It's like, so you can obviously see they have all these gaps because it's like they've got Patriots, but they don't have anything to protect the Patriot really, or they don't have anything mid-range or short range they can put out farther to maybe take some shots early on so they don't waste so many Patriots. There's no attrition all the way to the target. It's like you might hit something here, then there's a gap and no missiles get shot down. Then there's another. It's like, and the Russians can figure out where the coverage is and send the missiles through the path of least resistance. I can see that's a problem because look at the depots getting hit. The big depots. I mean, why isn't that covered by an S-300? Or if it is, maybe the S-300 can't engage a glide bomb. But they don't have another system that like a Panzer or a Gepard that might be able to lock onto a fucking glide bomb and shoot it down. I mean, granted, you might not want to be the guy in the Gepard shooting it, but I mean, at least you saved the depot.
So many people.
Short,
please, very short. Mr. Lambo, then Mehdi, and then Vojdupov, please. Okay.
Let me just finish my point real quick. But like, if you were to launch cruise missiles at a carrier group, the idea is the entire way there they're engaged by assorted systems to the point where your last defense is the point defense bullets on bullets theory.
So Mr. Lambo,
they don't
very
have
short,
that.
please.
You can see it's affecting them across the battlefield.
Go on, short.
Just want to react at Nico. You need to think about one thing about Russian missiles. They are never doing just one thing. So they can be, most of them can be equipped with a nuclear warhead also, like the S-300 normally is also capable. So the Zircon, they keep it, and they really keep it for the last play because they know it's very effective and they can just destroy a carrier group like nothing. It's fucking easy.
That's true,
it's very
you're right.
easy to do
That's
that. Voilà. So the Zircon, they can use it if it's in range because the range is not, we don't know. But if you really need to destroy like air defense system and you know where it's located, you can use Zircon for that. It's the same like in the Second World War, like the big battleships, they are made to destroy other battleships, but they also made to attack the coast areas, the beaches, like they did at D-Day. So they're always multifunctional, and the Zircon we just don't know. Yes, the primary task of a Zircon is anti-ship, but you can use it for other things also. And the thing is much better than the Kinzhal. And they already have difficulties to shoot down the Kinzhal because for me they never shoot down a Kinzhal. A Zircon you're never gonna shoot down.
So Mehdi, short, please. There are so many people trying to talk. Go on, Mehdi.
One thing I'd like to mention is that we got to remember that, when we're talking about layer defense, Russian forces right now are still under the Homeland Protection System of defense that extends all the way west to the coast. So really, they can detect anything that Ukraine flies, and nothing on the ground that is within range of their strike can do will have to light anything up. Because as long as they're on their net-centric system, all they have to do is launch the missile and it hands off from there. It's all targeting from back there. That's the fact. I mean, people got to understand, Russia is right freaking next door to the place. It can feed in anything it needs to. It doesn't have the same logistical challenges that the West does. It's going to die on the vine pretty much now, I think.
Voz do Povo, please.
Yeah, the biggest mistake Ukraine did was come to the press and fabricate a story that they took out a hypersonic missile. 2 days later, Russia say, okay, let's see if you can take that out. So they humiliate the Patriot. Now Ukraine have no fucking air defense anywhere because they're trying to be the big guys that can take hypersonic missile anytime they want. The next day they took 6 out. Russia said they only used 3, but Ukraine managed to shoot down 6. How? I don't fucking know.
They are amazing. They are Superman. Atrayo, go on, and then we go to the super chat.
Okay, yes. So first of all, shout out to Logisen. Great point towards Wakar. And then also quickly mention NGS about the Ukrainian women. We actually discussed this on the VC. So shout out to you. We won't be discussing it here. And then to my point, I actually wanted to mention is that when I was observing and studying this particular war, what you could see that Russia was doing, because it couldn't fully create air dominance initially, or create an environment where they could use their aviation properly. This is what they did, was use artillery and then the diversity of artillery to create this event where artillery creates the prerequisite for their air force to get used. And then I want to actually push it to Wakar. He's the military man, so I want to also get his intake on this factor.
Jump in.
Yeah, just put my, can you listen it without the mic? Is it okay?
Yes, you're clear.
Okay. I think if you understand the mechanics of the Russian strategy, then it makes it easier, because we've run it, I think, the last 6-7 months. That what has been their strategy, what was their chain of command, and what are the problems of the Ukrainian side. One is that Russians have followed a proper doctrine, the way a military offensive should be, ushered, and then it is taken to its conclusion. Because initially there was talk of blitzkrieg, and even I thought that maybe they will going somewhere, but then gradually we realized that why they should do it. They should go for a attrition oriented strategy, the forced destruction, and somehow the Russian inflexible defense provided them with this opportunity, and I think the Ukrainian inflexible defense. So the Russian read it, I think, in the initial phase of the war, that probably the Ukrainian will be used for info ops, and there was a lot of reflexive control. This is a Russian strategy where if you have a, sorry to say, a stupid enemy, then you force him to keep on committing mistakes, and also help him, keep him in good humor. So you actually convince him that you are winning. There's a lot of talk of Wagner group doing this and that. The Chechens are coming, and now there's infighting. Obviously, this was part of reflexive control, where you're telling a stupid enemy that you are winning, and come on, boy, and keep, and it has helped them a lot. So there was a lot of deception from the Russian side. Now, with the loss of command, what is happening? Because if you get into the details of how the firepower is used, how the, let's say, armor has been used, how the terrain has been used, then we get into a very long discussion. But just to keep it at the operational and strategic level, I feel that now Ukrainians are in a very dire state, and still, as we were, I think, advising 3 months back, that there is still time to go for peace. And maybe at that time they had better bargaining chips. Now you are on the losing side. You're losing your commanders. Your political leadership is confused and roaming around, and there is a lot of despondency in the rank and file. And this can be very dangerous, because then if the collapse starts coming, and the troops, they just go haywire. So you'll find that maybe infighting starts and then it could be disaster. So still, I think there is a time that they should sue for peace, and some senior commander should come forward and I think save the situation from a total disaster.
Mehdi, go on. Mehdi.
Oh, Wakar, that is awesome. I wanted to ask you a specific question as well. Actually, anybody really, but you specifically. Do you foresee that can the Ukrainians coordinate enough to withdraw and shrink their defensive line so they have a better per man per kilometer defense available to them? And what would that look like? I mean, what area control can they get distance enough to get to turn, form up, and be able to defend? Or do you think the Russians will extend and keep pressure on them as much as they can so that distance isn't there? They're going to always be there in front of them, preventing them from turning in a coordinated manner. How do you think it'll roll?
So, Wakar, this is for you.
Wakar, I was asking you.
I think he was froze up.
He was being attacked by Elzab from Frozen.
Did you hear the question, Wakar?
Wakar, he was asking. That question was directed towards you.
Okay, is it audible?
Yes. Go on, Wakar.
And there could be, there could be three situations. One is that you pre-plan, the entire, what you call the campaign plan. You are a smaller enemy. You have inferior forces. You have lesser firepower. So the commander should have done it right from day one, So when you're getting into war. If you look at the Russian side, they had the advantage, but their plan was, I think, worked out in war games maybe years before the war started. So that's the difference. One is that you have a good plan, as you are mentioning. You have certain lines of defense where you want to consolidate, and then there are killing areas, large killing areas that you like to draw the enemy and then strike with counteroffensive. So I don't know, because I have not followed it in terms of terrain. The only defense line now available is probably the Dnieper River, but then you have to lose a lot of area, but you can conserve force. But I don't know what is in between. The other is that you do mid-course correction, that you, let's say, after 3 or 4 months of the war, you would have realized that what is coming up, and then you have a good feel about the enemy, Russian strategy, how they are forming up, and what is the strategy. And then you do a mid-course correction. But unfortunately, what I've seen, the Ukrainian commanders and their backers who are planning in NATO, that they use this war for info operations, not for real war. But you can bluff the people, you can keep people in good humor in the West, that we are winning, whereas you are losing on the ground. So then this is catastrophic, because ultimately the war will have its own momentum. So I think they are in a stage where this question of what could be the better line of defense, because if you want to withdraw, you've got to have a plan for retrograde operation, a covering force and then extrication force, and then somebody should be preparing, or should have prepared a line of defense that you go and occupy. So I am not very sure about what is happening. Then is a question of firepower. Overall, C4ISR, who dominates the skies, who has the better air defense system, surveillance system, real-time information, whose command, let's say, structure is cohesive. For instance, if you look at the Russian side, I don't think so. They have lost too many commanders, and in case they have lost, but now we are hearing that probably Ukrainians have lost, a lot of top commanders. So it means that command structure, which is going to control, is not there. So these are very serious challenges, and it's very tough for any military commander to now control the situation. But still, you should have an end state in the mind, that, okay, this is the minimum that we are going to do, so that we can at least conserve part of Ukraine that is there. But I don't know who's controlling politically, who's doing it at the military level, because there's a lot of confusion. So it's very difficult to really answer, because the cards are stacked against them. The Russian side has dominance in everything, whether it's military, psychological, surveillance, firepower, command structure, and the momentum. And then there's a morale factor. Imagine PMC Wagner, having their flag in the center of Bakhmut. Look at their morale. So all combined, it's a very difficult situation.
After Maddie, I'd like to bring up the Patreon question, or rather the super chat question about women in Ukraine. So please go ahead, Maddie, and then we'll try to discuss that. Unmute yourself, though.
Oh, thank you. And I think this, Vakari, you explained a lot, and I think that's what people think is a misconception about how, you know, what will happen if you're in war and then you just fall back to your secondary position. If it's not coordinated, one of the hardest things to do in the military is to fall back through your own lines while you're engaged. And that's the thing, because the front line, you're being pushed up against the front line. You're trying to clear through. All they know is there's armor out in front of them because they haven't been told that you're coming in from this sector. So you wind up getting waxed from both sides if it's not coordinated. And that's and I don't think they have that level of coordination that when they fall back, even if they had a chosen place to go to, whoever's manning it, will they even know that these retreating soldiers are coming their way? And then we see green on green, you know. And so there are so many complicated actions that actually seem like they would be like, oh yeah, that's common sense, but they're not, because there's a lot of challenges involved with them.
I think we kind of forget from the beginning the fact that Ukraine has been playing a game of entertainment, of public relationships, and this has been from the beginning very, very serious. We also noticed that Stratcom, the strategic communications, was one of the main elements that even, especially in the beginning, that almost all actions on the battlefield were done to produce a certain effect on the media, to give some news for a new hype. Yeah, Vaughn, sorry, go on.
I was just to say that along with what Wakar and Mehdi are saying, I mean, like Mehdi's job, you're a Cav Scout, right?
Mehdi's gone right now.
Well, he was a Cav Scout. So like with me, I was in an M1 tank company. You know, I'd be in my position, Mehdi would be out scouting, and he would fall back through my lines and pass through my lines. Now, given the fact that the Ukrainian forces, for the most part, let's just say they're mechanized infantry with a few tanks and AFVs, but mostly, you know, they got AMRAAMs and stuff like that. They're almost at the point where you could say they're like a Cav Scout unit, a light, quick, mobile unit. If they were smart, they'd maybe use some of these Western tanks to move forward of the next defensive line, and then they will be the unit that covers these lighter units pulling out of the, you know, eastern Ukraine to the second line, ideally. But the whole point would be coordinating that all together. But that would be an ideal use for those tanks, because they're heavy enough that, you know, if they could get them in place without tipping off the Russians, then the Ukrainians withdraw to a pre-designated location. The Russians chase them. All of a sudden, boom, they get popped with tanks. But they probably won't do that, and they probably really couldn't coordinate it. What you're probably going to see is small units that will probably be able to break contact and turn around, and other units that won't. Just depends on who's left with radios and what they've got available to move. Trucks, cars, you know, BMPs, whatever. I mean, you see this shit all over the roads. Anything that moves is being used to get the fuck out of there. So, I mean, that's another thing too. Try to pass through friendly lines with this gypsy caravan of vehicles and no coordination.
Vosh.
They have enough tanks for doing that. They need tanks a lot, not just 200 or 250.
Oh, I know, that's what I'm saying. But I mean, even in a small sector, they could put a company of Western tanks there and withdraw through a certain area. And if the Russians were dumb enough to follow them, then they'd run into that line that's protecting the withdrawal. But then again, those are Western tanks. They're #1 on the target list. How are you going to get them in place without the Russians finding out and then blowing them up before you even get to pull off this magic withdrawal with the perfect cover? I mean, that's the thing. There's just so many problems, and they're just confounded by the fact that they're losing ammunition, they're losing aircraft, they're losing men, they're losing tanks. I mean, these are all great ideas a year ago. Now it's just throwing shit at a wall and hoping something fucking works. And if you're a guy on the ground, that sucks to be in that position.
Nico,
the guys above you are just hoping something works, and you're the shit getting thrown against the wall.
Nico.
I think Maddie has something to add up. I just wanted to say something completely new, so Maddie, go first.
Oh, I just wanted to clarify. I was a tank commander in a CAV unit. My job was to overwatch and protect the scouts as they were deployed forward and to engage enemy tanks if they came into the area. You know, you basically protect all the
same thing I did.
Right, exactly.
Same thing, yeah.
So, okay, hold up. Before you change the subject, though, we have to discuss the super chat question. So before you
I
change,
don't
okay.
think many people want to talk about it. So if you
No,
want to talk
apparently
it,
right?
If you want to talk it,
Let's
go.
Okay, so you want to talk about that shit? You want to talk about that shit? Come on the open mic and do an open mic, and we'll talk about
let's
shit.
keep it short. Come on,
Let's keep it short. Okay, hold up. What do I think about women being mobilized in Ukraine? I think that there's a lot of propaganda value. We remember when that was happening early on, where there was that Azov units that were taking photos that made it on the front pages of the newspaper about grandmas that were shooting down, that were learning how to use AKs and all this other stuff. So I think there's a lot of propaganda value, number one. And then number two, I think that they're using, they're gonna have there's gonna be some level of women that probably do experience some level of mobilization.
I don't think the chat was about women getting recruited, but the future of women in a population where men were mostly killed. So I give the voice to Coping and then to Vosh, okay?
Yeah, I'm gonna make it short. I'm gonna make it short.
After Voss, I will take out.
I'm gonna make it short. Only fans. That's it.
Okay, so I'm going to add.
Ukrainian women will be fun. Okay,
Yeah,
great.
We can get as dark as you want in the fucking VC chat about the future of Ukrainian women.
So Coping, and let's finish the topic.
I am going to be giving it an uplifting note because there are most of the women, or a lot of the women, have managed to go to the West after all, where be it OnlyFans or whatever, their economic situation have actually improved. Which, relatively speaking, for a war-torn country, when they come back, they are more likely to be actually quite significant economic actors in their own right. Possibly even married to some Western people, which might give, shall we say, Western coloration for, I don't want to use that other word for a reason. But the thing is, for the Ukrainian woman, I'm just going to address the chat for that one specifically. The future may actually be a bit brighter. And it may actually be one of the things that causes that can help Ukraine, for a lack of a better word, have some better post-war coping. Okay, so that's what I have to say about the future of women in Ukraine, because I'm very optimistic.
Atrayo.
Jumping in and going into new topics, I just quickly want to say my farewells. So here, it's nearly 6 o'clock, so I will do my closing beforehand. Guys, it was a really amazing open mic, great discussions, great super chats, and even in the regular chat, some good topics being raised. So thanks for the chat. See you guys on the next one. And for those already in the VC, see you guys in the voice chat.
Take care. So I would comment to finish this topic about the women. I would say I am not so positive about the whole thing. I think it's actually a demographic catastrophe that will have repercussions for many years. If we are not talking about over 10 years, it's actually not nice what's going to happen to Ukraine. It will change socially quite heavily. Women are definitely going to take a bit of the hand. Probably Ukraine will become a more matriarchal society from a very strong patriarchal society. Let's see. But in terms of social structure, Ukraine is going to live after this war a lot of instability. Because if you don't have the man there, just women, something doesn't work as well. It's like a beehive. You still need the drones, otherwise it doesn't work that well. They don't produce honey. So I was going to give Mr. Lambo, then Wakar, okay? Mr. Lambo?
For me, it's a good topic about the woman because I was talking with the woman Friday. I have a new girlfriend from Ukraine, and she's. If I say I can't allow to say here, she's smoking hot. And I expect for her that she's going to work in the future for a fan factory calling only fans because she.
Are you sure she was born a woman?
No, very seriously. I talked with her, and so I don't know from where she was, but she is from the battlefront. So where she has no hose anymore. So she moved with her family. So I think she was from Kharkiv or Zaporizhia, one of the two. And yeah, she told also she has very much difficulties to leave the country. Very much difficulties. They don't want to allow them so to leave the country, so they need to find a little way to go out, and they had it. She's not planning again to coming back, and she said she had a lot of friends that living in Europe also now. Next to Ukraine, not in Ukraine anymore, and that's going to be a very problem for Ukraine. All the peoples, and not only for the women's. It's like I said in the voice chat a few days ago. If you're disabled, you can leave the country like that. They don't need you, you know. It's no problem.
Can you make that face again?
Actually, I heard men have to pay 3,000 to 5,000 euros to leave the country. This is really kleptocratic country, and world men have to pay around 1,000 to 1,050. It's all a question of negotiation on the border. It's really
but it was
corruption without end. So,
Wakar,
sorry.
I just want to say real quick.
We don't want to talk about women.
That's Ukraine's loss. That was Ukraine's loss.
Of course it is. Wakar.
Big grateful for us.
I think it's going to be beautiful. It's going to be a serious demographic problem, and I think Europe has witnessed it after First World War and Second World War. And in case of war, this is a normal phenomena which happened. A lot of, I think, Ukrainian families already shifted to Europe, and some have gone to America. And I don't know how many were married, and let's say how much is the loss of men. But it's going to create a demographic problem within Ukraine, post-war Ukraine. But there is also going to be a role played by Russia. Let's say when there is a peace settlement, how do they manage this? So I think so. In order to run it, there has to be definitely support from Russia as well. But it's going to change the complexion, and a lot of psychological impact, as I think was said that for years the effects will be there. So it's very tragic for any nation, because you have a system and you have a family system which is disrupted, and then you have an imbalance in the demographics. So it's quite a challenge and very difficult to fathom that what happens. But these are some of the thoughts that this will be another major challenge post-war Ukraine will have to face.
Yeah, if I may, regarding what you said about the demographics, and you're basically talking about the post-war Ukraine. When I said women and them becoming economic actors, keep in mind, we're talking about relative economic disparity. So I wasn't actually referring to them physically moving back to Ukraine. For that, they do not need to do. They may simply buy, rich summer houses and stuff like that, and the whatever part is not destroyed. And they can invest in the reconstruction areas, which is good money. And with the demographics skewed and the whole economy being torpedoed as it is, all these, you can say a bunch of guys there as well, the discrepancy may not really matter so much, because what matters is that you will have quite a desperate labor force to get anything done, right? Now, this is, of course, going to be exploited by multinational corporations, which we are already seeing. But as private actors, Ukrainian women may indeed actually be playing a larger role than can be easier to perceive right now. So like Mr. Lambo, your girlfriend, maybe she should consider becoming like a grand investor over in the Ukraine.
Well, yes, it's true, coping, especially if we talk about the immigrants, the money that immigrants send back home. But we forget that Ukraine was already an immigrant economy. After the Soviet Union, almost 5 million people left. after 2014, the economy completely fell down. It was again 4 million people left, and now we are talking about 6 to 9 million people. I don't know. I think Russia actually is the one profiting with this thing because Europe needs the work, so they won't let working people going to Ukraine. So I don't know. I see it very dust. And you see social transformations like these, where women are empowered in such a massive way, they bring a lot of social trouble. It's a question of time.
Apparently, there is only 22 million Ukrainians left.
I'm not against women being empowered at any time. I'm just saying that these transformations into a shock, they will produce a lot of conflicts and problematics that we can't even imagine. But this is the Ukraine they wished for. So
Ukraine is too big to be run by a woman. Too big.
No. The ugly one's going to return, and the beautiful one's going to be already married until the war is ending. She has a boyfriend. That is Belgium, the guy. So she's going to be married. They're not stupid. If you are smart, you're fucking.
So she's fucking two guys.
No, not me. It's just maybe in the.
Maddie wanted to talk. Maddie. You had the finger up. Go on. Jump in.
Maddie's a married man.
We don't need to talk about Ukrainian woman.
We're talking about females and that stupid shit. I'm here for the other stuff. I don't talk about that stuff.
I wanted to talk about something else. Go on.
There is in the chat. I'm discussing with somebody. He said that Europe or the EU, we'll just use that NATO, has 6,000 tanks, and I'm explaining to them, they don't. Most of those are just sitting dormant hulks without any, missing parts, and that the EU right now doesn't have 6,000 trained crews to even come close to manning that many tanks. And it's far more than just having a tank. It's got to be combat ready and able to be replenished when it needs to be, and that's just it. I was just getting that from chat, and I was trying to type that all out.
6,000 tanks. Where?
Oh, they're all over the place in the woods, growing over with leaves and dirt. I mean, I'm not joking when I say in Europe. Maybe if you take away the French, the Polish probably have the biggest land army that's actually operational and ready to go. They have the most tanks. Probably the most planes and helicopters. I mean, they may not have the biggest army on paper, but as far as being able to go to the field and fight, they're probably they could probably take anybody around. And really, I mean,
I keep asking myself if
the Germans literally have like a battalion of tanks. Maybe they could send to the field. Maybe.
I keep asking myself if the Polish are buying this tanks or United States giving them for free because they go a plan to.
No, I pay for it. I pay for it.
Okay.
Nico, talk.
So
about the tanks, there are a couple of hundred Leopard 1s that aren't used by the German military and that are just standing there in some, I don't know,
Those have to be refurbished, though. They were showing the factory.
Okay, Luis.
And that's what
I mean, they're not super far gone, but they're still not operational.
I just wanted to talk a long time now.
I don't know. I have only met one Ukrainian refugee, a young woman from.
Not go back to the.
It was her name, and what shocked me the most is even if she had been coming to this country, to the Basque country, which is very much anti-fascist, because she was a Chernobyl kid, and she spoke Spanish very well and so on, and she proclaimed herself a fascist. She's from the ethnic Ukrainian part of Ukraine. On totally different case of the let me go on because I have a couple of things to say. Different case of what Mr. Lambo's friend probably was because she appeared to be from Donbass or Zaporizhia. Maybe she was a Russian speaker. That's why she was not allowed to leave. The people who are ethnic Ukrainians, they are allowed to leave, at least the women. And that's a different case. And she shocked me because she said, I'm a fascist. And then I had to cut off the conversation because I don't discuss with fascists. But I was astonished. And from that, I began to think, why, if she is a young woman, perfectly healthy, she has no kids, why she's not in the battlefield? Why, or at least doing some other job related to the military? I don't know, replacing the men in the industries, or I don't know, whatever. I mean, there are a lot of jobs to do. Why is she refugeed here in the Basque Country or anywhere else in Europe instead of fighting? And I think, why are not Ukrainian women being mobilized, the ones that can be, like the people without children, for example, like the men are? I mean, aren't they so progressive and so democratic and so Westerner? I mean, what's the difference? I mean, they are in a national war. Why are
I'm going to ask her next week.
So, Wakar, Pakistan has a great relationship with Turkey. I wanted to ask you, how do people in Turkey see the next elections in Turkey? Do they feel worried if Erdogan gets out?
Actually, can you hear me? Is okay?
I was saying that Pakistan has a great relationship with Turkey, and how people in Pakistan see the next elections in Turkey. How do they see How do you see this the possibility of Erdogan leaving the presidency in Turkey? How do you feel Pakistan is reacting to it?
Yeah, as far as I followed it very closely, as far as the party is concerned, the coalition, the parliamentary elections, I think they have an edge. The Erdogan party has won it. As far as the presidential, they've gone into a runoff. It means that I think he was at 49.3%, and Kamal Gandhi, they call him Gandhi because it looks like Gandhi, the other one, the secular party, the Kamalist. So he was like 44%. So there is a runoff which is going to take place, I think, next Sunday. And anyone who scores more is going to become the president. The reading is that most probably the Turk people would vote for Erdogan because in the parliament, his party has won. So they would not like that to have a parliament with a different party and president with a different, especially if the president has more votes. So that is at least the calculation. But if it changes, let's say we have the secular, the Communist Party coming up, which is very, very pro-American and pro-Western, and he's declared it. So there are going to be, I think, instability within Turkey, and then there are going to be, I think, change in policy in a lot of things. Even I would say Russia-Ukraine war could be affected because the way this leader is now, he's openly said that he's going to follow the Western, let's say, ideology or policy. So there's going to be a shift. But my calculation is most probably it's a tough competition, but Erdogan is going to win because of reason one, his party has won the parliamentary election. Again, it was like 52 versus 44. And now he's already more votes than this guy Kamal. And in the runoff, Turkish people, in case they're sensible, they would vote for stability. So the president should be from the same party which is in the parliament. So there is chances that he comes up. But we are slightly worried that in case it changes, then there is going to be change in policy. And actually it will start affecting the entire region because this area is now seeing a lot of peace. If you have not witnessed, Pakistan, Iran has opened the border. Day before yesterday, our Prime Minister and Iranian President was there. So this is a very unique thing happening. We are opening trade. Saudi, Iran, rapprochement is there. And that's why there was an upheaval in Pakistan. I'll discuss it someday. That actually what was the story? Because now the neocons in America, like John Bolton and the congressman, Senate is all assaulting Pakistan because somehow they went for supporting Imran Khan, which was very, very strange because his party wanted to topple. And we are analyzing, there were some attacks on the military installations. in the garb of demonstration. But now we've come to know that there was a backing by the Americans most probably, and they wanted to topple the system because they were not liking Pakistan getting closer to Iran. Our chief was there in China before this upheaval because we wanted to start the second phase of CPEC, which was $40 billion. And so there are a lot of things cooking up in the region. And I feel that military was exercising restraint. If they had opened fire, it would have been very serious problems. So they allowed the mobs to come in instead of. So there are a lot of things happening. So Turkey could be again a turning point. But hopefully, we hope that Erdogan is going to win. That's my conclusion.
KK is a very anti-immigration guy, and he plans to close the border and expel immigrants out of Turkey. Well, of course, he's doing the bid.
Who the fuck wants to immigrate to Turkey?
Yeah, he's doing the bid of the European Union that doesn't know how to deal with the crisis that is going now. So, Vosh, sorry, I was cutting your voice.
No, I was asking you, who the fuck wants to move to Turkey?
A lot of people.
They want to move to Turkey
Not only just move to Turkey, but
A lot of people want to move to Turkey.
To get to Europe,
People from Afghanistan, for example. People from Syria also were going a lot of people to Turkey. Of course,
I've got a question for Vaki. Vaki, I've got a question for you. Do you think if Erdogan win the election, it's gonna make a life hell for the collective West because they really want him out?
Walker, before you answer, Mr. Lambo wants to make a small closing. He's closing. So go on, and then we go to Walker. Okay? Don't jump all around, please, guys.
Thank you. So I'm gonna do a sleepy. I need to work tomorrow. Yeah, it was very good chat. Nice to see you again, guys. Very interesting. Nico, you're new because you can be your new mascot, Pinky Teletubby, and be very good. But no, it was very good chat. So we're gonna see for Ukraine for the next weeks. Now it's for me also. We need to see what's going to happen. So yeah. Great time to see you guys, and have a nice ending of the chat, and I see you on Telegram.
See you soon, guy. Mr.
Bye-bye.
Lambo.
Bye-bye.
So, Wakar, how would you answer here Voz do Povo, his provocation?
I didn't get the question. He says that in case the KK comes, he's going to
Voz do Povo, you want to repeat it?
If he's gonna make the life a hell of the collective West because they want him out, so he's gonna win the election and he's gonna get back to them, like tell them to fuck off.
So in case the KK wins, you want to say it's going to actually undo all the good work which was done by Erdogan. That's what you want to say?
No.
Yes.
I'm not getting that. Yeah.
Now the question is, he's gonna win the election again. He's gonna be related, but the collective West wants him out. Do you think it's gonna make us for the collective West to work with Turkey again?
No, I'm still not getting. Who wants him to be out?
The West.
The West.
Okay, yeah. But I think as far as the Western hegemony is concerned, mind you, I don't know how the Europeans feel it, because we feel very sorry for the Europeans. But in Asia and even in Africa, if you listen to some African leaders, there's a realization now that one, we can do without it. Definitely would like to have good relations. Like Pakistan, Iran opening trade under sanctions, it was unheard of because it was impossible. Because they had all the leverage. Iran and Saudi Arabia talking of peace. Syrian president going and joining the Arab League again. Yemen coming into peace, and then Turkey is also part of the bigger game and the Eurasia, because now people are looking at China and Russia, mind you, for leadership, honestly, in Asia, even in Africa. So this could be their last effort, but I tell you, nobody gives a damn now about, especially the neocons. How do they look at what they have done to Europe? We would like to have good relationship, but nobody, even I think India, even Bangladesh, Pakistan, we are now looking at more independent policy, irrespective of the cost. So I think Turkey will, in case Erdogan comes back, I think he will have more Eurasian oriented policy, because Turkey has been asking for European membership for last 70 years. Nobody gave them. So Turks know it, that basically it's all, I would say, BS. So I think Erdogan will, in case he comes, yes, if he's another guy comes, KK, then I find instability and a new thing happening in this area, like what
I
happened
find
in Sudan.
it will be
But
real
guys,
chaos because we have a president and a parliament that are completely different and will fight against each other. Nunya, go on, Nunya.
Yeah, did you guys notice something though? Probably about 3 days before the election, they extended that grain deal, but they only extended it for 2 months. The reason was that was not by accident. Putin was throwing Erdogan a bone because of exactly the stability that was just talked about. Turkish voters, if they see that, okay, you've extended the grain deal, we still have stability, that's why they did it. My question now will be, the West, this is the last chance. They cannot, they've never been close to getting him out of power. What is the likelihood that they're going to attempt something else before that second election?
So, guys, I'm going to give Nick wanted to talk.
No, answering to Nunya. The question is, does the USA, does not NATO have the capacity to overthrow Erdogan? Probably not.
Come on, guys. Nico is going to talk and then he's Vaughn, and then you can do it, Woosh, okay?
I just wanted to finish.
What about
I have
me?
to go to bed. I enjoyed the talk. We will meet at the voice chat again and see you next week, I guess.
See you, man.
Okay, thank you. So,
have a good night.
Wait also wants to close the wait. Thank you, Nico. Bye now. Wait also wants to close the chat, so we are going to give to Vaughn, and then I give the voice to Wait to manage the.
It's okay. So let's continue. Who want to
I
reply
want
to
to talk
Wakab?
about Turkey again.
I just want to ask, when you say do something, are we basically saying that the West will try to sabotage the grain deal or do something to undermine Erdogan's re-election chances? That's all I wanted to ask, so I'm clear on the whole point.
So,
Number
Luis, go
two.
on.
Number
Luis, go
two.
on.
I
already said what I wanted to say. The question is, does the NATO, or specifically the USA, because it's the boss, have the capability to overthrow Erdogan? I think they don't, because Erdogan purged Gladio Network, which was called Ergenekon in Turkey. So there is limited influence of the United States, unlike elsewhere in Europe, in Turkey. So the case is Obama couldn't remove him. So it's not likely that Erdogan is going to be top.
I don't mean a coup situation. I mean, they will try to influence that election by any means they can in order to get the other guy, name eludes me right now, over
That's
that
a coup.
50%.
Okay, I would like to add something to
With a quick point there when we're talking about
guys,
that.
give me a moment, coping. I think then I give you the voice, and then okay. So the grain deal is something interesting because you will say Nunya they made it 2 more months, but it has been going like that for a long time. It's almost like the third time they give 2 more months.
No, it was 6 months, and then they extended it.
The last 2 months.
Then it was 3 months,
Okay,
and
3
then
months.
this one was 2. And a lot of people were saying that Russia was going to cut it off after the 2 or after the 3.
Yes.
But I think the reason for the 2 was to get.
Yes. Because when you yes, actually they cut the audio.
Sorry.
Your mic got a problem.
The thing is, I wanted to aid.
Use the mute button.
There is a difference. No, I'm not muted. There is a difference on the situation, which is many European countries want to close their markets to the Ukrainian wheat. You have been following that, yes, Nunya?
Yep.
So this is a bit more complicated. Perhaps they actually would be even more desperate if the grain deal in the closed, because that would mean they would have to open their borders for the export of the Ukrainian wheat if the grain deal fails.
The
So it's much
Ukrainian
more
wheat, which
expensive.
majoritarily go to Europe anyway.
No,
Let
Europe
me
would
just
be.
point out
We
one
have
thing.
this.
You guys talked about Erdogan. Let's just keep
Okay.
it to Erdogan. So whether Erdogan is changed, I think it's important to note that he has been in power for quite a while, and he has an institutional momentum and a consolidation at very least. So whether he's taken over by someone else, like it's not going to be flipping the army all of a sudden or the vast part of the economy or anything like that. There's going to be political changes, at least at the surface. But it's not going to be like, oh, they couped it and then like Erdogan is fleeing like a Ukraine-style coup or anything like that. Like that's just like even if they tried that, it's probably going to have such a strong backlash. It's not going to succeed, and they know it. So I don't think that's. But to Nunez's point about are they going to try whatever? Yeah, I think these grain shipments are like part and parcel of it, and we're probably going to see more. But Turkey's own self-national interests are situated in such a way that, as already alluded to, they're not going to be a part of the EU. They are not really kind of, they are geographically located in a way where they are their own regional superpower by just sticking to their own interests. So I don't think that, that's my answer really when it comes to Erdogan. And that was really all I have to say.
Couldn't you just screw up the grain deal by just having some random ship hit a mine or some ship find a mine in the corridor, and just throw the whole deal off for a few days or uproar and political statements right before the election? I mean, it's already happened before. You know, a loose mine is suddenly found floating in the canal, in the channel, and you know it's Russian. No, it's Ukrainian. Oh, you know, fuck you. We're not doing the grain.
But it will contradict to what the Ukrainians need, you see, because the Ukrainians need the grain deal to continue to go on so that they can actually hide their weapons within the shipments to bring it into Ukraine, you know, and they also want to ship out the grains because they want to export it into Europe. It's cheaper to go by sea. So
no, I mean, just like a little not like a false flag, but just like a little incident just right before the election, just to try to undermine Erdogan a little bit or something. Just something stupid like that, you know. I mean, it's easy to manufacture. You know, somebody just pops a mine up, and then all of a sudden some boat captain's like, "Oh my God, I almost hit a mine and sunk the grain ship," and then everybody's like,
the grain deal
going to the UN for 3 days
Turkey?
crying, and then it's over with. And the whole time they probably ran 3 ships full of guns in there while everybody was looking at the poor grain ship that almost sank. I mean, that's all I'm saying.
That's a good option. The other one that I think of immediately is something with Greece, right? Because nobody in Turkey or Greece wants that.
But what is the grain deal really that important to Turkey internal politically?
No. What I was saying was they extended the grain deal as a favor to Erdogan because the voters want stability, right? So they, like Erdogan was able to say, look, I'm able to secure this deal for another couple months, right? As opposed to, oh God, we've got more instability in our ports now, right? So it wasn't the grain deal itself. It was Russia is kind of supporting Turkey indirectly in those ways, right?
Yes, got it. Anyway, just talk. Don't have to just talk.
Well, it keeps a certain amount of order, and I prefer that. But what I was going to say is, let me ask you this: is Turkey kind of has its foot in both camps, right? Because it's friendly to BRICS and both friendly to NATO. You know, and that would be the one country, if you really think about it, a lot of things could hinge upon about getting negotiations done between the two parties. It might actually go through Turkey, and Turkey could kind of be holding this little deal saying, okay, boys, if you want to play, I have interest for my own country too. So it's going to be a 3-way negotiation here, just not a 2-way. That's just, you know, we got to think at a higher level about what Turkey could actually be in this whole this whole process. Go ahead, Vaughn.
I don't remember who brought it up, but it was in the elite chat, where you really want to be, because that's where the good ideas come. But they were talking about Turkey and China being friends and having access to Southern Europe and helping everyone out. I mean, it's way more than what I'm saying, but it was very, very interesting about China playing the peacemaker and the deal maker and the businessman and the big neutral party between Russia, Europe, Ukraine.
A big deal on that is the
I think Vosh wanted to
Syria, right?
Let's Vosh.
The collective West doesn't give a fuck about grain deal. They only need talking for two things actually. One, the army Turkey has, and Black Sea. That's it.
There is another thing. Turkey.
If they get the Black Sea, fuck the rest. That's what they want. They don't care if Turkish people wanna eat or no. They don't give a fuck.
There is another thing. Turkey has.
Yeah, but you have the perception of stability. If somebody messes with something.
The Islamofascist militias like Al Qaeda /K and a lot of groupuscles in West Africa. They have best relations with one of the factions in Libya, with Morocco, Qatar. Qatar is basically protectorate of Turkey right now. They have some influence on their own. They are not a superpower, as someone said, but they are a regional power.
That's a good point.
I don't know if anybody remembers this, but do you remember at the very beginning, right after Nord Stream, Russia pretty much come out and said, you know what? Turkey would be a great place to put a hub to feed our oil into Europe. So you got to understand, Turkey's got a lot of skin in this game, a lot of potential to get very rich off of it, and also have such a dominant influence over Europe itself that's part of the problem with the West. They see it happening and they see it's coming out of their control because they're just being handed another avenue, a weak link.
I would.
And China's just another buffet.
The West doesn't want that. Anyway, Silkan, you want to say something?
Yeah, I'll do. No, listen. Turkey is a regional power and a very important regional power, and they are really actually the key to all of this mess because they are literally the gatekeepers to Black Sea, and their behavior from the very beginning of all of this mess with petrol production was how to put it. It was not really pro-Russian, but it was very much not pro-NATO. And there have been some talk about kicking Turkey out of NATO, which is a very serious thing because there is not even procedural framework for kicking out actual NATO members. So this is a whole other like a level of craziness involved. And if Erdogan wins this election, which I think he will, the whole process will very much accelerate. Either they will try to take him out by some color revolution or something like this, or they will really go forward and start kicking out slowly. Not at first step, but there will be a number of steps involved in actually kicking the Turkey or out of NATO, or at least limiting it. And we have already seen this with the limiting of transfer technology for their drones. Like Canadian firms which refused to supply the optics or things like that. And I think we're going to see much more of this involved because Turkish industry is very much dependent on the technology transfers from the NATO members, the technology platform. And if they cut them off on this will have huge impact. And of course, Turkey has a very, very strong local industrial base, but not all. They will have to outsource some of it, most likely to China, which brings us back to this question a while ago about relationship with China. Some things they don't and can't have, but Chinese do have.
I wanted to say that is like many of you guys focus many good things, but the thing is that Turkey, especially within Erdogan, has been playing these many streams, multi-vector. You can't put. It's like it would be very stupid to put Turkey out of NATO, because NATO would lose that amazing ability. They have the gates to the Black Sea. That doesn't happen like that. And also they would have a problem with controlling the refugees. And then they would, there's so many things. But Turkey at the same time is doing, buying weapons from Russia, is making special deals with the Arab countries, is buying gold and getting out of the Western financial system. Well, they are playing all around in many different places. And this is interesting to notice. Now, on the other side, I wanted to just to comment on Luis, which is that thing about ISIS and Al-Qaeda. I have the feeling it's gone now that Iran and Saudi Arabia made the deal. So that's not even and since Iran and Saudi Arabia made that deal, things in Syria got much more quiet. And
Uncle Sam is working on a new one. Trust me.
Sure, but the problem, putting Muslims against Muslims is not working anymore so good. So Erdogan even met with Bashar al-Assad. Amazing! How could that be possible? So things are changing. The Muslims are getting united and making a new front, which is nice. Sorry, wait, I cut your voice.
Mehdi.
Can I speak or?
I just wanted to mention we have a super chat by NGS. Turkey has a huge influence over EU due to refugees. And that's something I wanted to bring up, is Turkey not basically the gateway where the refugees flow through and up into Europe from like places like Syria, Afghanistan, or whatever?
It was.
I'm asking this question. I'm not making it as a statement. And second of all, go ahead. I'll just stop there.
I'm sure Craig got something to say. Craig,
yes, I want to say something. The refugees, which came in the super chat also, they were an issue. But right now, Greece and Bulgaria, I believe, have totally walled the border. So they cannot really go by land. They can try to go by sea, but the Greeks are throwing them to the sea. There just came out a video on them being ditched in the middle of the waters. So it's not as big deal as it was a few years ago when there was that migration crisis. And now, someone mentioned, I don't know if Erdogan wanted to expel of refugees from Turkey. Someone mentioned that before. I don't know.
The opposition.
The opposition. Right. Okay. I don't know. I mean, it's an issue, the refugees issue, but they haven't been not continue trying to go. I mean, they are just trying to find their paths to.
They're being paid not to let them go.
And as for the NATO importance of Turkey, obviously it has a lot of importance, but obviously also if it doesn't obey NATO, because NATO is not an alliance, it's an empire, the US controls it, and nobody should step
Don't say that loud. Don't say that loud.
The past maybe a little bit was tolerated, but today not. And Turkey is stepping out, and I don't know if they will be kicked out, they will live on their own, or whatever, but it's clear that Turkey doesn't fit anymore.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, Turkey has a lot of options, and getting kicked out of NATO, I don't think is going to be the sting that people think it might be, because you got Russia that they're working with, and then you have the wild card China. Turkey wants to build a canal that's not subject to treaty regulations by any outside parties. Who better to come help build the fucking canal than your new best friends, the Chinese, in exchange for favorable trade agreements and blah, blah, blah. I mean, it all ties into the Belt and Road Initiative and everything else. I mean, there's all kinds of potential out there. It was discussed the other day with a bunch of people. I mean, I'm not doing it justice, but there's so much potential there, and there's so much upside for Turkey regardless of what NATO and the West decides to do to them. It just depends if they have to have the balls to go through the struggle to get to the other side, because it's all gravy if they do.
I will add on top of that, if Turkey were to kick out of NATO, immediately Russia will invite them into their own organization, like immediately, like because that would be a godsend. So
that's not a good idea, you know.
And then you don't have the Black Sea anymore. It's totally cut off.
Means Black Sea is gone.
No,
well,
so
I seem to recall that something that, if I'm not mistaken, Turkey has applied to join BRICS.
Yes,
right?
One of them.
Yes.
This one is
they were one of the first countries to apply.
I wanted to. Someone talked about the Belt and Road Initiative. This is very interesting. Iran just finished a track connection between to Iraq, and Russia even sold oil products to Iraq through those tracks. Amazing. So I think this is not yet official, but we probably will hear if the confrontation with Europe keeps advancing, which is the Belt and Road Initiative will have a North Africa dimension by land.
Great.
I don't know. I think we should talk the Caucasus, especially Armenia-Azerbaijan conflict in this issue of Turkey, because Turkey is strictly allied with Azerbaijan, and Armenia has been historically allied with Russia, and now is getting very close to Iran.
That's why
there was some intervention by Iran there.
But money talks. Money talks.
Complexity of that.
They're going to go where the money is.
Going on that Turkey doesn't get everything on their side.
Yeah, which is why they are perfect for joining CISTO, because all their best friends are all inside CISTO. And I wanting to ask Craig to ask him. Oh, he's back. I want to ask him why he come on, like what he want to say. Yeah, Craig.
Yeah,
you want
to
to
say
say something,
to
Craig?
say about Turkey.
Well, I'm glad we're actually talking about Turkey. It's why I came on. I wanted to point out that they started building the railway from China through Uzbekistan, I think, in Kazakhstan, completely independent of Russia, like south of Russia. They'll reach the Caspian there, and from there they can essentially go to Armenia, Azerbaijan, Iran, Turkey. And so basically that's an open door. There'll always be one of those doors open for them on the Caspian. And Turkey is obviously the most critical partner. Exactly as Vaughn said, they want to build a canal that's separate from the Montreux Convention obligations that they truly control, and China is the logical partner for that. Turkey, obviously, center of great empires. It has historically been the unifier of the Muslim world, mostly by being a kind of a place where people are pragmatic and moderate about Islam and not particularly fanatical. They're more geopolitically minded. Erdogan is a good example of that kind of thinking. He's more Muslim and less secular, but again, super pragmatic leader. I think all of us expect that the 5% nationalist vote will shift over to Erdogan and that he'll win the runoff, but there could be shenanigans in that and will definitely be contested, and there could be, National Endowment for Democracy or CIA action to undermine Erdogan after. But the main thing is that the Black Sea will remain closed to NATO traffic. The great danger was that Kemal would have opened it and potentially made a naval war possible. I think that's unlikely now. But we'll see, right? It's not done yet. We have to watch that one with tenterhooks. In my view, if Kemal did win, the Russians would have to make a move on Odessa very quickly before the straits could open. But just jumping aside that topic, I wanted to say two other things briefly on topics I wasn't here for. One is about chips. You guys missed the fact that the older high nanometer chips are actually much less vulnerable to EMP interference. And now that EMP guns are in use to take drones down in Ukraine, that's a factor. Another thing is that chiplet technology, where you stack a whole lot of different chips into a package, radically reduces your need for the low nanometer technology. So I'm just going to join the chorus of people saying it doesn't matter. Russia will definitely be able to meet its military needs, and its civilian needs can be met through China or through smuggling. So I think that whole thing's a non-issue. Software is much, much more important, and Russia's software is really adequate and beyond that state of the art. It's a tough topic, I know, but demographically, I think it is very important to talk about the exodus of Ukrainian population and the women leaving in particular. That is doing something for West Europe's demographics. They have actually no reason to slow down the flow of Ukrainian young people at all, especially women, into their economies. And Turkey does also have control over the refugee flow from the Islamic world. So, I mean, that's a really important figure, especially when you consider the ideology that white immigrants are easier to integrate in Europe and less controversial to solve the demographic crisis they have with. So they have no motive to stop the war.
Awesome.
I would say that the Ukrainian extremists, once the war is over, they will come for us.
I agree with you, Pratap.
They will come for us when we don't do their bids, when we don't agree with what they want, when we don't give them what they wish. They will come for us. They started with political murders, and they will not finish them. Will not stop.
I'm just going to hide behind Craig.
Are you talking about the Ukrainian refugees in your country? Ukraine. And they came as beggars to the Roman Empire. They came as beggars. The Romans treated them badly because they thought they were only worth for slaves because they were refugees. But they were refugees that were willing to fight and making demands. And they eventually conquered parts of the Roman Empire and defeated the Romans. So it's, of course, an analogy. I'm not saying it's going to be the same, but yeah, I'm a bit worried, especially because there have been there were in the early days of the special military operation, there were some Ukrainian refugees being very hostile, not just to Russians, to anyone who expresses opinions different than the mainstream, and even attacking neighborhoods and people individually. So I'm a bit worried about those Ukrainian refugees particularly.
In France, I'm not worried at all about that, because we have African communities longly installed here in France. They can try to mess with us. We know how to respond. Don't worry. And what we will see about Ukrainian women in Europe?
So you're hiding behind the Africans now?
I'm a part African.
Yeah, no,
yeah. So I want to cut in. It's 5 hours already, 5 hours 6 minutes. So let's do closing.
Oh,
then,
come on! It's 6
I
hours.
Go eat breakfast. Yeah, no. Cannot. I'm actually very
I'm
hungry.
joking. I'm joking.
I mean, you also have Chechens who are fleeing Kadyrov, who are living in France. Those guys, you don't mess with them.
Okay, yep. Luis, closing statement.
Okay, I was about to write down below my name, catastrophist. I hope for the best. I fear the worst. I think the war will go on because there is a lot going on. It's not just Ukraine. It's the US dollar hegemony. It's China's plans for the Asia Pacific area. It's everything. It's a big deal. And Ukraine is just like the front line. So it's going to be very difficult to achieve peace. Even Russia, Ukraine, even it's amazingly scary. I mean, a lot of more people is gonna die in this war and other wars. But I hope for the best, anyhow. I hope everybody gets peace, prosperity, democracy, a bit of socialism, please, and a good life. I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Luis. None of your business. None of your business.
Nothing really. I just came in at near the end. But yes, I think that we had a good chat last night. And I actually think that the Russians are gearing up for an offensive. So I think most people disagree with me, but I think you're going to see something within the next few weeks. And as I said, I'm closely more so following the Turkey election. And I think the place we all should be paying attention to right now is Georgia, because I think that there is a potential there for them to take another run at the government. They're trying anyway. That's it.
So, I will make a bit of a comment about the G7, which has become a bit of a joke in itself. The way they presented themselves as being so strong and amazing. They actually, if we read between the lines, it was actually a summit of desperation, looking for a way out, for good or for the worse. And I don't think it did go so well. And the G7 really got a bit kicked by their the people they invited to go in: India, Indonesia, Vietnam, and so on. So many of those really good, and Brazil, many of them really good friends of Russia. No, they were not so willing to meet Zelensky on a kind of forced meetings like they were planning to. So, anyways, picking like what Nunes said, I have said many ways. The world at this moment is very dangerous. It's not just Georgia; it's many places in the world. Something can just trigger a proxy war, and it's very easy. But I wouldn't get with the poor Georgians. They still can manage it very well. There are other places in a much worse situation. I hope we have a nice week.
Voz.
It's me again.
Yeah.
I just want to say, if Russia give Ukraine another chance for a peace talk, please take it. Please, for the love of God, take it. I'm tired to see this video on Telegram. They're dying like fucking pigs. If someone in the West is listen to this, please tell them to talk about peace. Please, please. And to everyone in chat, nice one. I hope you still gonna come back next week. And we wanna see more new face. And again, Vaughn, you still a legend.
I don't know. You got the Star Award this week, my friend. You're color coordinated anyway.
Great. Oh no, just about.
Well, yeah, I agree with Voz. Calling for peace. I mean, you have to be really specific about the kind of peace that's actually possible. I mentioned already that the grab for Odessa was all certain. Kemal won in Turkey. I think Georgia is still concerned. Remember, the original NATO plan was put bases in South Ossetia, Lysychansk, Sevastopol, and that's like where Russia drew its line. So it is still a live danger. What I'm watching carefully is this. Poland wants basically Ukraine to denazify the West, like Galicia. Belarus wants Russia to do it, and Russia wants Poland to do it. So it's a Mexican standoff up there about two things. Who has to deal with the extremists there, and who becomes the successor state that ends up owing all the debt. And so that's actually what the real peace deal is going to require, is somebody agreeing to be the successor state to old, too big to succeed Ukraine. And then where the border is going to get drawn is already pretty much decided. Zhytomyr and Vinnytsia, the Poles have already integrated administration with the 6 westmost oblasts. Hungarians have expressed very strong concern about Zakarpattia and the area south. So I think that's the only possible border solution. It's not going to be the Dnieper, in my view. But to take over only 6 oblasts and then also inherit the whole debt is going to be one hell of a negotiation. And Belarus is worried about that because part of the east of Belarus, west of Belarus, used to also be in in Poland. So that's really the peace deal that's possible. There's no other peace deal possible. There won't be a substantially large Ukraine left because, Russia can't live next to a state that breaks that many treaties and dehumanizes its people and behaves in every conceivable way like a mafia. Like, it just doesn't fit the international world order. So it's going to be a Yugoslavia type deal, not a Belgium type divided in two state, or not a Afghanistan forever war, but something like Yugoslavia where it gets very busted up. So that's my opinion of that. I could be wrong. I haven't heard a good argument against it. I do want to, though, mention as part of closing, aside from people to take seriously this question and put some conditions on, like get your Western politicians to stop talking about Crimea because that's extending the war. But looking at the East Asia situation, I honestly think China's plan is to make very quiet private deals and maybe separate deals with the north and the south of Formosa, with the KMT in Taipei and the Hokkaido in the south, and announce those deals by surprise with some recognition from some of these East Asian countries. For instance, if they tell the Philippines, we'll give you a big chunk of what we've claimed in the South China Sea if you agree to recognize our Taiwan deal, I think Philippines may go for that. So it's a sign of the times that these countries that the West thinks are in its camp are really just angry about one issue, and that's the South China Sea. So if those deals can be cut secretly, the way the Chinese cut the Saudi and Iran deal, then it's quite possible that a comprehensive diplomatic coup could be arranged by China and avoid the potential of a war in Taiwan. I'm not seeing any other way to avoid a war in Taiwan, given the rhetoric, other than some kind of, really comprehensive deal that takes into account the dislike of the south of Taiwan for the KMT and gives them autonomy from the KMT, and lets the KMT achieve their long-term goal of maybe in 25 years competing in elections in mainland China. I think there's possibly a deal that could be cut there that would lock the West out. But, that's another whole thing. But, given this is Defense Politics Asia, I think some time should be devoted in every conversation to actual Asian issues. Now, I'd love to be chewed out by Wyatt about what's utterly unrealistic about what I just said. He knows 1,000 times more about it than I do. But to me, it looks like that from the outside in terms of the chess positioning. On the very biggest issues, the economy, I think the war has to continue until de-dollarization has reduced the U.S. to about less than 50% of the U.S. dollar, to less than 50% of world trade. I think that's a level at which the BRICS countries will feel comfortable that they're winning and that their system will displace the dollar-based system, and that they aren't going to all be punished by going back to it and then being punished by the U.S. for disloyalty in this period. So I watch the economics very carefully, and I really think the Ukraine war will overlap with whatever China has planned for Taiwan, and I think that's the deal between them, that Russia is locking down West forces and attention and arms so that China can prepare for a potential military confrontation, but hopefully avoid one. So let's just hope for peace on both of those fronts long term, and let's hope that Turkey takes the cheap Russian gas that it's getting and develops itself for the good of its own people. And likewise for India, these countries deserve a break. They're huge, they're historically important, they can't be allowed to be poor or destabilized just because of nonsense in the West or China.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Greg. And Shadow E, he came in just for closing.
I'm back to make just 2 quick points. The first one, I just want to have a thought for all the poor guy, poor soldiers who are going to die, to make sure that Zelensky has a point when he says that there is still fighting in Bakhmut, because I'm think there is poor guy who are going to die for that. And my second point is I don't believe in a peace deal, because Russia don't just trust anyone anymore in this situation, so they are just going to ask for unconditional surrender, and they want everything basically. I don't think about the land, the oblast from Kiev to Lviv. That's going to be what is going to remain for Ukraine, and that's going to be given to NATO and the European Union for them to deal with. That was my final point. And it was a very good open mic. I listened everything. RL, your turn.
Well,
one French to another.
Nice. I'm not French.
He's Belgian.
Yes, you are.
Be careful what you say.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing. Belgian, Netherlands, France. It's the same shit. Go on, Ariel.
Congolese, Namibian, same shit. No, come on. Of course, we're not the same. So it was nice, as usual, talking to nice people. And we also saw new faces. That was, again, good. Yeah, always new blood, fresh blood. That's great.
Yeah.
Instead
We
of
have to feed the
bringing
Draco,
fresh
right?
blood to the front line in Bakhmut. But I think now we are reaching a tipping point in the sphere of what the media are telling here in the West and what happened in the reality on the ground. It was always a gap between what the media are telling to us and what happened to the ground. But now I think that gap has reached so much distance. There is so much distance between reality and what the mainstream media are telling here in the West that we have reaching that tipping point. Like, actually here in mainstream media, Ukraine has shut down 6 Kinjal. The Patriot system is able to intercept hypersonic missiles. That's what most of people who are not looking after information, who are not checking information, have as information. And I think when the war, because that war will end in a day or in another, in 6 months, in 6 years, in 60 years, whatever, it will end. The reality check will be brutal, really brutal. Like the number of deaths among the Ukrainians versus the deaths among the Russians. Here, most of people think that Russians are at 300,000 deaths and the Ukrainians are at maybe 15 or 20,000 or some shit like that. That's what mainstream media are telling every day. So I think the reality check, the wake up, will be brutal. And especially with those Patriot system and the Kinjal. Yeah. And now the F-16, we will see that. So I'm still waiting to see the Western tank equipment in the front line. Leopards, Marders, AMX, maybe Abrams later. I'm still waiting for that, to see that.
F-16.
And the F-16, we will certainly come. So
please, I don't want to see no more shit like that. No more front.
Then shut down your TV. Stop watching porn.
Okay, go on.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, kind of like with what RL's saying. I mean, I just have a really bad feeling that it's just bad things are coming. And when you look at all the players involved in the West, you just see a lot of potentially bad decisions and bad moves and bad takes. Plus, we know what's going on in reality versus what they say, and the fucking shock of what's really going on when people find out is just going to be horrendous. And as a military guy, I want to give props to Wagner for getting the job done and showing people how it's done in a modern brutal warfare. And I want to say that I'm disgusted by the way the Ukrainians just waste men on lost causes for nothing. Day after day after day. Like Voss said, call your congressman and stuff and tell them to stop funding this bullshit. I mean, they're dragging people off the fucking streets just so they can be vaporized by artillery barrages for nothing. I mean, the M1s aren't going to save them. The F-16s aren't going to save them. The Patriots aren't going to save them. The only thing you're going to do is make a motherfucker like Dick Cheney rich and get a bunch of fucking boys killed or maimed. It's fucking disgusting. Please, like and share and let people know that this shit needs to stop and that you need to call your representatives and demand peace.
or just fucking tell people you know to stop the fucking war. I mean, it's disgusting what's going on over there. It's disgusting, and you're paying for it. Any Western person here in the United States, you're paying for that. You're paying to fucking send 17, 18-year-old boys dragged off the street to get vaporized by 152 millimeter artillery shells, or come back home with no fucking legs in a country that has no fucking future. So what the fuck's going to happen to them? I mean, you're doing these fucking people so dirty and wrong, and we need to be ashamed of it. It's disgusting.
Well said.
Coping.
Amen.
Well, thank
Problem
you
is,
very
people
much. Thank you very much, Wyatt. I must say I am actually increasingly impressed of how these things have gradually developed over time, and I would say, like, this also extends to the other panel. We did something really good here. We stick more or less to a category of topics, shall we say? No black holes. We spoke mostly about the shovels. So, and I think this was kind of I want to just kind of give an uplifting thing. I shared this to a friend, and I said, "Yes, I'm on the live. Watch this." And then okay, yeah, whatever. And then I get a message like an hour into the stream where he tells me, the more I'm actually watching this, it looks like a Discord with more civilized and smart people. Which, of course, is very good for my own personal coping, but it's it's also indicative of how well behaved, or relatively speaking, at least, we have been here, and the swapping we have been going on, having it, letting panelists come in here. That's I think it's a very good development. But that being said, now I have to refer to some in the audience, and now it's actually more specific. Those watching right now. It's John Rocky, aka Rambo Balboa, and what was this fucking Dane's name again? It was John. No, yeah. We have NGS. He's absolved from any sin because he's not just a super chatter. He's one of the greatest super chatter. Jon Torstensen was it or something? Yeah, Rune Torsen. So you filthy little fuckers were tugging your shriveled ball sacks in Norwegian, Swedish, and Danish, none the least, which is disgusting. What you should do is get on the open mic and seize that masturbatory Olympics you're doing, so that we can have our own panel. You see, NGS doesn't have to join again, not only because he's absolved, but because we already have 2 Norwegians. But a Dane we have not. And the Swede is like a former politician, and I'm not really sure if that qualifies as a person yet. So, yes, Balboa, you be getting on here, as well as Rune Torsen, and I will ensure that you get all the coping you need in the Scandinavian panel, and we can chat in our languages, and we can also be, having our agreements, disagreements, so forth. Just stop being like these little stick figures in the chats, okay? It's embarrassing. We're supposed to be Vikings, for fuck's sake. So, okay. That being said, thank all of you for watching. Thank all of you who have liked and subscribed. We hope your life subscription lasts for at least as long as you're subscribed to DPA. Should you, for whatever reason, unsubscribe, kindly thread your head up your own ass and roll expediently to hell. And it goes without saying what happens to the rest of you who haven't pressed the like button. Those of you who have shared, love you. And those of you who support DPA on Patreon, Ko-fi, and locals, cannot extend more. You're also absolved. Indeed, I will actually give a little secret here. If you super chat an insult to me, you are absolved from ad hominems to me specifically. If you pay for an ad hominem, if you really think you can insult me, and I remind you, I am from the land of the trolls. So if you think your little fucking goblins can insult me, I dare you to try. Please,
Bye-bye,
super
Wyatt.
chat.
Have a nice day.
Yeah.
See you next.
And thank you for watching. Even those who didn't like, thank you for watching. Bye-bye.
Bye, guys.
I lost it with his microphone. I was like, what is that?
because his headphone doesn't work. He specially bought a headphone for the open mic, and then it doesn't work. So he just resorted to a mic.
Cheers, guys.
Bye, guys. And yeah, NGS, for coping, stop using that little hat. What little hat? Yeah. So thank you everyone for watching the DPA Open Mic 30, episode 30, and yeah, I think today's Open Mic is tremendous. I think it's really cool, especially when we talk about the microchips, and then we literally have someone who is expert in this field, literally working in Taiwan on within the industry, and then can explain things to us. This is the beauty of the DPA Open Mic. I think like we have all the people from all around the world. It's just a pity that we are still at this size. I don't think the channel really grew much. So we really need a lot of sharing and to advocating, like what Coping said. He actually introduced it to his friends, and then his friends after a while realized that he's actually pretty nice. So it's really cool. Yeah, Coping monotones. What the hell? So yeah, and it's like even though people who was not within the open mic speaking, they are all speakers like Craig. Tremendously, like he come in for within that 15 minutes when he spoke. Wow, so much wisdom, so much things. His closing is wow. So we have all these talents that we should be bigger. So yeah, I will try to do my part. I keep talking about the clips that I'm supposed to be posting. I still haven't posted them yet. So yeah, I'm also at fault. So but we need to share and try to grow this thing together, because ultimately, as you can see, most of this open mic I'm not around. I'm in the backstage because I want to let more people to speak. So I'm always hiding in the background. I'm just managing the things, let more people can speak. Unfortunately, the room is constantly full because no one actually quits the chat or totally dropped off. Like only occasionally. So a lot of people try to come in, they cannot come in. So yeah, but this also shows the popularity of trying to come on to speak, and I think is something that is really special, and you can see it's really addictive. A lot of people just keep coming back. So that's good. And yeah, what else can I talk about? Yeah, anyway, yeah, I'm it just sorry again. Supposed to happen yesterday, the open mic. I did it today because I'm really tired, and actually just now before I start, I'm actually just as tired as yesterday. I think I was burnt out, and I'm still burnt out, so I was very tired. So I'm actually I was quite happy to let people talk, and not be on screen. And yeah, but I think next week, even if I'm really fatigued, I think I will still go on Saturday, because I realized that on Sunday I'm still just as tired. There's no difference. I might as well do it on Saturday. So anyway, thank you everyone for watching, and I really thank you for all the super chats from NGS, Baba Yaga, yeah, and then who else? Unmil for the super sticker. Unmil for the super chat as well. I think Unmil is new. I haven't seen this person super chat before, and David Cake, Kek. Yeah, David Kek. Thank you so much for the super chat. Logizan, Similon, Tamil, and also NGS. Thank you so much for the super chat. Hope you guys enjoy. I will try to do more. I probably will try to do one live monologue, my live chat session to chat with you guys, talk about things. You guys can Q&A. I will think about it, see what kind of session do I want to do. So it will be something different from open mic, because open mic we are just engaged with the in the discussion. So when I do the monologue on the main channel, then at least we can talk directly between you and me. We can ask me questions. I can try to tell you what I think about things. Of course, I can be wrong a lot of times. And yeah, thank you everyone for watching. It's actually 7 a.m. now. Yeah, I need to go and eat breakfast. I just now I was actually super hungry and super tired. I started munching things. I never happened to me before. While the open mic. So yeah, it's just one of those random stuff that's happening. While you cannot see me, I was eating. I was eating. All right, thank you everyone. Yeah, do press the subscribe button, press the like button, and for those that are on Rumble as well, thank you for watching. Do follow the channel as well on Rumble, because I do not stream it on the main channel on Rumble, because Rumble just doesn't work as well as YouTube tentatively. So anyway, yeah, subscribe, press the like button, do share, and I'll try to do my best to grow the open mic, and I'll see you in the next update.
I don't mean kill, I mean just stand.